In this video, we are going to cover the complete HTML tutorial as a part of web development. So guys, if you want to make a career in web development, it is very important that you should know the basics of the HTML. And we are going to cover the basic and the intermediate levels of the HTML tutorial with the help of several examples. So guys, while you are watching this video, please make sure that you practice on your own so that on different inputs, you get different outputs. And that is how you are going to learn a lot about HTML. So let's get started. Now HTML stands for Hypertext Markup Language. So guys, basically this is the full form of HTML, that is Hypertext Markup Language, which is the most widely used language on web to develop web pages. So any web pages, if you see, if I open the Google Chrome browser over here, this is the default page of the Google, and if you right click over here and then go to inspect, as you can see, inspect is the option. Under the elements tab, you can see the entire HTML content over here. So basically this is the HTML that was written behind the scenes in order to show you this particular page with an image of Google over here. So basically it has various attributes, as you can see. These are nothing but these are the tags that we are going to see in this video series as well. So guys, we are going to learn a lot about the HTML in order to develop the web pages that you can see in today's world. Now HTML is a must for students and working professionals to become a great software engineer, especially when they are working in web development domain. Now guys, what are the advantages of learning HTML? First of all, you will be able to create a website, which is very important as a software engineer. You can also become a web designer over here and design the websites. You will also be able to understand the web and how it works. And apart from this, you can learn the other languages as well, for which HTML becomes very important, and how you understand HTML will help you to learn the other languages as well. So guys, let us now see the example of a hello world using HTML over here. So I will be using VS Code over here in this entire video series. You can use your own text editor of your choice, whichever you are comfortable with. So over here I am going to create a new file. So as you can see, we have a new text file over here, and then we are going to click on this select a language, and then basically I am going to search for HTML, since this is the format that we are going to write the HTML code over here. So guys, let me just save this file now. I'll just save it in a particular folder in this case. So basically I'm going to create a new HTML file in this directory. So I'm going to copy this and paste this over here, and then we are going to give the name that is test.html. So guys, always remember that whatever HTML code that you are going to write in the HTML file, it must be having the extension of .html over here or else .htm. So that is the extension that is being used by the HTML files, and then we click on save. So guys, basically this file has been named as test.html. Now guys, we are going to write a simple HTML code over here that is having hello world, which is going to be displayed on the web page. So guys, the very first thing that you are supposed to do whenever you are writing the code in the HTML file is have the doc type tag over here. So basically you have to type the less than symbol over here, and then as you can see, VS Code is suggesting us all the tags that you can use in the HTML code based on your requirements. So guys, basically the very first line is this exclamation and then followed by doc type, and then we have something called as HTML over here. So guys, this particular line tells the browser in order to interpret this file as the HTML and show it to the latest browser as the HTML5 version. And then guys, after this we need to have the main HTML tag. So over here again we need to press the less than sign, and then we have something called as HTML, and then we need to close it by using the greater than sign over here. So as you can see, the less than sign and greater than sign are being used, and then within that we are using the keywords which are known as tags. So guys, basically these things are called as tags in HTML. We have the opening tag as the HTML over here, within the open and close angled brackets, and then over here we have the closing tag, which is starting with the / over here, as you can see. So guys, most of the tags have start tag and the end tag. In this case, we call this tag, that is the starting tag, as the start tag, and the ending tag as the end tag over here, and then inside that we will have our content. So inside the HTML main tags, we have the two main tags over here. One is called head, so this is another tag, so which is having the start tag and the end tag in this case. And then in order to define the body of the web page, we have something called as body. So So as you can see, we have the body tag as well. If you notice, all the tags are starting with the less than sign over here, which is the angled bracket, and then getting ended with the greater than sign over here. So this is important whenever you are writing the HTML code. Now guys, what we are going to do is, inside head you can define the title of the web page. So what is the meaning of title? So over here, as you can see, we have the head tag over here of the Google page, and then if you go down over here, we have something called as title. Now this title, as you can see, the content is new tab, which is being displayed over here on the new tab in this case. So whatever content you put inside the title tags over here, the same content will be displayed on the tab of the browser. So guys, let us put the title over here inside the head tag. So basically this title must be inside the head tag, and then it must start with the title tag over here, and then it will end with the another title tag, which is having the / over here at the start. And then guys, what we will be having is, we will simply say test title in this case. So guys, basically this content will be displayed instead of this new tab on the tab of the browser. Now guys, what we will be doing is, inside this body we will say hello world. So how do we display the hello world? We will be using the header tag that we are going to check in the upcoming videos as well. Now how do we define the header tag? Again, we press the less than sign over here, and then we have something called as h, and then followed by one number. So basically these are the numbers of the header tags. So h1 represents the highest heading with the biggest size. So as you can see over here, the h1 element represents a section heading, and then if you go to h2, again it represents the section heading, but the size of this h2, that is the header tag, is less than the size of this h1 tag over here. And then similarly, as we go down to the number h6, the size of the headers will keep on decreasing. So guys, in this case we are going to use h1 over here, and then followed by closing bracket in this case, and then we will say hello world. So over here we are saying hello world inside the header tag, that is h1. So guys, this is the basic structure of the HTML page. This page looks very simple and it is very basic. As we move forward to the upcoming videos, we will move from the very basic code to the advanced level code, so that you can learn a lot about the HTML. Now guys, what we have to do is, simply we will save this file now. So we can go to this file, and then we can select the save option. You can also use the control as combination of the keys on your keyboard in order to save the file. Now guys, after saving this file, we have to come to this Windows Explorer. As you can see, we have this test.html file being saved over here, and then we should be able to open this using the Google Chrome. So you just need to double click over here on this file. So when we double click on this, as you can see, we are getting hello world in this case. So guys, basically since we have provided this hello world content inside the header tag over here, that is why we are getting this hello world as the heading of this page. Now guys, if you just change the size of this h1 to h2, which means the size should decrease to some extent, and when we just save this file now and come back again to this browser, we just need to press this refresh button so that it takes the latest content from this test.html. So I'm going to press this refresh button. As you can see, the size of this hello world has decreased to some extent since we have changed the tag from h1 to h2. So guys, to summarize, basically we are going to have the doc type HTML over here as the first tag, and then we are going to have the main HTML tag. Inside this main HTML tag, we are going to have two sections. One is the head section, which is having the title of the page, and then another section is the body section, which is going to have the entire content of the page. If you see the head section over here, the title, you can see the test title, which is coming from this title tag. If we change this title to test page in this case, and let me just save this file now and try refreshing this browser, you should see the change in this test title over here. So when we press refresh, as you can see, it has changed to test page in this case. So guys, this is the very basic simple HTML code that you can practice on your own. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to this channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. The basic HTML tags that you can use in the HTML. So guys, basically below are some of the basic HTML tags that we have already seen in the previous video as well. The very first tag is the exclamation mark, and then followed by the doc type keyword, and then we have something called as HTML over here. Now guys, this helps the latest browsers to understand that the code that is going to be followed after this tag is going to be the HTML code, and then it is going to be the HTML5 version. So basically this tag defines the document type and the HTML version over here. The next tag is the HTML tag. Now this tag encloses the complete HTML document and mainly comprises of document header, which is represented by the first tag, that is head, that we have already seen in the previous video as well, and the document body, which is represented by body tags over here. So guys, previously we have seen that inside the HTML tag we have two main tags, that is head tag over here, and then the other tag is the body tag. Inside the head tag we have the title of the page, and then if there is any script that is to be written, then we can include that as well, or else meta description or the external files that we want to refer to, we can use all them inside the head tag. And inside the body tag we can define the content of the body, like what should come inside the page of the web application. Those things will come inside this body tag over here. So previously we had seen that this hello world is included as the content of this body tag inside the header tag over here. So guys, this is the main purpose of the body tag, to have the entire content of the page. Now guys, next we also have the head tag over here. This tag represents the document's header, which can keep the other HTML tags like title, link, etc., as we have just discussed. And then we have title, which comes inside the head tag over here. Basically this title tag is used inside the head tag to mention the document title. So basically this title that you see, that is test page over here, it comes from this title tag. So if we change the title tag content over here to some other content, let's say we provide example title in this case instead of test page. Let me just save this file now and go to the browser and refresh this page. As you can see, the title has been changed to example title in this case. So you can control this thing inside the title tag over here, which comes inside the head tag. Now guys, the next important tag is the body tag over here. Now this tag represents the document's body, which keeps other HTML tags like h1, div, and then p, and then etc. So basically this is the div tag that we are going to check in the upcoming videos as well. And then we also have the p tag, which represents the paragraph inside the body tag. So basically all those things comes under the body tag over here. We also have h1 tag, which is the highest heading. So over here, let us say we change the h2 to h1 over here. So when we just save this file now and try refreshing this page, you can notice the size of the hello world content, how it increases once we refresh over here. So when I press refresh, as you can see the size of the hello world, this is the highest size as far as the header tag is concerned, since we are using the h1 tag over here. Now guys, the next tag, as you can see, we have just discussed about the h1 tag. It ranges from h1 up to h6. So it depends on your requirement as to which header tag you want to use. So basically this tag represents the heading of the web page, and then we also have the p tag, which represents the paragraph over here. So guys, what we will be doing is, let us say we want to add a paragraph inside the page. So we come over here and inside the body tag, after this hello world header, we will have the paragraph tag. So let us say I provide the less than symbol, and then we need to provide the p, which stands for paragraph. And then as I have told you, this is the start tag over here and this is the end tag over here. Inside this we are going to provide the content that this is a paragraph in this case. So we simply say this is a paragraph. Let me just save this file now, go to the browser, and we need to refresh this page once again in order to see the updated content. So when we press refresh, as you can see, it is saying this is a paragraph over here. Now guys, it may so happen that the size of this content that you are seeing right now while watching this video may not match with the size of the content that you are typing on your own. That may be because I have increased the zoom level over here. It is up to 150%. On your browser, it may so happen that it is 100% by default, and automatically the size will be shown in this particular way. So since I am showing you how it works, that is the reason why I have increased the zoom level over here, so that you can clearly see the difference between the different tags that we are using. So guys, it depends on you at which zoom level you guys are working. Now guys, if we want to add another paragraph over here, we will once again provide another p tag. So over here, let us provide another p tag over here, and then we will say this is another paragraph. So guys, what exactly will happen is the control flow will come to the next line on the browser and then it will display this particular line. So let me just save this file now and refresh this web browser once again. So as you can see, we are getting this is another paragraph over here. So basically both these tags, that is h1 and the p tag, makes the browser to come to the next line and then print the content that is provided to them. Guys, there are certain tags which will help you to continue on the same line, like how we have provided hello world over here, and then after this we will have this is a paragraph content on the same line. So those are the different tags that we will be using in the upcoming videos as well. Heading, paragraph and line break tags in HTML. So guys, what is a heading tag? So basically any document right now you can see on the web, it starts with a heading. So if you open any of the web page related to news or sports articles, it starts with a heading which mentions about the headline or what is going on in the sports news. Now guys, you can use the different sizes for your headings over here. It ranges from h1 and then we have h2 up to h6, and the only difference while using these header tags is the decrease in the font. So basically we are going to check all these with the help of example now. So let us move to the VS Code over here. As you can see, this is the basic structure that we have already learned in the previous video, but what we are going to do is I'll just remove entire content and type it once again so that you get more clear understanding about the entire basic structure of the HTML code and you can practice on your own similarly. So guys, the very first thing that we are going to do is start with the less than symbol, and then we are going to have the doc type keyword and then followed by HTML, which is being suggested by the VS Code over here. Now the next thing is the main tag, that is HTML. So over here the entire content comes inside the HTML tags. So this is the start tag over here. Once we press on this and then we use the greater than symbol, and then you can see we also have the end tag that is automatically returned by the VS Code over here. Now guys, why we are using VS Code? That's because it helps us in order to provide certain auto completion when we are writing the code. You can also use the other text editor like simple notepad over here. Now guys, what will happen in the notepad? So if we open the notepad text editor over here, we will have to manually type all the tags over here. As you can see, we have started with the less than symbol, and then we have to provide the exclamation mark, and then simply we have to provide the doc type and then HTML keyword. Now in this case you are not having any auto suggestion over here, which is being provided by the VS Code, and that is why most of the programmers use VS Code text editor in order to write their HTML code or any other code in the other programming languages such as Python, C or C++ languages. So basically after writing this HTML start and the end tag, we need to write the content inside these tags, that is between the start and the end tag over here. Now you can divide the content of the entire web page into two parts. The first part is the head tag over here, and then after this the second part is the body tag over here. So guys, we have the two main tags, that is head tag, which will define the meta description of the page and also the title of the page over here. As you can see, this is the example title being showed, which comes from the title tag, which will be present inside the head tag, and then this body tag will define all the content inside this web page over here. As you can see, these are the things being highlighted which will come inside the body tag over here. Now guys, what we will do is we will define the title. So inside the head we are going to have the title tag. So over here we will use title, and then what we are going to see, we are going to see headers and then followed by paragraph, and then we are also going to see line breaks over here. So we say line breaks. Now guys, I'll simply close this text editor over here, and the very first thing that we are going to see is the different sizes of the header tags over here. So we are going to define inside the body the first tag, that is h1 in this case, which is the header 1. Now we will simply say this is heading number 1 over here. Okay, similarly we are going to provide the other tags, that is h2 as well. So we provide h2 tag, and then we simply say this is heading 2, and then we have h3 as well. So simply we say h3, and then this is heading 3. Okay, similarly I will quickly type the heading 4, 5 and 6 as well. So as you can see, I have quickly typed over here the headers, that is h1, h2, h3, and then followed by h4, h5 and h6 as well, and then we have given all the numbers, that is 1 up to 6 over here. Now guys, these are all the header tags that we have already included inside the body of our HTML code. Now let me just save this file now and open this file, that is test.html in the browser. Now it is already opened over here, that is test.html. Notice that this is the previous content which we have not refreshed yet. So when I press on this reload this page button over here, you can see all the changes that we have just done. So after pressing the reload button, you can see headers, paragraph and line breaks. The title is being displayed over here, which is coming from this title tag in this case. And then guys, all the content, that is this is heading 1 up to this is heading 6 is being displayed over here, as you can see, with different sizes. So this is h1, and then we have h2, h3, h4, h5 and h6. So the only difference you can see is the decrease in the size of all the headers. So guys, this is the example of the header tag, as you can see. Now guys, let us move to another example. As you can see, we have something called as paragraph tag over here. Now the P tag offers a way to structure your text into different paragraphs. So basically, after this heading in any of the articles that you can see online, we have certain information on those pages, and those are nothing but the paragraph that are being written while creating the HTML code, and this is the tag that we are going to use. Now each paragraph of text should go in between an opening tag, that is the P tag, and a closing tag which includes the / over here. So guys, let us check that. After all these headers, what we are going to do is we are going to define the paragraph tag. So over here we simply use the P tag over here, and then we can have the content, that is this is a paragraph over here. So guys, basically we are going to have this is a paragraph. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again. So over here we come to our Chrome browser, and then when we reload this page, you can see this is a paragraph being displayed over here. Now guys, in order to continue on the same line, we can write another statement inside the same paragraph. So what we will do is we will simply provide a full stop, and then we will say this is a statement inside same paragraph. So guys, basically we are writing another statement after having a full stop over here, but inside the same paragraph over here. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again. So as you can see, we are getting this is a paragraph, and then this is a statement inside same paragraph. So basically this is the way in order to write the paragraph. We can have multiple statements inside the same paragraph, and if you want to go to the next paragraph over here, if you want to write some other paragraph, you have to create another paragraph tag. So over here again we are going to create another P tag over here, and then we are going to say this is another paragraph. And then let's say after this full stop we want to write another statement, so we will say this is another statement in paragraph number 2, and then we have full stop. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again. So as you can see, we are getting a second paragraph over here. It says this is another paragraph. This is another statement in paragraph number 2. So guys, this is the way in order to write your content inside different paragraphs over here by using different P tags. Please note that you have not used anything extra in order to make the control flow come from the first line to the second line over here. Basically, when you write the content inside the P tag, the interpreter of the browser takes care of coming to the next line and writing the content of another tag on another line, and not to continue on the same line. So guys, this is very important as far as the header tags and the paragraph tags are concerned. Now guys, let us move to another example. As you can see, we have something called as line break tag. So whenever you use the BR followed by a space character, and then we have the / element, so this is another line break tag that you can use. What it means is anything following it starts from the next line. So basically whatever content you write after this particular tag will go to the next line. So this tag is an example of an empty tag where you do not need opening and closing tags, as there is nothing to go in between them. So guys, this is an example of the empty tag because there is no open and end tag over here. So in the same example, what we will be doing is, let's say we have, this is a paragraph. Now you want this statement, that is, this is a statement inside the same paragraph, to go on the next line. So what you can do is, before this content you can have the line break tags. So over here what we will do is, we will provide the less than symbol, and then we have the BR tag in this case, followed by a space character, and then we have / over here, and then the greater than symbol. So guys, this is the tag over here which is called line break tag, which helps you to go to the next line and print this statement on the next line within the same paragraph. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again. You can notice that we have both these statements, that is, this is a paragraph and this is a statement inside same paragraph on this single line. So what will happen after we reload this page? So when we press on reload, as you can see, this is a statement inside same paragraph has gone to the next line over here. That's because we have provided the line break tag over here. Now if I remove the same line break tag and then save this file now and try reloading this page once again, so this statement has come back to that first line over here. Similarly, if we provide the line break tag over here in the second paragraph, so what we will do is, we will provide BR tag followed by space, and then we have the /. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again. So as you can see, this is another statement in paragraph number 2. So guys, this is the main functionality of the BR or the line break tag, that is, it helps the interpreter to come to the next line and print the content that is following that tag. Now guys, one very important thing is, it is not necessary that you end it with a / over here. So if I remove this and if I remove the space character as well, so this will work or not, let us check that. So if I save this file now and try reloading this page once again, as you can see, there is no change right now, and then this particular statement is still on the second line over here. So simply if you provide the BR as well, it will work. But guys, it is still recommended that you provide the BR tag followed by a space character, and then we have the /, so that in case the client is having any of the older versions of the browser, then the line break tag should work and it should not break its own functionality. So if we check certain older browsers, it is still using this particular format so that the line break tags work properly. So let me just save this file now and try running this code once again. So as you can see, this is the functionality that works in the older browsers as well as the new browsers as well. So guys, comment in the comment section below, how are you liking this video series, whether you are getting some real value or not, and whether you are learning HTML with the help of this HTML tutorial. Please make sure that you practice on your own so that on different inputs you get different outputs. Center tag for centering the content in HTML. So guys, basically we can easily use the center tag over here to put any content in the center of the page or any table cell. Guys, please note that this tag is deprecated in HTML5, so it was being used previously in the previous versions of the HTML compared to HTML5, and you should instead use CSS property, that is the text align, in order to center the content of the HTML. But still we are going to see how the center tag used to work over here. So let us move to the VS Code over here. So basically I am going to remove certain content from the previous code that we have written. So from H2 to H6 we are going to remove the content over here, and for this paragraph as well we are going to remove the statement that this is a statement inside the same paragraph, and over here we are going to remove this particular content. So we are going to keep it simple, that is, one is the header tag with this is heading number 1, and then we are going to have the 2 paragraph tags over here, that is, this is a paragraph, and then we also have this is another paragraph over here. Let me just save this file now. We will also change the title over here to centering the content. So over here we will say centering the content. Let me just save this file now and reload this page to see the updated content. As you can see, we have centering the content as the title, and then we have this is heading number 1, we have this is a paragraph, and this is another paragraph. Now we are going to see how we can bring this paragraph, that is this is another paragraph to the center of the page. So it should come over here, that is at the center of the page as far as the entire width of the page is concerned. So guys, if you want to get anything to the center of the page, we need to enclose that thing inside the center tag. So over here in this case, we are going to enclose this entire content and the paragraph tags as well, that is the starting tag and the ending tag within the center tag. So over here we are going to have the center tag. So we type center over here, and when we close this tag, as you can see, since this tag is deprecated in HTML5, VS Code helps us in order to identify that this particular center tag is deprecated, and it shows it with the red color font over here. But still we can use it for now, but it does not guarantee that it will accurately show the entire content in the center when you use the different versions of the browser in future. Now guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. You can notice that this is another paragraph content should come at the center of the page over here when we reload the page. So let me press on the reload icon over here. As you can see, this is another paragraph has come to the center of this page as far as the width is concerned. So guys, this is one way in order to get the content on the center of the page. But guys, this is not recommended since this tag is deprecated. So the other way is to use the text align property of the CSS. Now guys, it may so happen that you have not learned about the CSS, which we are going to learn in the upcoming video series as well after the HTML video series. So over here I am going to simply show you how CSS works with the help of the internal CSS code. So let me just remove these center tags over here, and then let me get the paragraph tag over here once again to its original position. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again, so that this is another paragraph comes to the extreme left over here. Now guys, what we will do is inside the p tag over here before the greater than sign, we have something called as attributes. Inside all the tags we can define their own attributes as well. One of the attributes is the style attribute over here. So when we type style, you can see VS Code is suggesting us the style attribute. In this case, it says it contains the CSS styling declarations to be applied to the element. So basically, whatever style that we want to apply to this particular content, that is, this is another paragraph, only to this paragraph it will be applied and no other paragraph will be impacted. So over here we display the style, and one of the property inside this attribute is the text align over here. So we simply type text. You can see all the suggestions from the VS Code over here, but the first suggestion, that is text align, we are going to use this. It says describes how inline contents of a block are horizontally aligned if the contents do not completely fill the line box. And it also says which are the browser versions that is being supported by this property over here. So guys, simply we are going to use this property, and then we are going to use the value as a center in this case. So guys, every property inside the attribute will have some or the other value over here which we can use. So basically we are going to use this center, and this is the way that we can use the text align property inside the style attribute of the paragraph tag. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again. You can notice that this is another paragraph should come at the center of this page. So when we reload this page, you can see this is another paragraph has come to the center of this page, and this is how we can get the content to the center by either using the center tag, which is already deprecated, or else you can use the latest property, that is text align property, by using the CSS code inside the start tag of the element that you want to get to the center of the page. So guys, please make sure that you practice on your own, so that on different inputs you get different outputs. Make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to the channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. Displaying the horizontal lines in HTML. So guys, basically the horizontal lines are used to visually break up the sections of the document. So we can use the HR tag. As you can see, we have the open angled brackets, and then we have the HR keyword, and then we have the closing angled brackets over here. So this is the HR tag that creates a line from the current position in the document to the right margin and breaks the line accordingly. So guys, let us check this with the help of example in the VS Code over here. So this is the previous HTML code that we have written. So I am simply going to change the title of the page, which we can do so using the title tag over here, which is inside the head tag. So we will say horizontal line example. So over here we have horizontal line example over here, and then guys, this is a heading number 1. We will keep this header as it is. We have the paragraph as well inside the body, that is, this is a paragraph. Now guys, what we will do is, this is another paragraph is being displayed on the center of the page. As you can see, we have provided the style attribute. Inside this we have the text align property, which helps us in order to make this content display at the center of the page. Now guys, what we will do is, between these two paragraphs we want to display a horizontal line over here. So simply in between both these paragraphs we will place this HR tag. As you can see, this is the tag. So over here we will use the open angled brackets, and then we use the HR tag. So as you can see, the HR element represents a paragraph level thematic break, a scene change in a story, or a transition to another topic within a section of a reference book. So in short, this is going to draw a horizontal line on the web page, and then we are going to close this tag over here using the closing angled bracket. Now guys, this is another example of the empty tag. There is no content that should come in between this start tag and the end tag over here of the HR, and that is why we need not have the end tag over here. So this is another example of the empty tag apart from the line break tag, which we have already seen previously. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again. You can notice the change in the title, and you will be seeing a horizontal line over here in between both these paragraphs. Now let me reload this page once again. So as you can see, the horizontal line example title is being displayed over here, and then we can see a thin line which is horizontal in between both the paragraphs, that is, this is a paragraph and this is another paragraph. So guys, in short, if you want to draw a horizontal line in between any of the sections in your web page, you can use the HR tag. Let us draw a horizontal line in between the heading number 1 and the first paragraph over here. So we will move to the VS Code. So after this header tag, that is H1, we will simply have the HR tag in this case as well. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again. You can see there is another horizontal line that is in between the header number 1 and the first paragraph over here. So how to preserve formatting in HTML. So guys, sometimes you want your text to follow the exact format of how it is written in the HTML source document. So in such cases, we can use the pre-formatted tag, that is PRE. So guys, basically any text that is between the opening PRE tag and the closing PRE tag will preserve the formatting of the source document and the content that is in between the PRE tag over here. So let us understand this with the help of example now. So basically this was the previous code that we had written. So I'll just remove these lines of code over here, and this is the basic structure that we have already seen. We have the doc type HTML, and then we have the main HTML tag, inside which we have the head starting and the ending tag, and the body starting and the ending tag over here. So basically we are going to update the title, that is preserve formatting, so that we can see the changes in the browser. So guys, we are going to have the PRE tag over here. So we have the less than symbol, and then we type PRE. As you can see, VS Code is suggesting us this tag, that is, the PRE element represents a block of pre-formatted text in which the structure is represented by typographic conventions rather than by elements. So whatever you type inside these PRE start and the end tag, the formatting will be preserved. So let me show you one example. So let us say we write the JavaScript function. If you are not aware about the JavaScript functions, then don't worry. We are going to check them in the upcoming videos as well, when we are going to cover the JavaScript tutorial series. So over here we are just writing few lines of code as far as JavaScript code is concerned. So over here we are writing the function, and the function name is test, and then we give certain arguments inside the open and close parenthesis over here, and then we have the curly braces, and then we are going to simply alert something, that is the test. So over here we have the alert statement as well. So guys, this is nothing but it is a JavaScript code that we have just written inside the PRE tag. No need to worry about the functionality over here. It will be just displayed on the UI for now. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So previously this was the content of the test.html that we had written. Now once we press the reload this page button, as you can see we have got the preserve formatting title over here, and this is the formatting that we are looking for. So basically inside the pre tag you can see these are the space characters over here on all the 3 lines, and that is what is being displayed on the UI as well. You can see all these are space characters over here, and basically we are preserving the format in which the code is written. Let me just remove the space characters over here. So we'll quickly remove the space characters from all the lines, and then we will see what will happen on the UI. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again. So as you can see all the space characters are gone because we have removed them from here. So this is the way that we can preserve the formatting, and the way in which we write the code in our HTML document, the same way it will be displayed on the UI as well. Guys, what happens if we don't provide the PRE tag to preserve the formatting? So let me just remove these tags over here, the start tag and the end tag. So after removing them, we are just keeping these lines of code over here inside the body tag. Let me just save this file now and try running this code once again. So as you can see all the lines of code are displayed on one single line over here, and it is not preserving the format in which we have written in our source document. And then what if we provide the P tag over here, that stands for paragraph. So if we enclose these lines of code inside the paragraph, let us check what happens. So over here we'll just save this file now and try reloading this page once again. So as you can see it is being showed as a paragraph, but all the lines of code that we have written over here on different lines, those are not being preserved. So we can enclose them within the PRE tag once again inside the paragraph, and let us check what happens then. So over here we have the starting and the ending PRE tag, and then let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again. So as you can see now we can see the formatting is being preserved. So guys, this is the way that you can preserve the formatting in the HTML in case that is the requirement while you are working on your projects. HTML elements versus tags. So guys, basically we have seen different tags so far in this video series. Now what is an HTML element? So basically an HTML element is defined by a starting tag, and if the element contains other content, it ends with a closing tag as well, where the element name is preceded by a forward slash. So we have already seen what is the starting tag and the ending tag for the various tags. So these are certain examples. As you can see we use the P tag over here, which starts with the less than symbol, then we have P character, and then we have the greater than symbol. So basically this is the starting tag for the paragraph, and we have the ending tag as well, in which case we have a forward slash before this P character, and then in between we have certain content that this is a paragraph content. So guys, basically this is the difference between HTML elements and tags. Over here this is referred as one single tag, that is the starting tag, and this is the ending tag, but this entire thing is considered to be an HTML, which consists of the starting tag and then the content and then followed by the ending tag over here. Similarly we have the header tag, that is h1, this is the starting tag, and then we have the ending tag of the h1, but this entire thing, that is starting tag along with the this is heading content and then the ending tag, is considered to be the HTML element. So over here this entire thing is the HTML element over here. Similarly we have the div tags as well, which helps us in order to group the content inside the HTML code. So this entire thing is the div element over here, which is one of the HTML elements. And then guys, sometimes we don't have the content in between the starting and the ending tag. So over here as you can see the BR tag, which helps us in order to break the line. This can also be referred to as the HTML element over here. So basically you can see the P tag, that is the starting tag and the ending tag, and then whatever content is there in between them is an HTML element. Similarly we have the H1 tags as well. It is another HTML element along with the starting and the ending tags. So there are some HTML elements which don't need to be closed, such as image, which we are going to check in the upcoming videos as well. Then we have the horizontal line, which we have already seen, and the BR tag, which helps us in order to break the line. So these are known as the void elements over here. So guys, let us check them once again with the help of examples now over here. So I'll just remove these lines of code which we had written previously. Now let us say we want to use the paragraph tag. So over here we will be using the P tag, and then we will simply say this is a paragraph. So guys, basically this entire thing, it is an HTML element over here. Let me just save this file now and go to the browser and reload this page once again. So as you can see, this is a paragraph is being displayed. So basically this is nothing but it is an HTML element. Now let us write another HTML element, which is the header over here, which we will write before the paragraph. So over here we will be using h1 tag, and then we will say this is heading of this page. Over here we will update the title as well. We will say HTML elements versus tags. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again. So as you can see, it is saying this is heading of this page and then this is a paragraph. So guys, these are different HTML elements. Now you can see the various HTML elements on a web page by using the inspect feature of the browser. So guys, what you have to do is you need to come over here, right click, and you can see on this Chrome browser you have this inspect option. So when you click on this, you will be able to see the elements tab over here, and inside that all the HTML code that is written in order to display this web page is being written over here. So as you can see, this is the heading of this page. You can click on this and then this particular element, that is the HTML element, is getting highlighted. Similarly, when you hover over this is a paragraph, then this particular HTML element is getting highlighted. So guys, these are nothing but these are the HTML elements along with the start and the end tag, and the individual tags over here are the HTML tags that we refer to. And guys, this is the basic difference between the HTML elements and the tags. Attributes in HTML. So guys, an attribute is used to define the characteristics of an HTML element and is placed inside the element's opening tag. So guys, so far we have seen what are the starting and the ending tags, and the starting tag is also called as the opening tag, and basically based on the tags that we use, the content will be displayed on the browser. Now guys, inside those tags we have certain attributes that we can define. Now all attributes are made up of two parts, that is a name and a value. So basically this is the name value pair that is being expected by the browser, that should be present inside all the attributes that we define in the opening tag over here. Guys, we will check this with the help of examples as well. Now the name is the property you want to set. For example, the paragraph, that is the P element in the example, carries an attribute whose name is title, which you can use to provide hint to the user. So guys, basically if you use the P tag, that stands for paragraph, you will be able to see the content. But in case you want to explain more about that content, you can use the title attribute inside the opening P tag, which we are going to check with the help of example as well. And this title is going to be the name of that attribute. And on the right hand side, the value is what you want the value of the property to be set, and always put within the quotations. So guys, let us check these with the help of examples now in the VS Code. So guys, basically this is the content that we had written previously. We have a heading, that this is a heading of this page, and then we have the paragraph as you can see over here. We will change the title to attributes in HTML. So we will say attributes in HTML over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again. So as you can see, the title has been updated. We have a heading and then we have a paragraph. Now guys, let us say we hover over this paragraph over here, that is we are getting the cursor on the content of this paragraph. So nothing is being displayed right now. So what we are going to do is, when we get the cursor on this content of the paragraph, we should see certain hint or the title that we are going to set the attribute inside the opening tag. So let us check that over here. After this tag name, we are going to have the space character before the greater than symbol, and then we can simply hold Control and the space bar on the keyboard over here. You can see all the attributes that is related to this tag. So basically what we are going to do is, we are going to use this title attribute. So it contains a text representing advisory information related to the element it belongs to. So we are going to use this title, and then as you can see, we have the equal to symbol that has come automatically, and then inside the double quotes we can write our content as the value of this attribute. So guys, what we are going to do is, simply we will say paragraph over here as the keyword, so that the user comes to know that this is a paragraph. Basically we are making the user understand in this content only, but for the sake of understanding, inside the title we are going to provide this keyword, that is paragraph. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again. Guys, remember that previously we were not getting any title over here when we used to get the cursor on this content of the paragraph. Now once we reload this page, what will happen? Let us see that. So after clicking on the reload this page, I get the cursor over here. So here is the title that we can see, that is kind of a hint. It is saying the paragraph, that is the keyword that we have mentioned in our source document over here. So guys, this is one of the attributes of the HTML tag, that is paragraph, that we can use. We can have any value over here. As you can see, we are going to update the value to test title in this case. So let me just save this file now and reload this page once again. So when we get the cursor over here on the paragraph, it can be seen that the test title is being displayed as a hint. So guys, this is one of the attributes of the HTML tag, that is paragraph. Similarly, we can have different attributes for the different tags over here. Guys, let us say we want to make the statement color as green. So what we have to do is, after the space character, we can have another attribute, that is style over here. Now guys, inside the style, we need to mention what particular property we need to set. So we are going to say color in this case. So as you can see, color attribute is being displayed. It sets the color of an element's text. So we are going to use this, and simply we are going to select the green color over here. So green is being selected. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. As you can see, the color has been changed to green. And this is the way that we can mention some more attributes belonging to this particular tag. Making text bold in HTML using the B tag. So guys, basically you must have used bold formatting feature of the word processor. Now similarly, we can have such formatting in HTML documents as well. So in order to make the text as bold over here, anything that appears between the B tag, as you can see, it is the less than symbol followed by the B character and then the greater than symbol, and then we have the same ending tag over here, which is having the / before the character, and in between both the starting and ending tags we have certain content. Now in between both these tags, whatever content is present, it will be appearing as the bold text, which means we want to get certain attention of the user while showing this content over here. Now guys, we can also use the strong tag in the HTML5 for bold appearance, which shows importance. So guys, let us check this with the help of examples now in the VS Code. I'll just remove these lines of code that were written previously, and inside the body tag we will have a simple paragraph. Using the P tag, we will say this text is bold in this paragraph. So guys, this is a simple paragraph and it will be displayed normally on the browser. I'll just change this title to formatting over here, since we are going to see the formatting examples in HTML. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the web browser. So as you can see, it is saying this text is bold in this paragraph. Now guys, so far we have not used the B tag over here, and this is a simple paragraph. Now let's say we want to make this highlighted text, that is text is bold, to appear as bold text. So what we have to do is, we need to enclose this text within the starting and the ending B tag. So before this text, we are going to have the less than symbol, and then we will say B. So as you can see, the B element represents a span of text to which attention is being drawn for utilitarian purposes without conveying any extra importance and with no implication of an alternate voice or mode. So guys, basically it doesn't show any extra importance, but only to draw the attention to this particular phrase we can use the B text over here. And then after this character we can have the greater than symbol, and then the same ending tag. I'm going to cut this and paste it after this bold word over here. So guys, basically text is bold. These three words are enclosed inside the B tag over here. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again. Before reloading, you can see that this is a simple paragraph. Now after reloading, we will check what happens. So when we press on reload this page, you can see text is bold, appearance is changed. Now it is drawing the attention of the user by showing it as bold over here. And guys, this is the way that we can use the B tag. Now guys, similarly we can also use the strong tag over here. Let me just copy this line of code and paste this over here, and what we will do is, instead of using the B tag, we will use the strong tag. So as you can see, the strong element represents strong importance, seriousness or urgency for its content. So we are going to use this tag over here, and then I'll just cut this ending tag and then paste this over here. Instead of the ending tag of the B, I will say text is bold. So guys, basically the content of both the paragraphs is same, but we are having the strong tag over here instead of the B tag. So let us see how it will be appeared. So we will just save this file now and try reloading this page once again. So as you can see, it says this text is bold in this paragraph. So guys, there is no difference as far as appearance of both the paragraphs is concerned. It's just that the meaning behind the scenes for this text is bold is not that important compared to what we have used over here in the this text is strong over here. So basically we will have to change this text to this text is strong since we are using the strong tag. Guys, it depends on you what text you want to make bold or strong, but this is the main importance that to seek users attention to certain keywords on your web page, we can either use bold or strong tags based on our requirements. So making text italicized in HTML using the I tag. So guys, basically if you must have used the italicized formatting feature of the word processor, you must be knowing how the italicized works, but how do we use it in the HTML source document? So just like how we used the italicized feature in the word processor, we can have such formatting in HTML documents as well. So in order to make the text look italicized, anything that appears within the I tag over here, that is the starting and the ending tag, will be italicized. So let us check this with the help of examples now. Previously we had seen how we can make the text as bold and strong, which helps us in order to grab the user's attention. Now we are going to use another paragraph over here. So we start with the P tag and then we will say this text is italicized, and then we have in this paragraph. So guys, basically this is another simple paragraph that this text is italicized in this paragraph. Now guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser. So when we reload this page, as you can see, this is a normal text that is being displayed over here inside the paragraph. Now guys, we want to make this text is italicized look as italicized over here. So what we have to do is we need to enclose these three words within the I tag. So over here we will come in the source document, we will have less than symbol and then we say I and then followed by the greater than symbol over here, and then this ending tag we can just cut it and paste it after the italicized word. So over here we have the text is italicized being enclosed within this I tags. So let me just save this file now, go to the browser and reload this page once again. So as you can see, the text is italicized is being displayed in the italicized format, and this is the way that we can use the feature in the HTML document as well. Guys, based on your requirements, you can show any of the text, whether it is one word or multiple words, in the italicized format. Making text underlined in HTML using the U tag. Now guys, you must have used the underline formatting feature of the word processor or any other text editor. Now similarly, we can have such formatting in HTML documents as well. So in order to make the text as underlined, anything that appears within the U tag, that is the starting and the ending tag, will be underlined while showing that HTML element on the browser. So guys, let us check this with the help of example now in the VS Code. So previously we had seen how we can make the text as bold by using the B and the strong tags over here, and we have also seen how we can make the text as italicized. Now we will have another paragraph. So we will start with the P tag over here and then we will say this text is underlined in this paragraph. So guys, we have this simple statement that this text is underlined in this paragraph. Let me just save this file now and reload this page to see what happens over here. So as you can see, it says this text is underlined in this paragraph. So guys, basically this is a very simple paragraph that we have written. Now guys, what we will do is we will underline these three words, that is text is underlined. So how we can do that? Simply we have to come in our source code and we need to enclose these three words within the U tag, which stands for underlined. So we will simply use the U tag over here and then we will have the greater than symbol, and then I will just cut this closing tag and then paste it after this word that is underlined over here. So guys, basically we are enclosing this text is underlined in between the U tag. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again. You will notice a change in these three words, how it will be underlined. So when we reload this page, as you can see, these three words over here are being underlined in this case, and that is how we can use the U tag in order to underline any text in our HTML document. Guys, you can underline any single word in this case or else multiple words based on your requirements, making text strike through in HTML using the strike tag. So guys, anything that appears within the strike tag, as you can see, we have the strike opening tag and the strike closing tag over here. That content will be displayed with the strike through, which is a thin line through the text. So guys, let us understand this with the help of example now in the VS Code over here. So guys, previously we had seen how we can make the text as bold or strong or italicized and underlined. Now we can have another paragraph over here. So we will have the P tag, and inside this P tag we will say this text is strike in this paragraph. So guys, basically this is a very simple paragraph that we have written. It has a single statement that this text is striked in this paragraph. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page over here. You can see that this is a very simple paragraph over here without any formatting. Now what we will do is we will make these three words, that is text is strike, which will have a strike through. So what we have to do is we just need to enclose these three words in between the strike tags. So over here we are going to have the less than symbol, and then we will type strike, and then we will have the greater than symbol over here. And what we have to do is this ending tag, we just need to cut it and paste it after the striked word over here. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So as you can see, text is striked is being displayed in the form of a strike through over here. You can have any single word or the multiple words display with the strike through based on your requirements. Now guys, if you notice in this code, this strike word is being colored with a red color. So basically this means that this strike tag is being deprecated in the latest version of the HTML. So in HTML5 you can simply use the S tag. So instead of using the strike tag over here, we can use S tag. So as you can see, the S element represents contents that are no longer accurate or no longer relevant. So this will have the same functionality similar to that of the strike tag. So we will replace this ending tag as well with the S tag over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again. So as you can see, we are getting the same output over here. These three words are being striked through using the S tag. So guys, basically the strike tag is deprecated and we must use the S tag over here in the latest version of the HTML. Monospaced font in HTML. So guys, the content that is within the TT tag, that is the starting tag and the ending tag over here, is written in a monospaced font. Now what is a monospaced font? So most of the fonts are known as variable width fonts because different letters are of different widths. For example, the letter M over here is wider than the letter I. So you can see the width of the letter M, it is more compared to the width of the letter I over here. Now in a monospaced font, however, each letter has the same width. So this we are going to check with the help of examples now. Now guys, remember that the TT tag that is used for the monospaced font in HTML is being deprecated, and we must use the KBD tag if we are using the HTML5 version. So let us check this with the help of examples now in the VS Code. So what we will do is we will have a paragraph with the P tag over here, and we will say this text is monospaced. So over here we have this text is monospaced in this paragraph. So this is one statement inside the paragraph that this text is monospaced in this paragraph. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. As you can see, we are getting a simple paragraph over here. Now guys, what we need to do is these three words, that is text is monospaced, we want to display it in the monospaced font. So what we will do is inside the source code, we need to enclose these three words within the TT tag. So over here we will simply have the less than symbol, and then we will say TT over here and then greater than symbol. So let me just cut this ending tag and paste it after this monospaced word. So we have enclosed this text is monospaced within this TT tag, that is the start tag and the end tag. As you can see, it is being displayed in the red color. That's because this tag is deprecated in the latest version of the HTML. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So as you can see, the appearance of this text is monospaced is different compared to the other words in the same paragraph over here. All the characters of this text is having the same width now. So guys, basically even though this tag is deprecated, but still it is being supported in some of the latest versions. It is better to use the latest tags over here, and that is what we have the KBD tag for. So basically this is another tag in the HTML5 that we can use in order to have the same functionality similar to this TT tag. So I'll just remove the TT tag over here and we will say KBD in this case. So when we type KBD, so as you can see, KBD is being suggested by the VS Code. I'll end it using the greater than symbol and then cut this ending tag and replace this TT tag with the ending tag of the KBD. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again. No change will be noticed, as you can see, since the text is monospaced is being displayed over here using the KBD tag as well. So guys, this is the way that we can have the monospaced font for some of the text or all of the text inside the paragraph or any other tags that you are using based on your requirements. Making text superscript in HTML using the SUP tag. So guys, basically whatever content that we put within the starting SUP and the ending SUP tag is written in the superscript. The font size used is the same size as the characters surrounding it, but is displayed half of characters height above the other characters. So guys, let us check how this superscript works in the HTML. So we will move to our VS Code and basically we are going to write another paragraph. We are going to have the statement inside this paragraph and we will say this text is superscript in this paragraph. So guys, this is a very simple statement that we have written inside this paragraph. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser. So as you can see, we are getting a normal paragraph that this text is superscript in this paragraph. Now guys, what we will do is we want to make this word that is superscript appear as the superscript in this particular statement, which means this text will be displayed above the is keyword over here on the right. So let us do that using the SUP keyword. So over here we will move to the VS Code and this particular word needs to be enclosed in between the SUP tag. So we will have the less than symbol and then we will say SUP. As you can see, the SUP element represents a superscript. So this tag will help us in order to display the word as superscript. So over here we will select it and then we will also have the ending tag over here. We will write that keyword once again. So we have the superscript word being enclosed within the SUP starting and the ending tag. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again in the browser. So as you can see, this text is and the superscript is being displayed on top of this is word and then we have in this paragraph statement. So guys, this is the way that we can display the superscript in the HTML using the SUP tag. You can have any word or multiple words over here being displayed as the superscript. Let us say we have more words over here to be present in the superscript. So we will say superscript on top. And then let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again. As you can see, the superscript is having multiple words over here, that is superscript on top, and that is how we can use the SUP tag. Making text subscript in HTML using the sub tag. So guys, basically the content within the sub starting tag and the ending tag will be written in the subscript. So the font size used is the same as the characters surrounding it, but is displayed half the character's height beneath the other characters. So let us check this with the help of example now in the VS Code over here. What we will do is we will have another statement inside the paragraph tag. So over here we will have the P tag in this case, and then we will say this text is subscript over here in this paragraph. So guys, this is a single statement that we have included inside the paragraph. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page over here. So as you can see, this simple statement is being displayed as a paragraph. Now what we will do is this particular word that is subscript, we want to display it as the subscript inside this paragraph. So guys, what is the difference between the subscript and the superscript? So previously we had seen that the SUP tag can be used in order to display the subscript in this way, which is displayed on the top. Now similarly we will be using the SUB tag in this case in order to display this subscript word on the bottom right of this is word over here. So guys, let us make these changes in the VS Code. So what we have to do is, so we need to enclose this subscript word between the sub starting and the ending tag. So we will simply have the less than symbol, and then we will type sub, and then we will have the greater than symbol over here. And then what we have to do is, I'll just cut this ending tag and paste this over here after this subscript word. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again. So as you can see, the subscript is being displayed. So it says this text is, and then we have this subscript in this paragraph. Now guys, this is the example with one word. We can have multiple words as well being displayed as the subscript. So what we have to do is, we need to include those words within the sub starting and the ending tags. So over here we say subscript on bottom. So basically we have three words over here as subscript. When we save this file now and try reloading this page once again, so as you can see, subscript on bottom is being displayed as the subscript. Guys, the height of this subscript is half the height of the other characters that is being displayed normally in this paragraph, but the font size is same whenever the superscripts and subscripts are being displayed in the HTML. Inserted text in HTML using INS tag. So guys, basically anything that appears within the INS starting and the ending element is displayed as the inserted text over here in the HTML. So let us check this with the help of example in the VS Code. So what we will do is, we will simply have a paragraph. So we have the P tags over here, and then we will say this text is inserted in this paragraph. So guys, this is a very simple paragraph. It is having the statement that is, this text is inserted in this paragraph. So let me just save this file now, go to the browser and reload this page. So as you can see, we have the extra paragraph that this text is inserted in this paragraph. Now guys, what we will do is, we will make this text is inserted, only these three words appear in between the INS starting and the ending tag. So over here in the VS Code, we will have the start tag, that is the INS tag, and then we also have the end tag over here. We will simply cut this and paste it after the inserted word. So basically we have enclosed text is inserted, these three words within the INS starting and the ending tag, which stands for inserted. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser. So as you can see, text is inserted is being underlined now, and guys, this is the meaning of the INS tag. So basically whatever content we put inside the INS tag, it will be underlined. So the functionality of the INS tag is similar to that of the underline tag, that is U tag over here, since both of them are used in order to underline the text. In this case, we have used the INS starting and the ending tag over here. So guys, this is the main functionality of the INS tag, deleted text in HTML using the DEL tag. So guys, basically anything that appears within the DEL starting and the ending tag over here is displayed as the deleted text. Now how it will be displayed? Let us check this with the help of the example in the VS Code over here. So let me just provide a simple paragraph over here using the P tag, and we will say this text is deleted in this paragraph. So guys, this is a very simple paragraph that we have written over here in the VS Code. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the web browser. So as you can see, this is a very simple paragraph that we have added on the browser over here. Now guys, what we will do is, we will enclose these three words, that is text is deleted, in between the DEL tag, which represents the deleted text. So over here we will say DEL, and then we will close the starting tag over here, and then we also have the ending tag, which we will cut and paste it after the deleted word over here. So guys, basically we have enclosed the text is deleted in between the DEL starting and the ending tags. Now how it will appear on the browser, let us check that. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again. So when we reload this page, as you can see, text is deleted is being striked over here. So guys, basically this is similar to the strike through that we have seen previously using the S tag, and this is how we can mark the text as deleted whenever we are building a web page using the HTML. Now guys, where it becomes important is, let's say you want to delete certain words from the paragraph in the article that you have already written, so you can enclose it within the DEL tag And if you want to insert something else instead of the deleted text, then you can use the ins tag, which will underline the text. So basically in the same paragraph we can have some more words over here. We can say this text is deleted, and then we will say and this text is inserted, where we need to enclose this text is inserted inside the ins tag. So we will simply say ins over here, and then we will have the ending tag after the inserted word. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again. So as you can see, this text is deleted, we have it strike through, and then we have and this text is inserted. So basically we have inserted this text over here within the same paragraph. So guys, basically this is the functionality of the delete and the inserted tags, where we want to delete certain words and insert some more words in the existing paragraph. Larger text in HTML using the big tag. So guys, basically the content of the starting big and the ending big tag is displayed one font larger than the rest of the text surrounding it. So guys, let us check this with the help of example now in the VS Code. So what we will do is simply we will have another paragraph over here using the p tag, and then we will say this text is big in this paragraph. So guys, we have a simple statement in this new paragraph over here. This text is big in this paragraph. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser. So as you can see, we have this text is big in this paragraph. Now guys, what we will do is we will have the text is big, that is these three words appear one font size larger than the rest of the text. So what we have to do is we need to enclose these three words within the big tag over here. So we will move to the VS Code, and then we will say big in this case. So this is the big tag that we can use. So basically, as you can see, since the font color of this tag is red, this tag is deprecated in the newer versions of the browser. But guys, still it can work in certain browsers. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again. So as you can see, the text is big. It is being displayed as one font size larger compared to the other text in the same paragraph. Now guys, if we see what exactly is happening behind the scenes, we can simply right click over here and we can use the inspect option. So when we use the inspect option, you can see under elements, the paragraph is being displayed over here using the p tags, and inside this we have this text is big in this paragraph. Now these three words are being enclosed within the big tag over here, and the big tag is being given the font size as larger, and this is what is happening behind the scenes. The larger value for the font size is making these words appear bigger than the other text in the same paragraph. Now guys, since this tag is deprecated, it is recommended that we use the style attribute over here. Now how do we use the style attribute? Only for these three words. So we will remove these tag first of all, and then we can have the span tag over here. So instead of the big tag, we can have the span tag. So we say span, and then we have the closing span tag over here after the big word in this case, and then we say this text is big. So guys, basically what we have done is we have enclosed the text is big, these three words within the span tag. Now what will happen after this? Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So as you can see, this is a normal paragraph now, but since we have used the span tag, it is used in order to group certain words and apply certain styles to these words over here. So what we can do is inside the span tag, we can have the style attribute in this case, and the style can have the font size. So guys, what we have seen is the font size value was larger. So over here we will again provide a larger value for the font size. And then let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again. So now we can see that text is big is appearing as one font size larger compared to the other text in the same paragraph. So guys, this is the replacement of the big tag that we have seen just now. Either we can use the big tag, or in the newer versions of the browser we can also use the span tag, and along with that we can use the style attribute over here. We are going to learn more about the style attribute and what are the different properties and the values that we can have inside the style attribute in the upcoming videos as well. Displaying smaller text in HTML using the small tag. So guys, basically the content of the small starting and the ending tag is displayed one font size smaller than the rest of the text surrounding it. So guys, basically whatever text we enclose within the small starting and the ending tag will appear smaller compared to the rest of the text. So let us check this with the help of the example in the VS Code over here. So the very first thing that we will do is we will have a simple paragraph using the P tag, and then we will say this text is small in this paragraph. So we have a very simple statement, that is this text is small in this paragraph in the P tag, that is the paragraph. Now let me just save this file now and try reloading this page over here. So when we reload this page, as you can see, we have a paragraph. This text is small in this paragraph. Now guys, what we will do is we will enclose these three words, that is text is small, in between the small tag. So over here in the VS Code, we have to enclose it in between the small tag. So we will have the small starting tag over here, and then we have the ending tag as well, which we will put after the small word in this case. So basically text is small. These three words are being enclosed now in between the small starting and the ending tags over here. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again to see how it appears. So when we reload this page, as you can see, text is small. These three words are appearing one font size smaller compared to the other text in the same paragraph. Now guys, if we see what is happening behind the scenes, we can simply right click over here and select the inspect option. So after this, we have under the elements tab, we have this P tag over here, inside which we have the this text is small in this paragraph statement. And then guys, you can see for this small tag, we have the font size that is smaller over here. So we can also use the CSS property, that is font size with the value smaller, in order to make the text appear in the same way, just like how we have done for the text is big over here. So if we check the code for this text is big in this VS Code, you can see we have used the span tag, and then we have used the style attribute over here, for which we have used the property that is font size, and the value is larger in this case. So guys, either we can use this CSS property using the span tag, or we can simply use the small tag over here, which is supported by the latest version. The big tag that we have seen previously is not supported with the latest versions of the browser, and that is why we had used the font size property inside the style attribute. So guys, please make sure that you practice on your own, so that on different inputs you get different outputs. Marking text in HTML using the mark tag. So guys, basically the content of the mark starting tag and the ending tag over here is displayed as the highlighted text on the browser. So guys, let us check this with the help of the VS Code over here, how the mark tag works. So let us add a simple paragraph using the P tag. So we will say this text is marked in this paragraph. So guys, this is a very basic statement that we have included within the P tag, and it will appear as a paragraph on the browser. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser. So as you can see, we have this text is marked in this paragraph. Now guys, let us say we want to provide the text is marked, these three words in between the mark starting and the ending tag. So what we have to do is, in the VS Code, we will simply enclose this text is marked over here within the mark tags. So we say the mark starting tag over here, and then we cut this and paste it after the marked word over here. So we have the starting and the ending mark tags, and then we have text is marked, which is enclosed within these tags over here. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, text is marked is being highlighted as yellow, and this is the functionality of the mark tag. So whatever text is present in between the mark starting and the ending tags, it will be highlighted in yellow. As you can see, the background color is yellow over here. Now guys, what exactly is happening behind the scenes? So let me just right click over here and click on the inspect option. You can see the exact CSS property over here. The background color is being used as the mark value, and the color property is given the value as the mark text. So guys, the same thing we can do for this text is small in this paragraph as well. So what we can do is simply we will come in this VS Code, and over here, instead of using the mark tag in this case, we will use the background color property inside the style attribute. So we have the style attribute for this paragraph, that is this text is small in this paragraph over here, and we say background color in this case. So we say background color, it is mark. So let me just save this file now and we will check what is the effect of this inside this browser. So when we reload this page, as you can see, this paragraph, that is this text is small in this paragraph. The entire paragraph is now having the background color, that is yellow, which is being depicted by the value of mark of the background color property inside the style attribute. So guys, this is the main functionality of the mark tag. It helps us in order to highlight the required text that we want to highlight based on our requirements. How to comment code in HTML. Now guys, the comment tag is used to insert the comments in the source code. Now the comments are not displayed in the browsers. So basically we are going to provide the comments in our HTML source code over here in the VS Code, but the same thing will not be displayed when we are going to see our web pages in the browser. So guys, basically what is the functionality of the comment? Now you can use the comments to explain your code, which can help you when you edit the source code at a later date. So basically you can provide certain comments in order to explain what kind of code you have written so that you can edit it at a later stage. Now this is especially useful if you have a lot of code over here. Another functionality of having the comments is to make someone else understand what you have written in the code for the review purpose as well. So whenever you are going to write the HTML code, it will be reviewed by your seniors. So in order to make them understand what the HTML code section is doing, you can provide the comments in order to explain its functionality. So guys, over here, as you can see, this is the example. So this is a comment and the comments are not displayed in the browser. So you can see this entire statement being enclosed in between the comment tags. Over here we have the less than sign, and then we have the exclamation mark, and then followed by 2 times hyphen over here. So this is the starting tag, and then we have the ending tag over here as the 2 times hyphen, and then we have the greater than sign. So guys, basically whatever content is present in between these starting and the ending comment tags, those will be commented out and will not be displayed on the browser. So guys, let us check this with the help of example now over here. So let's say we add another paragraph in between these 2 paragraphs over here, that this text is small in this paragraph, and then we have this text is marked in this paragraph. Now we will have another paragraph in between them. Using the p tag, we will say this statement needs to be commented. So we have simply provided this simple statement. This statement needs to be commented in between the p tag, which means it is a paragraph. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page over here. So as you can see, we have this paragraph. This statement needs to be commented. Now guys, what we will do is we will comment out this statement. So what we have to do is over here, before the starting p tag, we have to provide the comment tag over here. So how do we provide the comment tag? We have the less than symbol followed by exclamation mark, and then we have 2 times hyphen over here, and then as you can see, automatically we have the ending comment tag as well, that is 2 times hyphen and then followed by the greater than symbol. So we just need to cut this and paste it after the ending tag of this p tag over here. As you can see, for now we have the starting comment tag, and all the HTML code after this is being displayed in the green color, which means these text will be commented out. But we need to provide the ending comment tag over here after this particular statement. So we need to provide the ending comment tag over here. So as we provide the ending tag over here, you can see only this p tag is being displayed in the green color. So guys, let me just save this file now and let us see what happens now after reloading this page. So as you can see, the statement that we had written is now commented out, and that is why we cannot see that statement over here on the browser. So guys, this is the functionality of the comment tags over here. We can simply provide certain explanation as well in between the comment tags in order to explain the functionality of the HTML code that we have written. Now guys, in the browser you can see where the comments are by viewing the page source of the HTML code. So over here we can simply right click and choose the inspect option. So as you can see, under the elements tag over here, we can see this p tag that is present, and then we also have the comment tags over here, which depicts that this particular HTML code is commented out. Now guys, we can also see the page source. So when we right click and select the view page source option, as you can see on the new tab, we are seeing the page source. So over here we have the comments that this statement needs to be commented, and it is commented out. Though we are not able to see it on the browser, but we can see on the page source of that HTML. Div tag in HTML in order to group the content. So guys, basically the div and the span elements allow you to group together several elements over here to create sections or subsections of a page. So basically this div and the span tags are used in order to group the content inside your HTML source code, which we are going to check with the help of examples as well. Now guys, for example, you might want to put all of the footnotes on a page within a div element to indicate that all the elements within that div element relate to the footnotes, and with this footnotes you might then attach a style to this div element so that they appear using a special set of style rules. So guys, basically the div tag is used in order to group the content in the HTML source code, and in order to provide the common set of style rules over here, you can provide the style attribute inside the div tag so that all the tags inside the div tag will have the same style property. So guys, we will check this with the help of example now in the VS Code. So what we will do is simply I'll remove all these lines of code that we had written previously as part of formatting the text in the HTML. Now what we will do is simply we will have two paragraphs over here. So the first P tag, that is the starting P tag, we will say this is first paragraph. And then guys, we will have another paragraph over here. So again we will have the P tag and we will say this is second paragraph. So guys, we have two paragraphs over here. This is the first paragraph and this is the second paragraph. Now let me just save this file now and try reloading this page over here. So as you can see, we have two paragraphs being displayed over here. Now guys, what if I want to provide certain color to the first paragraph? Let's say I want to provide the font color as blue over here. So what we will do is simply we can come to this P tag and we will say style. In this case, the style attribute is used in order to provide the background color or the text color or the various properties as you can see over here being suggested by the VS Code. So in this case, we will say color property. So we have the color property and let's say we provide the value as blue over here. So guys, this is the key value pair for the style attribute, that is color is the property and blue is the value over here. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again. So as you can see, this is first paragraph is being displayed in the blue color now. So guys, basically this is the way in order to provide the color to any particular paragraph or any other HTML element. Now guys, let's say you wanted to provide the same color to the second paragraph as well. So one more option was to provide the same attribute, that is style, with the color property and the blue value to this second paragraph as well. So I'll just copy this and paste this over here inside the P tag of the second paragraph. Now let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again. So as you can see, the blue color is being assigned to this second paragraph as well. Now guys, let's say we have more paragraphs in this case. So I'll just copy this and paste this over here in the remaining lines, but this time we are not having the style property for the other paragraphs. So I'll simply remove the style properties from all the remaining paragraphs and we will name the paragraphs as third paragraph, then we have fourth paragraph over here, and then we have the fifth paragraph. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So as you can see, we have more 3 paragraphs being displayed, but the colors are blue only for the first and the second paragraph. What if we want to provide the blue color to all the paragraphs over here? Now guys, it will be a repetitive task if we simply go on applying all the styles and the colors to the remaining paragraphs over here. So simply what we can do is I'll just remove the style attribute from both these paragraphs in this case, and now we have the simple paragraphs without any color over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. As you can see, the color is black by default. Now guys, let's say we want to provide the blue color to all the paragraphs in an easy way. So what we can do is we can group them in between the div tags. So over here we will come in the source code and we will say div tag over here. So div tag helps us in order to group the HTML content, and that is what we are going to do in this example as well. So we have the starting div tag and the ending div tag we have to cut it from here and paste it after the 5th paragraph in this case. So guys, let me just format it properly so that it is in a good readable format. So as you can see, after this body we have the div tag, and inside this div tag we have 5 paragraphs over here, and then after that we have the div tag that is closed. Now guys, what will be the impact of this div tag? So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So nothing is happening over here. That's because behind the scenes only we have grouped the content, that is all the 5 paragraphs are being grouped inside one div tag. Now guys, what we can do is we can simply provide the style attribute over here to the div tag so that it applies to all the paragraphs over here. So simply we will come to this div tag and then we will say style attribute, and then we can say color over here, which is one of the properties of the style attribute, and then we can say blue, that is the value we want to apply to all the paragraphs, that is the children of this div tag. So guys, basically this div tag is the parent tag over here, and all these tags that is inside the div tag are the child tags. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again. So as you can see, all the paragraphs are being displayed with the blue color now, and we don't have to provide the style attribute separately to all the paragraphs that we were supposed to do earlier without the div tag. So guys, basically this is the main functionality of the div tag. It helps us in order to provide certain formatting or the style to the child tags that is present inside the div tag. Now guys, let's say we want to display all these paragraphs at the center of the browser. So what we can do is, again, inside the style attribute we have something called as text align property. So as you can see, we have this text align property, and then it is having one of the values as center. So we can provide the center value. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again. So over here, when we reload this page, as you can see, all the paragraphs are being displayed at the center of the browser now. Guys, similarly, you can provide any of the formatting or the styles to all these paragraphs. You can also provide the style to the individual paragraph as well. So let's say we want to display the 4th paragraph over here, that is, this is the 4th paragraph at the right of the browser. So we simply have to come to this p tag, and then we will say style, and then we will use the text align property once again, and we can simply provide right value over here. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. As you can see, this is 4th paragraph is being displayed on the right of the browser, and this is how we can provide the formatting. So basically, whatever formatting is being provided to the parent tag over here, those will be applied to the child tags as well. But in case a child is having their own formatting or the style attribute, so it will be applied separately only to that child element, and that is what we have seen just now. With this 4th paragraph over here, we have displayed it on the right, and let's say we want to change the color of this 4th paragraph. Instead of this blue color, we want to display it with the red color. So we have to come over here inside the style attribute, and we use the color property, and we can simply provide the red value over here. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So as you can see, this is 4th paragraph is being displayed with the red color now. So this is the functionality of the div tag over here. Basically, it helps us in order to group the content of the HTML source code, and apart from that, you can provide the required formatting and the style attribute as well with the required property values based on your requirements. Span tag in HTML to group the inline elements. So guys, basically the span element can be used to group inline elements. Previously we had seen the div tag that was used in order to group the block elements. Now guys, what is the difference between the block and the inline elements over here? So basically this p tag, which depicts the paragraph in the HTML, is the block element, which means whatever content we write inside the starting and the ending p tag will be followed by the new line, and that is why we call it as the block element. So over here, as you can see, the first paragraph was displayed, and then the control went to the next line, and then the second paragraph was displayed. So these are nothing but the block elements over here. Now when we talk about the inline elements, these 4 words by themselves are the inline elements over here. So let's say when we want to provide certain different style attribute to this first word, we can use the span tag in order to provide the style attribute, and that is what is the meaning of the styling of the inline elements that can be done by using the span tag over here. So if you have a part of a sentence or a paragraph which you want to group together, you could use the span element, and you can provide the different CSS property to the span element as well. So as you can see, also you can use span for using different CSS properties in same sentence of a paragraph. So guys, let us check this with the help of example now in this VS Code. So what we will do is simply I'll remove the style attribute over here from the div tag as well as from this p tag, which is the fourth paragraph over here. So basically we have these 5 paragraphs in the source code. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again. So as you can see, these 5 paragraphs are being displayed normally with the black color, and there is no CSS property or the style attribute being applied over here. Now guys, what we will do is I will modify the paragraphs over here, and we will say this color is green in this first paragraph. So basically we have modified this statement and we are saying this color is green in this first paragraph. Now guys, in the second paragraph, what we will do is we will have this background color is red in this second paragraph. So over here we are saying background color is red, and over here we were saying color is green in this case. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again. So as you can see, the statements are updated now and the paragraphs are modified. Now guys, let us say we want to provide the color as green to these 3 words, that is color is green over here. So how do we do that? So simply if we provide the style attribute to this p tag, then the entire statement will be displayed as green over here. So I'll just show you that. So we can provide the style attribute and then we can say color as green in this case. So when we provide the color as green, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. You can see that the entire first paragraph is being displayed with the green color now. But what if we only want to provide the green color to these 3 words, that is color is green? So what we have to do is we can use the span tag over here. So simply I'll remove the style attribute from the p tag over here, and then we can provide the span tag. So we will say span in this case. So we have the starting span tag and then the ending span tag needs to be cut, and we need to paste it after the green word over here. So basically color is green is being surrounded by the span tag now. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again. So you can see there is no difference right now, since we are not providing any attribute or the styling to the span tag for now. So what we have to do is inside this starting span tag, we need to provide the style attribute, and this style attribute will have the property that is color, since we want to provide the font color as green. So over here the color attribute will have the value as green in this case. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again. So as you can see, color is green is being displayed now in this green color, and the rest of the words are still being displayed with the black color. And guys, that is the main functionality of the span tag. In order to provide certain styling or the formatting to the inline elements over here, we can use the span tag. Similarly, we can provide the background color as red over here in this second paragraph. So what we can do is we will come over here, and then before this background word we will provide the span starting tag, and then we will cut this span ending tag over here and paste it after the red color. So when we paste it after this, so we need to provide the style attribute. Before providing the style attribute, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So nothing has happened over here for now, but what if we provide the background color as red to this span tag? So when we provide the style attribute, and the property that is supposed to be used is the background color over here, and we simply provide the value as red in this case, since the background color needs to be red. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So as you can see, background color is red is now having the background color displayed as red over here based on our requirement. So guys, this is another way in order to use the span element. How to inspect HTML elements in browser. So guys, basically we can easily inspect or see the properties or the attributes of any existing HTML code via browser. So guys, in this video I am going to show you how we can see the code of the existing web page that is being displayed with the required properties and the attributes, and we can come to know like what is exactly written behind the scenes in the HTML source code. So basically it also helps us to understand the existing web pages with their structure and the styling. So guys, over here previously we had seen how we can use the div tag and the span tags as well in order to group the content in the HTML source code. So over here you can see this color is green in this first paragraph, and then we have this background color is red in this second paragraph. So how you can inspect these elements and see the HTML source code that is being written behind the scenes? So simply we have to come over here, get the cursor on the required paragraph that you want to see the source code for, and then we have to right click over here and you can see the inspect option. So guys, basically this inspect option will be present on all the modern browsers. Currently we are using the Chrome browser over here, but when you are using the other browsers such as Firefox or Microsoft Edge or any other browser in your operating system, you will be able to see this inspect option. So we need to click on this inspect option. So after clicking on the inspect option, this particular section will open, and inside this section you have to come to this elements section. It can so happen that by default you are on the console or the sources section in this case, but you have to come to this elements section over here, and then you can see the entire HTML source code. So over here you can see the HTML tag, which is the parent tag over here, and then we have the two tags, that is the head tag which is having the title that is formatting in HTML. So you can see formatting in HTML title being displayed over here. And then guys, we also have the body in this case, so you can expand the body as well. And then you can see first of all we have the div tag inside the body, and then we have the first paragraph tag. So when you click on this, you can see that the first paragraph is being highlighted over here. So we need to expand this first paragraph, and then you can see this word, and then we have the span element in this case, that is the starting and the ending tag. So over here the HTML content is color is green, and then guys you can see something different over here. You are seeing the style attribute in this case. So basically the style attribute is having the property that is color, for which the value is being given as green. And on the right hand side as well you can see element.style, that this particular element's style is being set as the color property is given the value as green color over here. Similarly we have another paragraph as well. So when we go on the second paragraph, you can see the second paragraph is being highlighted over here above. So when we get the cursor over here, the second paragraph is getting highlighted, and this is one of the best ways in order to inspect the element and see what code is written behind the scenes in order to display this particular paragraph or any other HTML tag in this way. Now what is making this paragraph's content, that is background color is red, with the background color as red over here? So let us check that. So when we go to this paragraph and we expand this paragraph, we can see the span tag over here, for which the style is given as background color is equal to red. So when we click on this span tag, you can see background color is being showed as red over here. You can also uncheck this option on the right, you can see. So when we click on this, you can see that the background color that was red over here is not being displayed. That's because we have unchecked that option, and in the source code you can see it is now commented out over here, and there is no background color that is being applied. Now again when you check on this option, the background color that was red is set again over here on the browser. So guys, this inspect option also helps you to play around with the code over here that is already written on a particular web page, and you can see what is the effect of unchecking and checking certain options over here. Now we can also come over here and provide some more properties. So let's say we want to make the text color as yellow over here along with the background color. So we can simply provide the color property over here, and then we can simply provide the yellow value. So as you can see, automatically the yellow color is being applied to this text in this case. That's because we have provided this property. Now we can simply uncheck and check these options over here once again. So when we uncheck this background color, the background color is gone now, and you can see the text color is yellow in this case. When we uncheck that text color is yellow, so we can see the text color is black by default. So guys, this is the way you can play around with the CSS properties as well by using the inspect option of the browser. And guys, if you see the source code that was written in the VS Code over here, this is the same source code that you can see when you choose the inspect option on the browser. So in this way you can inspect any of the web pages on the internet that is present in order to learn something out of it and make changes in order to play around and check how the text looks like on those web pages. Style attributes in HTML. So guys, basically the HTML style attribute is used to add styles to an element such as color, background color or font, size and many more properties that we are going to check with the help of examples as well. Now guys, this is the format. We first of all have the less than symbol followed by the tag name that we have been using in the previous videos as well. Now guys, in this starting tag we have the space character and then we have the style attribute. So basically we need to provide the style attribute followed by the equal to symbol, and all the styling properties must be present in between the double quotes. So over here we have the double quotes, and within these double quotes we are having the key value pairs, that is property followed by colon and then value. And then if we have the multiple key value properties, those must be separated with the semicolon in between the double quotes over here. So guys, let us check this with the help of examples now. So first we are going to check the background color over here. So we are going to come to this VS Code and we simply have the HTML parent tag over here, and then we have the head tag as well, and inside the title tag we are going to change the title of the page, that is we are going to say styles in HTML. So guys, we have the title, that is styles in HTML, and then guys over here inside the body we will simply have the paragraph and we will say this paragraph has background color as red. So guys, we have the content as this paragraph has background color as red over here. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser. So as you can see, we have the title, that is styles in HTML, and the paragraph is being displayed as this paragraph has background color as red. Now guys, to make this paragraph have the background color as red, what we can do is we will be using the style attribute. So in the VS Code we will come over here, and as we have seen in the format with the start tag, we have the space character followed by the style attribute, and then we have the property value pairs over here. So basically inside this starting p tag we will have the space character and then we will say style attribute over here. As you can see, VS Code is suggesting us the style attribute. So we are going to select this, and then automatically we are getting this equal to symbol and the double quotes over here, since VS Code is helping us in order to complete this code. So basically we are going to use the background color property in this case, and then the value that we are going to use is after the colon we are going to have the value that is red over here. So guys, basically as you can see, this is the format. We have the style attribute followed by equal to symbol, and then in between the double quotes first of all we have the property and then followed by the colon and then the value, that is red color, and then automatically the semicolon is also placed. So if you have more properties to be applied, after the semicolon you can provide more properties. So over here this is the code that we have completed with the background color that is red for this paragraph. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page over here. So as you can see, the paragraph is having the background color as red, and since it is a block element, the entire width of the screen is being taken and the color red is being applied over here to the background. Now guys, let us check another property. We also have the color property over here, which will change the text color for the element to which we have applied this color property. So guys, let us have another paragraph in our source code. So we have the p tag over here, and then we say this paragraph has color as green. So guys, we are going to provide the text color as green over here. So what we have to do is, first of all, simply we will save this file now and try reloading this page. So as you can see, we have another paragraph over here. It says this paragraph has color as green. So we are going to change the text color now. So how do we do that? Simply we have to provide the style attribute to the starting tag of the paragraph. So we have the style attribute, and then we use the color property, and the value that we have to provide is green color. So over here we have provided the value as green. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again. So as you can see, the color is being displayed as green now for this particular paragraph, that this paragraph has color as green. Now guys, let us move to another property. We also have something called as font family, which means it is the font style. So basically the default font family for this particular paragraph that are being displayed is the Times New Roman. We will be applying some other font family to another paragraph over here. So let's say we have another paragraph with the P tag, and we will say this paragraph has different font family. So guys, we have another paragraph over here. This paragraph has different font family. When we save this file now and try reloading this page, it is having the same font style, that is the font family over here. So we are going to change the font family in this case. So again we have to come over here in the start tag, we will say style, and then we will say font family in this case. So as you can see, it specifies a prioritized list of font family names or generic family names. So we are going to select this. The default font family that we are using right now is the Times New Roman, but instead of this, let us say we want to provide something else. So let's say we want to provide this Arial font family. So we select this value, and then when we save this file now and try reloading this page once again, so as you can see, the font family for this particular paragraph has been updated now. So this is the way that you can update the font family of a paragraph or any other tag based on your requirements. Now guys, let us move to another property. We have something called as font size over here. So guys, by default, the font size that is being displayed on the web browsers is having the 100% as the value. So what we can do is, we can come over here for the second paragraph, that is this paragraph has color as green. We are going to increase the font size. So simply we have to come over here, after the semicolon we provide the space character so that it is more readable. So simply we have to provide the font size property over here, and when we provide 100%, no change will be observed on the web browser. So when we save this file now and try reloading this page, as you can see, the font size is same as the previous one. That's because by default the font size is the 100%. Let's say we want to increase the font size by 50% and make it 150% over here. So when we do it as 150, the font size for this particular paragraph will be increased to some extent. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So as you can see, the font size for this particular paragraph has increased now. So guys, this is one of the ways in order to change the font size of a particular paragraph or any other HTML content. Guys, instead of using the percentage, we can use the pixels as well. Percentages are used when we want the web pages to be responsive, and on the mobile we want the size of the different elements of the web pages to adjust on their own. But when we use pixels over here, fixed pixels will be used. So basically when we provide 20 pixels in this case, so let's say we provide 20 px in this case, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So basically the font size will be fixed over here based on the resolution of the screen in this case. So guys, it depends on you which one you want to use, whether you want to use the percentage or the pixels. But basically for the best case scenario, if you want your web pages to be viewed properly on all the screen resolutions such as desktop or laptops or mobile devices as well, you should be using the percentages so that it is responsive in nature. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again. So basically this is the font size that is increased to some extent compared to the default font size over here. Let us move to another style property. So we also have something called as text align, which will help us in order to align the HTML element. So guys, what we will be doing is, let's say we want to display this third paragraph, that is this paragraph has different font family at the center of the browser. So what we can do is, simply we have to come over here in the source code, and after this font family property we can simply provide the text align property. So we have text align property, and the value that we are going to use is center in this case. So when we use center, then this particular paragraph should be displayed at the center of the browser. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So as you can see, this paragraph has different font family is now being displayed at the center of the browser. So guys, this is the way that you can use the different properties and the values inside the style attributes for different HTML elements based on your requirements. Without the style properties, you will be able to write the simple content on your web pages, but with the style properties, you will be able to provide certain styling and the formatting to those elements. Quotation and citation elements in HTML. So guys, we are going to see number of tags over here in this video to understand what are the different tags and their meaning. So the very first tag is the block quote tag. So as you can see, the HTML block quote element defines a section that is quoted from another source. So if you want to quote a particular section from another source in your HTML page, you can use the block quote tag over here. Now the browsers usually indent the block quote elements. So basically there is certain indentation on the left hand side while we are displaying the content inside the block quote tag. So guys, let us check this with the help of example now in the VS Code over here. So inside the body, we will first of all have the paragraph. So we have the P tag over here, and then we will have below content is within block quote. So guys, we have below content is within block quote. After this paragraph, we will have the block quote tag. So as you can see, we have the block quote tag that is being suggested by the VS Code over here. So we will use this, and then we will say this content is from another source. And then let us say we want to go to the next line, so we will have the BR tag over here, and then after this BR tag, what we will do is we will say this is another statement in block quote. So guys, basically we have two statements over here inside the block quote tags. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser. So as you can see, we have the first paragraph that is below content is within block quote, and then you can see this content is within the block quote, and on the left hand side we can see certain indentation over here. So guys, whenever you want to mention certain information from another source, you can mention it within the block quote so that it is understandable by the other developers as well that this particular content is from another source that is taken from the internet. And guys, that is the usage of this block quote tag over here. Now guys, let us move to another tag. So as you can see, we have the Q tag as well. So the HTML Q tag defines a short quotation. So basically browsers normally insert quotation marks around the quotation. So whenever we have certain content in between the starting and the ending Q tag over here, so that content will be enclosed within the double quotes. So let us check this with the help of example now over here in the VS Code. So guys, we will have another paragraph. So we will define the P tag over here, and then we will say this text is within double quotes, and then we will say in this paragraph. So guys, this is a very simple paragraph that we have defined. Let me just save this file now and try running this code just to show you how it looks. So basically this is another paragraph. It says this text is within double quotes in this paragraph, but we have not used the Q tag for now. So basically we want to enclose this particular string, that is text is within double quotes in between the double quotes over here. So what we have to do is we need to enclose this text in between the starting and the ending Q tag. So let us come to the VS Code over here. So the starting Q tag is being defined, and the ending Q tag we need to provide after this quotes word. So guys, let me just save this file now. As you can see, we have enclosed only this substring in the entire paragraph in between the starting and the ending Q tags. So let me just come to the browser and reload this page. So as you can see, we are now getting the double quotes for this substring in this entire paragraph over here, and that is the main functionality of the Q tag in order to provide the double quotes in between the content where it is applied in our HTML source code. Now guys, let us move to another tag over here. So we have something called as ABBR tag. So the HTML ABBR tag defines an abbreviation or an acronym like HTML, CSS, etc. So guys, basically whenever you have certain abbreviation or the acronym to be defined, you can use the ABBR tag and then you can provide the full form as well. So let me just come to the VS Code over here. We will write another paragraph. So we have the P tag and then we will say this page is written in HTML. So basically the source code of this particular page is in HTML and that is what we have written. This page is written in HTML. Now guys, what we want to do is, certain users won't be knowing what is the full form of this HTML. So we can enclose this HTML word in between the ABBR starting and the ending tag. So guys, over here we will mention ABBR tag over here and then the ending tag will come after the HTML word. So guys, basically we have provided the ABBR tag. Now what happens when we reload this page? So let me just save this file now and reload this page on the browser. So it is displaying it as a normal paragraph over here and we are getting this HTML word as well, but we are not getting the full form of this abbreviation. So what we can do is, we can come over here in the VS Code and inside the ABBR tag we have the attribute called as title. So as you can see, it contains a text representing advisory information related to the element it belongs to. So basically we can provide the title in order to give the full form of this particular HTML word. So let me just provide this title and we will say hypertext markup language, which is the full form of HTML, because we have the full form, that is hypertext markup language. So when we provide the title inside this ABBR tag, let us see what happens now. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser once again. So as you can see, it is now underlined with the dots over here, that is the HTML word is underlined, and when we get the cursor on this HTML word now, you can see that hypertext markup language, that is the full form that we have provided in the title attribute, is now being displayed to the user. And guys, this is the main functionality of this ABBR tag. It helps you to provide the full form of certain words, that is the abbreviations and the acronyms can be represented by this tag. So guys, you can use this tag based on your functionality and the requirements. Now let us move to another tag over here. We have something called as address tag as well. Now the HTML address tag defines the contact information for the author or the owner of a document or an article. So guys, let us try using this address tag now. So what we will do is, after this paragraph we will have the address tag over here. So we can use the address starting and the ending tag, and then guys, what we will do is, we will simply say YouTube channel name and then colon, and then on the next line we will say programming for beginners, which is the name of this YouTube channel, which you should definitely subscribe if you have not done so, in order to learn a lot about the web development and other programming languages. And then we will also have editor, which we use as VS Code. So guys, basically this is just an example that I am showing you. In reality, you will be using the exact address of certain person or the company based on your requirements that you want to display the information on the page. So this is just an example that we have taken in order to see how it looks on the web browser. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the address tag makes the content to be displayed with the italicized formatting on the text. Now guys, the entire content is being displayed on one single line. So what we can do is, we can provide the BR tag over here. So at the end of the lines, we can simply provide the BR tag over here. And now let us save this file now and try reloading this page once again. So as you can see, the entire content now is being displayed on the different lines over here inside the address tag, which is formatting the text and displaying it on the browser as the italicized text. Now guys, let us move to another tag over here. So we have something called a site tag as well. Now the HTML site tag defines the title of a creative work. So for example, a book, a poem, a song, a movie, a painting, etc. So basically the text in the site element usually renders in italic. So guys, again we have another tag, that is site tag, which will help the element to be displayed as italicized text. So guys, let us check this now with the help of example in the VS Code over here. So we will simply have another paragraph and then we will say this video is created by Programming for Beginners YouTube channel. So we have Programming for Beginners YouTube channel. So guys, basically we have a very simple paragraph over here that we have defined. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser. So as you can see, this is a very simple paragraph. Now guys, as we have just seen, the cite tag, it helps us to define the title of a creative work. So it can be any author, a book, a poem. So basically what we are going to do is we are going to apply the cite tag for this Programming for Beginners, because this is the YouTube channel that is helping us right now in order to learn HTML with the help of these videos. So guys, what I am going to do is we will have the cite tag over here. So we have the cite starting tag, and then I'll just cut this and paste it after the beginners word over here. And then let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser once again. So as you can see now, the Programming for Beginners, this text has been formatted with the italicized text, and this is how the content in between the cite tag will be displayed whenever you are going to use it based on your requirements. So guys, these were certain quotation and citation elements in the HTML that you can use based on your requirements. The block quote helps us in order to quote some other information from another source, and then we also have the q tag that will just enclose the string in between the double quotes over here. And then we have also used the abbr tag, which will help us in order to display the abbreviations and the acronyms in HTML. We also have the address tag that can be used in order to display the contact information of an individual or a company or an organization as well. And then lastly, we have the cite tag in order to display the name of the poem or any other creative work that has been done. Block versus inline elements in HTML in order to display the values. So guys, basically there are two display values in HTML. One is the block element and another is inline element. So we are going to understand what is the difference between these two display values over here in HTML. Now guys, as far as block level elements are concerned, these always starts on a new line, and the browsers automatically add some space, that is a margin, before and after the element. So basically the two commonly used block elements are the p tag, which is for the paragraph, and the div tags that is used in order to group the content on the HTML. Now guys, let us check this with the help of example now in the VS Code. So over here I have defined the title as block versus inline elements, and now what we will do is we will have the p tag over here, and then we will say this is simple paragraph. So guys, we have written a simple paragraph with the help of a p tag over here. Now guys, let us say we have another tag, that is the div tag in this case, which is used in order to group the content on the HTML. So when we use the div tag, inside this we will be using some another tag over here. So let's say I use another paragraph tag, and then we will say this is another paragraph inside div tag. So guys, basically this div tag is used in order to group the content. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser. So as you can see, we have this is a simple paragraph, and then we also have this is another paragraph inside div tag. If you notice, we did not provide the br tag that is used in order to break the line. So basically the browser displayed both these paragraph and the div tag on separate lines over here automatically without the user providing any br tag, so that these two elements are separated. And guys, that is the meaning of this block type element. If we go and check in the inspect option as well, and when we get the cursor over here on the first p tag, the region that is highlighted in blue color, that is the main paragraph over here using the p tag, and the region that is highlighted with the light orange color, that is the margin that is provided automatically by the browser. The same thing will be applied to the other p tag over here as well. As you can see, the one that is inside the div tag, now it is being highlighted with the blue color, but then we also have the margin at the top and the bottom with the light orange color, and that is how the block elements are displayed on the browser. Now let us see how the inline elements will be displayed. So basically an inline element does not start on a new line. An inline element only takes up as much width as necessary. So basically it will not start with the new line, unlike the block level elements which starts with the new line, and also it has the ending margin as well. and these inline elements will only take as much width as necessary. Over here we have seen with the block elements that the entire width of the screen is being taken by the p tag and the div tag as well. But the inline element will take the width that is necessary in order to display it on the browser. So commonly used inline elements are the span tag and the a tag. So guys, let us check this with the help of example now. Now guys, let us say after this div tag we directly want to provide the span tag over here. So when we provide the span tag, we will say this is a span tag. Now let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, this is a span tag is being displayed over here after the div tag. So basically this div tag was displayed, which is having the paragraph, and then we have the span tag over here which is displayed right now. So this is on another line. That's because we have provided the div tag and it is having its own margin at the bottom right now, as you can see, being displayed using the light orange color. Now guys, let us say we have another span tag over here after this first span tag. So what we will do is we will have another span tag over here, and then we will say this is another span tag. Now guys, what we will do is we will also have the full stop over here after the first span tag, since the second span tag will also be displayed on the same line so that we can differentiate both of them. Now let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again. So as you can see, the another span tag, that is, this is another span tag over here, is being displayed on the same line, and that is the meaning of the inline element. So it continues on the same line wherever it is being displayed in the source code, and also it takes as much width as necessary. So if we get the cursor over here, you can see only the blue part, that is, this is span tag, is being highlighted over here. Again, this is another span tag is being highlighted over here, and not the entire width of the screen is being taken. Unlike what we have seen in the p tag, you can see the entire screen width is being taken and the color is till the end of the screen on the right. So guys, this is the main difference between the block and the inline element over here. We have another element, that is the a tag, which is used in order to display certain link. So if we provide the a tag over here, and then we can simply provide this is a hyperlink. So guys, we also call it as hyperlink since it is used in order to link to another source where we can navigate to. We will be checking the a tag in the upcoming videos as well, so that you get to learn more about the a tag. Now let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again. So as you can see, the a tag content is also displayed on the same line since it is the part of the inline element in HTML. Currently we have not given the href attribute value over here to which we want to navigate to when the user clicks on this link on the web browser. So we will be learning more about it in the upcoming video as well. But this is the main difference. If we see the block elements, they are being surrounded by the margins on the top and the bottom, and also it takes the width of the entire screen as well. But with the inline elements, they don't have any top margin or the bottom margin over here, and they will take the width that is necessary to be displayed and not the entire width of the screen. Colors in HTML, and we are going to see the background color, text color and border colors as examples. So guys, basically the HTML colors are specified with the predefined color names, or we can also have the RGB values, which stands for red, green and blue components. We also have the hex values as well, and other color systems such as HSL, RGBA or HSLA values. So guys, let us check this now with the help of examples in the VS Code. The very first thing that we will be checking is how we can set the background color over here. So guys, over here in the VS Code, let's say to the body of this HTML page, we want to provide certain background color. So we come to the starting tag of the body, and then we provide the style attribute. And inside the style attribute, we have something called as the background color property. So this property we are going to use, and how we can define the color is by using the color names, or we can also use the RGB or the hex values over here. So the first example that we are going to see is by using the color names. So over here you can see that there are various color names that you can use. So we will be using the aqua color in this case. So guys, over here you are just defining the color name. You can also provide the red color as well. So as you can see, red color is being displayed, or we can also provide green color. So we have the variants of green color such as green or green yellow. So in this case we will be using the aqua color, as it will look decent as the background color over here. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So as you can see, colors in HTML is the title, and we can see the background color of the body as the aqua color, and this is one of the ways in order to provide the color by using the color names over here. We can also adjust the colors. As you can see, it is showing us the RGB values, and this is the RGB value for this particular color. Now guys, let us see another way in order to use the color, that is by using the RGB values, and we will be using the text color in order to see the example. So let's say we have one paragraph over here. So we use the P tag, and then we will say this is one paragraph on HTML page. So guys, this is a very simple paragraph that we have written. It will be in black color by default. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again. So as you can see, this is one paragraph on HTML and it is black in color. Let's say I want to change the color to some other color by using the RGB values. So how we can do that? So we come over here on the VS Code, and inside the starting P tag, we again provide the style attribute, and then in order to provide the text color, we will be using the color property. So you can see it sets the color of an element's text. So basically, in order to change the text color, we can use the color property. So we use this property, and then in order to mention the value of color using the RGB values, we can use RGB. As you can see, it creates a color from red, green and blue values. So these are the combinations of the red, green and blue values over here. So if we hover over this, you can see that RGB value is 255 and then 0 and 0, which means the full component of red color is being taken over here, and the green and the blue components are 0. When we hover over this green color, it is showing 128 as the green color. It is not at the full capacity, but we can drag this over here and we can use the 255 component of the green color, as well as when we hover over the blue color over here, so it says 255 of the blue color component, and we have 00 component of the red and green colors respectively. So guys, we can provide the numbers over here in the sequence of red, green and blue. So let's say I want to display this paragraph in red color. So the maximum number that we can provide is 255. The range is from 0 up to 255. And then let's say I want 0% of the green color and 0% of the blue color. So it is a pure red color that we are defining over here in the RGB format. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again. So as you can see, a red color is being displayed over here. Let's say we want to add certain component of green color as well to this red color. So what we have to do is we come over here in the green component, instead of 0, let's say I provide 50 in this case. So to some extent this color will be updated on the browser. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So we are not able to notice the color change over here. That's because the green component is increased slightly. What if we provide the value that is 200 over here? What happens? So as you can see, it is updated to yellow color now. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. You can see that it is being displayed as the yellow color now. And let's say we provide the 200 of the blue component as well, so it has changed to some other color over here right now. So guys, this is the way you can play around with the RGB values as well over here. For now I will just keep it as red so that it matches with the background color and we can clearly see the text over here inside the paragraph. So you can check what are the different colors when you are defining the green and the blue components as well, along with the red components in the RGB format of the color. Now guys, let us move to another task. Let us see how the border colors can be mentioned, and we will be using the hex value in this case. So basically, in order to provide the border for this paragraph, what we will be doing is we will provide the border to this paragraph over here. So inside the style, we have to provide the border attribute, and it is having certain values. The first value is the width of the border. So let's say we provide the 2 pixels as the width of the border, and then let's say we want the border to be solid. You can also have the dotted borders or the double borders or the dashed borders as well, but for now we will be having the solid borders, and then after that we will be mentioning the color. Now guys, how do we mention the hex color? So let us check that. So over here I have provided hex value of green color on Google. So you can see that certain green color values are being displayed over here, and you can find multiple websites that will provide you the shades of the different colors based on your requirements in the hex format. So over here you can see the hex code and the corresponding RGB code as well. So let's say I want to use this particular hex code. The red component is 0, the green component is 80, and the blue component is 0. So let me just copy this and paste this over here. So guys, basically what is the meaning of this hex code? So after this hash character, the first 2 characters will be the red component. 0 means it is not having any percentage. That means it is the 0% of the red color. Then 80 means to some extent we are having the green color over here. The maximum can be 2 times f in this case. So basically it ranges from 0 up to f if we see the characters, and then over here the last 2 characters are the blue component. Again it is ranging from 0 up to f. So guys, if we provide all 0 characters over here, it will turn out to be a black color. That's because we don't have any of the components of the red, green and blue colors. And if we provide 6 times f, so over here we have 6 times f, so all the components are being used over here with 100% of their contribution, that is red, green and blue, and it will turn out to be a white color in this case. We will change it back to green color now. So let's say we provide 0 0, and then if we use the pure green component, we have to provide 2 times f in between the third and the fourth character, and then the last 2 characters will be 0 0. So it is red, green and then blue. So guys, we have the green color right now as the border color. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. You can see that the border of this paragraph now is having the 2 pixels width and it is green in color. We can have the color little darker over here. So again we will change it back to 80 in this case that we had copied. So it will make the border color as little darker. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So as you can see, we are seeing the dark green color of the border of the paragraph. So guys, these are certain ways in order to use the color names or the RGB values or the hex values as well. Now guys, apart from this, you can also use the HSL value or the RGBA value. Now A over here stands for alpha, which will define the opacity of the color to some extent. So guys, I'll leave this up to you as a homework for you so that you can practice on your own the other color values as well. Links in HTML that are clickable using the A tag. So guys, basically links that are also called as hyperlinks in HTML allow users to click their way from one page to another page, and basically these HTML links are also called as hyperlinks when we deal with HTML pages. So guys, basically you can click on a link and jump to another document or a web page, and that is how the entire internet is being served to the users. And when the users are reading the content of the web pages, they have the links to the external websites or the internal web pages as well, from where they can get more information. So this is one of the useful element when you are going to develop your own web pages. You should have the links to the other pages as well if you want to refer to certain other source in your existing or a new web page. So when you move the mouse over a link, the mouse arrow will turn into a little hand. So this we are going to check in the example as well. And as you can see, this is the syntax. We have the less than symbol and then we have the A tag. So guys, basically the A tag is used in order to mention the link on a web page. And then we have a very important attribute, that is href over here, which will provide you the URL of the page to which the user should go to when the user clicks on this link over here. So guys, let us check this with the help of example now in the VS Code. So over here I have set the title as links in HTML, and then let's say we have a simple paragraph using the P tag, and then we will say this video is created by programming for beginners. which is a YouTube channel which you should definitely subscribe if you have not done so. So guys, basically we are saying that this video is created by Programming for Beginners YouTube channel. Now guys, let us say if the user wants to know that where is this Programming for Beginners YouTube channel, how I can access this YouTube channel over here by just seeing this information. So we can use the A tag and provide the link to this Programming for Beginners YouTube channel in this particular statement. So guys, before doing that, let me just save this file now and show you how it looks on the browser. So basically right now it is a very simple text and it is in the form of the paragraph, and we don't have any link right now where the user can click on this Programming for Beginners text. Now guys, what we will do is I have already provided the link over here to the YouTube channel, and this is the link. So I'm going to copy this, and what we are going to do is we will be enclosing this Programming for Beginners in between the starting and the ending A tag. So over here we will have the less than symbol, and then we will use the A tag over here, and then we will close this tag with the greater than symbol, and then guys we will also have the ending tag over here after the beginners word in this case. So we have enclosed the Programming for Beginners in between the A tag. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again for you on the browser. So nothing has happened. That's because we have not provided the href attribute for now, to which the user should be redirected to when we click on this Programming for Beginners text. So guys, let us do that quickly. So over here in the starting A tag, we have the space character, and then we have something called as href attribute. As you can see, it contains a URL or a URL fragment that the hyperlink points to. So guys, this is the location where we have to provide the URL where the user will be redirected to. So over here I'll copy the link of this YouTube channel that user should go to. So I'll just copy this and paste it inside the double quotes. So guys, always remember that this is the attribute, that is href, and then we have the equal to symbol, and then after that, since we are specifying the string value, we have to provide it in between the double quotes over here. So let me just paste this link in this case, and now we are having the Programming for Beginners in between the A, that is the anchor tag, which is having this particular link. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. As you can see, the Programming for Beginners text is now being converted to a link, and it is being displayed with the blue color, which is the default color for the links on the modern browser. And then guys, when we hover over this link, so if you notice, the cursor is changed to the hand tool over here. So basically it is automatically converted to the hand tool so that the user comes to know that this is the link. So guys, now our aim is achieved. So basically whichever user accesses your web page and sees that this video is created by Programming for Beginners YouTube channel, and if he or she wants to know where is this Programming for Beginners YouTube channel and where they can find it, so they can simply come over here to this link and click on this link. So what happens when we click on this link? So let me just show you that. So when I click on this link, as you can see, the link that we have provided in the href attribute, the user is redirected to that particular link over here, and you can see that this is the YouTube channel that I have created for you so that you can learn the various tutorials with the help of the examples and programs. So guys, this is the way that we can link a particular web page to your existing or the new web page. Now guys, the browsers, they maintain the history as well, so you can simply go back over here. You can see the back button on the browser. So when you click on this back button, you can go back to the original page where you have clicked the link. So let me just click over here to the back button. So now you can see we have come to the main page over here. You can again go forward by using the forward button over here. But guys, this is the main functionality of the anchor tag, that is the A tag, in order to provide the links inside the web pages which will refer to other web pages on the internet. Now guys, there are certain other attributes as well to this link. So basically, the target attribute can be used to tell browser to open page in same or different tab. So guys, if you must have noticed, by default, when we click on this link, the URL that we have defined in the href over here, it was opened in the same tab over here on the browser. Now how do we make this link open in the new browser? So I'll show you that once again. When I click on this, link, it opens this particular link that we have provided in the href in the same tab, and we cannot see the original page on the different tab over here. So how we can open it in a different tab? So when the user clicks on this link, the link present in the href must open in the new tab over here. So we can achieve that simply by using the target attribute. So over here inside the a tag, after href attribute, we can simply provide the target attribute. It specifies where to display the linked URL. So when we use this, it has certain values over here, and we are going to use this value, that is underscore blank. So guys, when we use this underscore blank, it will tell the browser to open this particular link in the new tab. So let me just show you that. So we'll save this file now and try reloading this page once again so that the new changes are implemented over here. And now when we click on this link, let me just click over here. So as you can see, it has opened a new tab over here, and we can also go back to the source page over here, which is on the left hand side. So there are two tabs right now on the same browser, and this is how we can make the links to open in the new tab over here. So you can easily use the target attribute in order to mention where the link needs to be opened. Now guys, you can also use the image as the link using the img tag. So we are going to learn more about the img tag in the upcoming video as well. But instead of having the text over here, that is programming for beginners, we can have the image as well. Now how we can do that? So I'll just remove this text over here. So I'll just save this file now and try reloading this page to see what happens. So we don't have any text. But instead of this text, let's say we want to provide a certain image over here. So I'll quickly provide the img tag over here, which will help us in order to provide the image on the web page. So guys, this img tag, it doesn't have the end tag over here, so only the starting tag, and then at the end we can provide the / in this case in order to end that tag over there. And then we have a very important attribute, that is src attribute, which is the image URL. So we need to provide the URL of the image that we want to use. So guys, over here we will be using the src attribute followed by equal to, and then we have the double quotes over here. Now guys, I already have certain images in this case which I use as the thumbnails for the videos that I create for you. So let's say I want to use this particular image. So we need to provide the entire directory path for this particular image. So I have copied the location and we will paste it inside the src attribute as the value. So guys, after providing this value, we again have the / character, and then we need to provide the name of this file. So it is the name of this image over here. So we provide the name of this image. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page for you. So as you can see, certain image is being displayed, but it is not being displayed properly. That's because we have not provided the extension of this image. So guys, the extension of this image is PNG. So as you can see, it is a .png format that we are using. So over here, after this name of the file, we will provide .png in this case. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again. So guys, you can see certain image is being displayed over here, but the size of the image is very large. So we can also mention the size of this image over here. So after providing the src attribute, we will provide the width. So let's say I provide 40 pixels as the width, and also we need to provide the height in this case. So let's say I provide 30 pixels as the height. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So as you can see, this image is being displayed right now. So this is the example where we are having the image as the link. So when we come over here, this video is created by, and then we have certain image. Now guys, it is not making any sense right now, since programming for beginners text would be ideal to be displayed. But over here, I am just showing you the example of how we can provide the image as the link. So simply by coming over here, you can see on this image, the cursor is changing to a hand tool in this case. And when we come over here and click on this link, so in the new tab, the link that we had provided to the Programming for Beginners YouTube channel is being opened right now. So guys, in this way, you can provide the image as well as the link and link it to another web page as well. Now guys, you can also link to an email address in the href attribute. So instead of opening another web page when you give this particular link, this email address will be opened by using the email application. It can be Gmail or the Outlook mail as well. So using that, the email address will be given in the to address when you provide that particular email address in the href attribute of the anchor tag. So guys, this exercise I'll leave up to you as a homework for you so that you can practice on your own. Another important attribute is the title attribute, which can be used to show additional information about the link. So guys, let us check this with the help of example once again. So what we will do is, instead of showing this image, we will give the text information once again over here. So instead of this img tag, we will say programming for beginners text. So we have programming for beginners text. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So instead of the image, now we have the text once again, which is a link right now that will open the web page in another tab. Now guys, let's say we want to provide certain information. So when the user hover over this particular link, the user should get the information. So what we can do is we can provide the title attribute as well. So after this target attribute, as you can see, this title attribute, it contains a text representing advisory information related to the element it belongs to. So let us use this, and then we will say YouTube channel. So we are simply providing this information, that is YouTube channel over here. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again. So now when the user hover over this particular link, you can see YouTube channel is being displayed, which is the additional information for the user, so that user comes to know that yes, this is the name of the YouTube channel, and user can then choose whether to click on this or not. So guys, in this way we can easily use the anchor tag, that is the A tag, in order to implement the links or hyperlinks in HTML, displaying images in HTML using the img tag. So guys, basically the HTML img tag is used to embed an image in a web page. So we can easily embed the images in our web pages based on our requirements. Now guys, images are not technically inserted into a web page, whereas images are simply linked to the web pages. So how we can link the images to the web pages, we will see that, but technically we don't actually insert the image over here on the web page, but those images are linked and they are present or they are stored in some another location, and we just provide the link to that path where they are stored. Now guys, the img tag creates a holding space for the referenced image, and that is how the images are displayed. Now the img tag is empty, it contains attributes only and does not have a closing tag. So basically we are not going to have any content in between the starting and the ending tag, and it is going to be a single tag, that is the img tag along with the forward slash, and this forward slash will be optional, and there will be no specifically closing tag for this particular img tag over here. Now guys, the img tag has two required attributes. One is the src, which specifies the path of the image. So as I've told you, we need to provide the location or the path of the image where the image is stored, and then we also have the alt attribute, which specifies an alternate text for the image. So guys, we will check both of these with the help of examples now in the VS Code. So let's say over here we have a normal paragraph. So using the p tag, we will say there is an image after this paragraph. So guys, we have provided a very simple statement inside the paragraph. There is an image after this paragraph, and then guys, we can simply provide the img tag in order to display the image. So let's say we have the less than symbol, and then we use the img tag over here. You can see an img element represents an image. So this is the description that is provided by the VS Code, and then we can close the tag. So over here we don't have the specific closing tag. We can provide the forward slash at the end before the greater than symbol, and this is optional in order to mark that this tag is closed for now. And then guys, what we can do is, it doesn't have any content in between the starting and the ending tag, so we can only define the attributes. Now how do we provide the link to the image? So let's say we have certain images over here and we want to display this particular image. So these are the thumbnails of the videos that I have created for you on my YouTube channel, that is Programming for Beginners, which you should definitely subscribe if you have not done so. So over here we have this image, so we will check what is the entire path over here. So as you can see, we have this entire path over here. So I'll just copy this entire path, and inside the VS Code we need to use the src attribute. So guys, over here when we type src, you can see that this is the image URL. This attribute is mandatory for the img element because we define like where is this image coming from in the src attribute. So over here we are going to use this src attribute followed by equal to character, and then we have the double quotes. Now guys, inside the double quotes we are going to provide the entire directory path where the image is present. So over here we have pasted the directory path, and then after this we again have a backslash character, and then guys we need to provide the name of the file as well. So as you can see, this is the name of the file, so I'll just copy this and paste it over here. So we have pasted this. And guys, another important thing is after the name of the file we need to provide the extension of the file as well. So some extensions can be PNG and then others can be JPG or any other format that you are using for that particular image. So in this case it is a PNG file, so we are going to provide a .png in the end after the name of the file over here, that is the image. So guys, this is the source attribute that we have defined. Now let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we are getting there is an image after this paragraph, and this image it seems to be very large. That's because increased the zoom factor of this browser. What if I get the zoom factor to 100%? So guys, this is the way that the image is being displayed over here, but I'll change the zoom to 150% so that you can clearly see what are the contents of this web page. Now guys, we want to display this image little bit smaller so that it looks decent over here. So what we will do is we can also use the width and height attributes of this image. So we can get the cursor on the other line, and then we can again have the width attribute. So guys, inside the width attribute we can say display only 40% of this image. So we will say 40% of width, and let's say height we want to display only 25%. So guys, after providing the width and height attributes as well, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So as you can see, now we can properly see the image that is being displayed over here on the web page. So basically it is taking only the 40% of the entire width of the screen, and height is being taken as the 25% of the height of the screen, and that is how it is being displayed over here. If we change the width to 50%, so basically the image will take the 50% width of the entire screen. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. As you can see, the right hand side of the image is coming at the exact middle of this screen right now. And guys, that is how we can mention the width and height of the image. We can also use pixels as well. So let's say we provide 100 pixels for the width, and then for height let's say we provide 70 pixels in this case. So we provide 70 px. Note that there is no space character after these numbers and in between the px keyword. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. As you can see, the image is being adjusted now based on the numbers of the width and height that we have specified. Guys, we will change it back to the 40% and 25% over here since that was looking more decent. So after changing, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So as you can see, the image is being displayed properly now. Now guys, there is another important attribute, that is the alt attribute that you must specify. Now it specifies the alternate text for the image. In some cases, what happens is, let's say if the image is not present in this particular directory that you have mentioned, or if you are using the URL, then let's say if the URL is down for some time, then that particular image will not be displayed properly on the web page. Now how it will be displayed, let me just show you. So what if we just remove the extension of this file, that is .png we have removed, and let us see how the image will be displayed on the web page now. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So as you can see, the image is not being displayed right now. So guys, when this particular thing happens, it becomes very important that we have the alt attribute so that some kind of text is being displayed when this condition occurs. So we can come to VS Code, and then over here after the height attribute we can provide the alt attribute as well. As you can see, this attribute defines an alternative text description of the image. So we will use this alt attribute, and over here we will say image displayed for test purpose. So guys, over here we are simply providing a text message, that is image displayed for test purpose. You can have any other string based on your requirements when such conditions occur. Now let me just save this file now and try reloading this page to see what happens. So as you can see, even though image is not being displayed, but it is saying image displayed for test purpose. You can provide any other exception message or the error message that you want based on your requirements, and that is how it is going to work. By providing the alt attribute for the image tag, it is going to provide certain text message in case there is some issue to display the image over here. Now guys, let me just provide the extension over here once again. So we will provide .png and see how it appears along with the alt attribute content over here. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again. So as you can see, since now the image is being displayed, there is no alt attribute content or the message that is being displayed right now. But guys, behind the scenes it will be present. So let me just right click over here and use the inspect option in this case. So it will open the elements tab over here. So if you see, there is a alt attribute, that is image displayed for test purpose. So basically you can see the source code over here for whatever HTML code that is written behind the scenes in order to display this particular web page. So guys, these are certain attributes that you can use, that is src attribute, and then we have the alt attribute as well. Along with this, we have also seen how to mention the width and the height of the images that you want to display. Now we will see how we can display the background images in HTML with the help of examples. So guys, a background image can be specified for almost any HTML element. In this video, we are going to see how we can display the background image for the body tag, that is for the entire page the background image will be displayed. Now to add the background image on an HTML element, we can use the HTML style attribute and the CSS property, that is the background image property. So guys, let us check this with the help of example now in the VS Code. So previously we had seen how we can use the img tag in order to display a simple image on the HTML page. As you can see, this was the image that we had displayed. So we will remove these lines of code over here for now, and then what we will do is we will change the title to background image. So we have background image in HTML, and guys, simply what we can do is in this body tag we can have the style attribute over here. So we say style, and then inside the style attribute we have the property, that is the background image. So we type background image over here. As you can see, VS Code is suggesting us this background image property. It sets the background image of an element. So guys, basically we are setting this background image for the body tag. We can also set it for the paragraph tag or the div tag or any other tag based on your requirements. Now guys, after this property we have a colon over here, and then we have something called as URL. So guys, this is used in order to refer an image file by a URL. So we are going to use this URL as a prefix, and inside the open and close parenthesis we are going to have the single quotes over here, and inside the single quotes we are going to provide the name of the image file which is going to be the background image. So guys, for simplicity purpose, I have taken a sample image over here, as you can see in the same folder where we are having our HTML document over here. So guys, we are going to use this same sample image in our code as well. So we are going to say sample image.png. Guys, it is very important that you also provide the extension of the image file so that it is displayed properly over here. Now guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser. So as you can see, we have the background image in HTML being displayed as the title of this page, and guys, this image is being set as the background image over here. Now if you notice that the image is very big as far as the screen size is concerned. So guys, we have certain properties over here. The first property is background image, which we have already used in order to set the background image. The second property is background size over here, which we can use in order to increase or decrease the size of the image that is being displayed as the background image. So guys, what we can do is inside the style attribute only, after the semicolon, we can have the background size over here. So when we say background size in this case, as you can see, this is the property that we have to use. So guys, using this we can use any of the values in order to set the size of the image. So when we say cover as the value for the background size over here, the entire screen will be covered with the image that is being set by the background image. So let us check that. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again. So as you can see, the width and the height of this particular image is set to the entire body of this HTML page over here. Now guys, we can change the size to the 50% as well, so that it only takes takes the 50% width of this screen. So let me just change that value from cover to 50% over here. So guys, we can give the values in percentages as well. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So as you can see, only 50% of the image is being taken over here and being displayed as the background image. Now guys, by default what happens is, if the image size is smaller than the HTML element, then the image will be repeated, and that is what we can see over here, that this is the first image, and then on the right we have the image once again repeating, and then below as well the images are being repeated over here. So guys, that brings us to the third property, that is background repeat, which can help us in order to avoid the repeating of the background images. So let me just go to the code over here once again. Now guys, when we use the background repeat over here, the attributes might go out of the screen. So what we can do is, simply we can define the style in the head section as well. So instead of defining the style in the body tag, we will come over here after the title, and then we will say style tag over here. And then guys, for this body tag, we are going to define all these attributes once again. So over here we need to provide body. So this is the internal CSS that we are going to see. Till now we have seen the inline CSS, wherein the attributes were defined inside the starting tags. But over here, when we define the style tag inside the head tag, we call it as the internal CSS. So guys, over here we need to provide the tag to which we need to provide certain styling, and then after that tag we need to have the attributes inside the open and close curly braces. So as you can see, we have provided body, that is the tag name, and then we are going to provide these attributes along with their values. So I am going to simply cut this and paste this over here, that is the background image, and then again we will also have the background size as well. I'll just remove this and paste this over here. So guys, this is looking more decent compared to the inline CSS that we were defining inside the body start tag over here. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser to see if there are no more changes. So as you can see, there is no change over here after defining the internal CSS, and in this way we can easily define the internal CSS, that is inside the head tag over here we can define the style tag, and for this tag name inside the open and close curly braces we can have the different attributes of the styling that we want to define. Now guys, we will check the third attribute, that is background repeat, in order to avoid the repetition of these background images. So over here we need to define the background repeat in this case. So as you can see, this is the property, that is background repeat, and then we will say no repeat in this case. You can see this is the value that we have to use, that is no repeat. So when we set the value as no repeat, the repetition will be avoided. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, only one image is being displayed now and there is no repetition, even though when the size of this particular image is smaller than the size of the entire body tag over here on the HTML page. Now guys, let us move to another property over here. We have something called as background attachment as well. So guys, this we can use along with the background size. So when the background size of the image is set as cover, so let us change that. So over here we can change it to cover in this case, and then we can use the background attachment property. So in this case we can use the background attachment property and make it as fixed, so that the image is fixed over here even if you are scrolling the content of the page in this case. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again. So as you can see, the image is covering the entire body of the HTML page, and whenever you are going to scroll the content on this particular page, the image will be fixed over here and it will not scroll. And if you want the image to be scrolled, then we can use the scroll value in this case for the background attachment. So guys, this is the meaning of the background attachment over here. So quickly let us see the example of how this fixed and scroll values for the background attachment will work. What we will do is we will have the simple paragraphs over here. So we are defining the p tag and then we will say this is a paragraph. So guys, we are saying this is a paragraph, and let us say we want to increase the size of this paragraph. So we will have another p tag over here inside the style tag, and then we will have the open and close curly braces, and we will say font size in this case. So font size we will say 30 pixels, and then let's say I want to define the background color as well. So we will say background color, and let's say we have the color that is red in this case. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again. So as you can see, we have this is a paragraph over here being displayed along with the red background color, if you can notice. Now guys, similarly what we will do is we will simply copy and paste this line of code multiple number of times so that the page is scrollable over here. So we have this many number of paragraphs in this case on this HTML page. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again. So as you can see, we have more paragraphs, and when we scroll, you can see that the image is also getting scrolled over here. So guys, behind the scenes we also have the image in this case. So what happens when we change the value from scroll to fixed over here? Currently we have the value of background attachment as scroll, and when we change it to fixed, let us see what happens. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. As you can see, the image is being fixed as the background image, and now when we scroll, only the content, that the paragraphs are getting scrolled over here and the image is fixed in this case. So guys, if you want to keep the background image as fixed over here, like how we have done right now, so you can change the background attachment property to fixed in this case, and you can change it to scroll as well if you want the background image to scroll when the user scrolls to check the content of the HTML page. So guys, this is the way that we can set the background image for the HTML page, and along with that we have certain attributes as well that we have seen. So now we will see how we can display favicon in HTML on the browser tab. So guys, basically a favicon is a small image that is displayed next to the page title in the browser tab. So if I show you over here on the browser tab, as you can see, this title, that is favicon in HTML, before that on the left hand side we have an icon which is a globe by default over here when there is no favicon that is provided to the HTML page. So guys, we are going to see how we can provide the favicon so that an appropriate image can be displayed over here besides the title of the page. So basically a favicon is a small image that is displayed next to the page title. Now guys, we can easily add favicon in HTML using the link tag which we have to specify under the head tag over here. So when we come to the VS Code in this case, what we have to do is under the head tag, after the title, we can have the link tag over here. So when we have the link tag, you can see that by default we are having the value of the rel attribute as a style sheet over here. We need to change it to icon in this case. So we type icon over here, and then for the href attribute we need to provide the path of the small image which we want to set it as a favicon for that particular HTML page. So guys, I have a small image over here that is the favicon image in the JPG format. Let me just open this image for you. So this is the image that we are going to set, which is also set as the profile picture for this YouTube channel, that is Programming for Beginners, which you should definitely subscribe if you have not done so. So guys, basically we are going to set this image as the favicon for this particular HTML page. So we simply come over here on the VS Code and then we give the name of this favicon image, that is favicon.jpg. So in this case we say favicon.jpg. As you can see, VS Code is suggesting us this particular file name. That's because we have provided it inside the path where this particular HTML page is present. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again over here. So when we click on reload, you can see that this image has been changed to the image that I have just showed you, and this is the small image that is being displayed right now over here. So basically it is the favicon image that is being displayed besides the title of this page, that is favicon in HTML. And guys, now we can change the content of this page. We can now say that this HTML page is having a favicon over here. So basically we have set the favicon for this particular page, and guys, this favicon image must be present on all the pages that are present on your web servers, and whichever page opens with your particular domain, it will be present by default over here when the title of this page will be displayed to the user. Guys, it basically shows the identity of your website so that users come to know that this is the website that they are referring to, which they have been using more frequently. So now we will see how we can display tables in HTML with the help of examples. So guys, HTML tables allow web developers to arrange data into rows and columns and we are going to check this with the help of examples as well in the VS Code. So guys, it is very important for you to understand what are the different tags that you can use in order to display your tables in the form of rows and columns. So basically we have the very first tag, that is the main tag, which is called as table over here. So again we have the less than symbol, and then we have the table keyword, and then greater than symbol, and this is the start tag. We also have the corresponding and tag for this table, inside which all the content of the table will be defined. And then guys, inside the table, first of all we are going to define the rows, which can be defined using the tr tag over here. So tr stands for table row in this case, and it defines a horizontal row in a table. And then next we have the table header. So in case your requirement is to display the headers in the table, you can use the th tag, which stands for table header over here, which defines the header for the table in this case. And then guys, we also have something called as td, which refers to the table data over here. So td tag helps us to define the content or data in one cell of a table. So guys, when we talk about HTML table over here, it is similar to Microsoft Excel. So if you have used MS Excel anytime, you must have noticed that we have multiple cells over here in Excel, and this can be treated as one table over here. So we can have the header in this case. So let's say we have the numbers over here as the header and their string representation. So guys, this is nothing but these are the headers that are defining what will be the content of these particular columns over here. So we can have them in the bold formatting. So we apply the bold formatting over here, and we can make them display at the middle of the cells. And then guys, what we can have is we can have the numbers over here. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and the string representation says 1, 2, 3, 4, and then we have 5. So guys, this is nothing but this is a table over here, and this is what we are going to see in the HTML as well. We are going to define this as a table, and these are the rows. So as you can see, this is one row over here, and this is second row, then this is third row, and so on. These are the rows and these are the columns. So guys, this row is being defined by the tr tag, and the data inside each cell is being defined by the td tag over here, which stands for the table data. And guys, this header is being defined by the th tag, which is the table header over here. And outside all these tags, we also have the main tag, that is the table tag, in order to define the entire table. So guys, with this knowledge, let us move to the VS Code now over here in order to create the table. So first of all, we will have a simple paragraph, and then we will say below content is defined in a table. So guys, we have a very simple paragraph, that is below content is defined in a table. And now on the next line, we are going to define the table over here. So when we type table, as you can see, VS Code is suggesting us this particular tag. And when we press enter, you can see that we have the starting tag and the ending tag. So guys, this is the shorthand format. We can simply type the name of the tag and press enter in order to get the starting and the ending tag in the HTML. Now in between the starting and the ending tag, what we need to define is, first of all, we are going to define this row, which is going to have the table header. So guys, over here we will have the tr tag. So when we type tr over here and press enter, as you can see, tr starting and the ending tag is being displayed over here. And then inside the tr tag, we will have the th tag over here, since these are the headers that we want to define. So we have the th tag, and when we press enter, as you can see, the starting and the ending tags are being displayed. Now we can simply have numbers, which is the text for this header tag over here. And then guys, we are going to have another tag. So again, we are going to type th, and then we will say string representation. So guys, as you can see, inside the table starting and the ending tag, first of all we have one row. So inside this row we are having the two headers, that is numbers and string representation. We can also have one header over here, or two headers, or any number of headers based on your requirements that you want to define. So guys, over here we are only taking two columns in this case. So based on your requirements, you can either increase or decrease the number of rows and columns in the HTML table. Now guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page to see how the table appears over here. So when we reload this page, as you can see, we have the numbers header and the string representation as the header, which is being displayed with the bold formatting over here. Now guys, let us define certain data as we have seen over here how we have defined the data in the Excel. Similarly, we will define the data in the HTML as well. So again, we are going to have another row over here. So guys, basically this is the first row as you can see. Now we need to come on the next line, that is after this first row, we are going to define the second row over here, and inside that as well we are going to have two columns with this particular data, that is 1 and one. So guys, we come over here to the VS Code, we again say tr in this case, and this time we will use td. That's because it is not the header that we want to define now, we want to define the data inside a particular cell of the table. So guys, we use the table data, that is the td tag in this case. So we use td over here, and then we simply provide 1, that is the number 1 over here. And what is the string representation? It is one. So again we define another td in this case, and then we say 1 over here. Now let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, another row has been added inside the table, and it says 1 and then 1 over here. Now guys, similarly let us add remaining data, that is 2, 3, 4 and 5 numbers in this case. So let us move to the VS Code. Simply I will copy this tr data, which is having the row with the first number in this case. So I am copying this and we will paste it 4 times over here in order to cover the remaining numbers. So guys, over here we will change 2, and then string representation will be 2, and then over here we will have 3, and then again we have the 3 word, and then we have 4, and then the string representation, that is 4, and then over here we have 5, and then again we have the string representation, that is 5. So guys, basically we have defined multiple rows over here, and inside each row we are having the table data, that is the td tag, and inside the td tag we are having the actual data that needs to be displayed inside the cells of the table. Now guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser once again. So as you can see, all the data is being displayed now in the tabular format. So guys, you can see under the headers, that is numbers over here, all the numbers are getting displayed in the left aligned format, and in the string representation as well, all the string representations of the numbers are getting displayed in the left aligned format. So guys, this is the main purpose of using the table, that is it allows the web developers to arrange the data into rows and columns. Guys, we can also use the border for this table so that it actually looks like a table for you. So what we can do is we come over here to the VS Code, and then inside the head tag we can simply provide the style tag over here, and for this style tag we can say table in this case, and let's say for this table tag we need to provide the border. The border will be of 1 pixel size and it will be of the solid type, and then let's say we want to give the color as black in this case. So guys, this is one of the ways in order to define the border along with the width of the border. Then this is the border style, like what type of border we want to display, and then this is the color of the border. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have got the border now to the table. Guys, we can also have the border to this table data in the table headers as well over here. So we can include the th and td tags over here to the same styling in this case. That's because we want the styling to be common. So guys, after table we can provide comma, and then we can also provide th comma td tags over here. So guys, this particular styling will be applied to all these tags that we have defined over here in the HTML body. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again. So as you can see, it is being displayed now using the borders over here. All the cells are having their own borders. Guys, also we can align the text to the right in this case. By default it is on left. So what we can do is we can simply come over here and we say text align in this case. So this is the property that can be used in order to align the text, and we say right as the value. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again. So as you can see, the content of the entire table is being displayed on the right now. So guys, this is the very basic way in order to display the table content inside the HTML. So to summarize, we need to have the main tag, that is the table tag, and then inside that individually we need to define the rows of the table. The first row can be a header if you want to define the header, and if you don't have any headers, you can start with the TD tags as well. The only difference between the TD, that is the table data, and the TH, that is the table header tag, is that the content in the TH tags will be displayed with the bold formatting over here, as you can see, whereas the content with the TD tag will be displayed normally without the bold formatting. But you can apply the formatting based on your requirements to the TD tags as well using the internal or the external style sheets. Guys, apart from this, you can also have the table cell that can contain all sorts of HTML elements. That is, it can have text, which we have seen just now with the help of examples. Instead of text, you can also have the images, list, links, and other tables as well. So guys, you can check out the images and the links as the content of the table data, and this activity I'll leave up to you as a homework for you. So now we will see table borders in HTML. So guys, the HTML tables can also have the borders of different styles and shapes, and we are going to check this with the help of examples now in the VS Code, and we are going to see these CSS properties, that is the border property, then we also have the border collapse, then background color, then we have border radius, style, and then color. So guys, let us move to the VS Code over here. So previously we had defined an HTML table that is having the numbers and their string representation, and this is how it looks right now over here. So guys, we had added the borders as well, but without the borders, how does it look? Let us remove the styling over here from the HTML code. So when we remove the style from the HTML code, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So guys, this is the very simple table that we had written previously without any borders and without any distinctions between the rows and the columns. Now guys, let us add certain borders over here. So what we can do is simply we have to come in the VS Code. So as you can see, we have the table tag, then we also have the TR tag, TH tag, and TD tags. So guys, basically to these tags we are going to add the border. So over here inside the head section we are going to define the style tag, and over here we are going to apply borders to the table tag, and then followed by comma. We also have the TH tag over here, and then followed by comma. We will also apply for the TD tag as well. So guys, whenever you are going to apply the common styling to multiple tags, you can define them on a single line separated by commas over here, and inside the open and close curly braces we can have the styling that can be applied to the content of these tags over here. So guys, what we have to do is we are going to first define the border in this case, and let's say we want to define the border width as 1px, and then followed by the style, that is the border style, it will be solid, and then followed by the color, that is, let's say we want the color of the border to be black over here. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, all the cells, that is the headers, and then we also have the table data, and then we also have the main table that is having the borders over here. Now guys, there are double borders, so we also have the border for the table cells over here, and then again we are having the border for the outer table as well. So what we can do is we can use the border collapse property in this case. So when we use the border collapse property, we are telling the browser to collapse these borders and display it only as a one border. So let us use the border collapse property as well. So we come over here, we say border collapse in this case, and we use the collapse value for the border collapse property. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So if you notice, there are no double borders right now, and there is only single border to the outer table, that is the main table, and also to the individual cells as well that we can see as the table data over here. Now guys, let us provide certain padding as well to the entire content of the table. So what we can do is we can provide the padding in this case. So padding property, and after colon, let's say we provide 2 pixels over here as the padding. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So now we can see the spacing between the content of the table and the borders as well. Let us change the padding to 5 pixels so that we can clearly see the spaces in between the content on the border. Let me just reload this page once again. So now the HTML table is looking little bit decent over here with the padding that we have already applied. Now guys, let us move to another property over here. We also have something called as background color for the table data. So guys, what we will do is, let's say we want to provide the background color to the even rows, that is the second row over here, then we have the fourth row and the sixth row in this case. So what we can do is simply we have to come over here. We will be defining the tr tag in this case, but guys, over here we only want the even rows to be having the background color. So we provide colon, and then we have something called as nth child over here. So when we type nth, you can see this particular suggestion from the VS Code which we are going to use. So guys, it is nth hyphen child over here, and inside the open and close parenthesis we are going to provide the word that is even. So guys, basically this is nothing but this is the tr tag that we have defined over here, to which the styling needs to be implemented, and this is the nth child, meaning we are selecting that which tr tags will be having this particular styling. So inside this open and close curly braces we are going to have the background color over here. Guys, no need to worry about the nth child over here for now. We are going to learn more about it when we are going to see the CSS tutorial as well. So please make sure that you subscribe to this YouTube channel, that is Programming for Beginners, because we are going to learn a lot about the HTML and the upcoming CSS tutorial as well, and gain much more knowledge as far as web development is concerned. So guys, over here simply the meaning of this is we are going to apply the background color to the even rows over here. And what is the color that we want to apply? Let's say we want the aqua color to be applied. So we are going to give this color name. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser once again. So as you can see, the even rows are now getting this particular background color. Similarly, we can also have the odd rows as well. So when we change this even to odd in this case, so the odd rows will be having the background color as aqua. So let me just reload this page once again. So as you can see, the odd rows are now having the aqua background color. So guys, in this way you can easily apply the background color to the table content over here. Now guys, let us move to another property. We have something called as border radius as well. So let us apply that. So we will apply the border radius to this table and th and then td tags as well. So when we say border radius in this case, we need to apply certain value for that radius. So let's say we provide 10 pixels as the border radius in this case. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again to see what happens. So as you can see, the border radius is now getting displayed over here, and the color that we had applied is now showing the border radius. Let us remove the border collapse in this case so that we can clearly see the border radius over here. So when we remove this, save this file now and try reloading this page. As you can see, we have the border radius now, and the borders are having certain kind of radius in this case. Both the entire table as well as the th and the td tags are having the border radius now. Let us move to another attribute. We have something called as border style as well. So guys, we have already provided the border style value over here, that is the solid value in this case. So basically the first value that we provide to this shorthand method, that is the border, is the border width over here, followed by the border style, and then followed by the border color. So guys, individually you can have all these values as the border width, then border style and the border color, or you can have the shorthand method that we have used, that is border attribute. Along with that, you can provide all the three values over here. So guys, basically this border style is having multiple values. We can also have the dotted border as well. So when we type dotted in this case, so instead of the solid border, we will be having the dotted borders. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again. So as you can see, the borders are dotted for now, and this is the way that we can have the border style being implemented. Let us change the value to dashed over here, so we can have the dashed borders as well. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again. So as you can see, the borders are having the border style as dashed. Let us move to another attribute over here. We also have something called as border color in this case. So guys, the border color is also provided over here, that is the black color. Let us change the border color to red in this case. So when we type red color name, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. As you can see, the border color is changed to red. Let me just change the border style to solid in this case. So when we change it to solid, let me just save this file. reload this page, as you can see we are having the solid border over here with the red color. So guys, these are certain properties for the borders that we can apply to the table, and based on your requirements you can display the HTML table over here on the page. So now we will see how we can set the table size in HTML using the width and the height attributes. So guys, basically the HTML tables can have the different sizes for each column, row or the entire table, and that is what we are going to see with the help of examples. We will first set the table width, and then we will also see the table header width, and then we will see the table row height. So guys, let us move to the VS Code over here, and this is the table that we had defined previously along with this particular internal CSS code as well, and this is how the table is being displayed right now on the web page. Now guys, let us say we want the entire table width to be displayed as the 100% of this page, which means the width of the table will be same as the width of this device screen over here. So what we can do is simply for the table tag we need to define the width attribute. So guys, over here we need to define the table once again, because this particular CSS will only apply to the table tag and no other tag. So basically th and td tags will not have this particular width for now, and that is why we are having another table tag over here inside the internal CSS code. So guys, over here we simply have the width attribute, and then we will say 100%. So this will make the table width extend to the device screen width. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the width of the table is being extended to the width of the screen right now. Now guys, let me just add another column over here to make the table look more decent on the HTML page. So what we will do is we will add another column over here. So we have the header, and then we say another column, and then we will define certain table data as well for the third column over here. So we will say this is first number. So guys, basically we are just describing what the content of these particular rows are. So we will say this is second number, and so on up to the fifth number we are going to define the new tags over here. So guys, we have defined the content of the third column as well. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again. So as you can see, now we are having three columns. The first column is the numbers, then we have the string representation, and we have another column which is having the description of all these rows over here. Now guys, we can also change the width to another percent in this case. So basically, instead of having the 100% width over here, we can also say to have 60% width of the device screen. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So this is the 60% width over here, and this is how we can change the size of the table. Now guys, we can also have the table header width. So guys, basically let's say if you want the width of this particular header to be more compared to the width of the other headers, so we can do that as well. So what we have to do is, let's say we provide 100% over here as the width of the table. Let me just reload this page once again to see the changes. So over here we are having the 100% width of the table. Now guys, what we will do is we will come over here, and it is the third header, that is another column. So we will change the content to description over here to be more precise. So let me just save this file now. So over here the description is the header for which we want the width to be 50%. So currently it is not 50% because it is not starting at the middle over here. So what we can do is simply we can come to the th tag for the description header over here, and then inside the th tag we will have the style attribute, and this style attribute will have the width property in this case, and we will say 50% should be taken by this particular header over here, and all the values that are present inside this header. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again. So as you can see, now the description column is taking the 50% of the entire 100% of the table. And guys, this is the way that we can provide the width of a particular column as well inside the th or the td tag as well, inside which the data is being defined. Guys, it is important to note that we have provided the style attribute just to this particular header, that is the th tag of this particular row, that is the first row. So using the width of this th data over here, the other td data that are present in the third column will also have the same width over here. This cell is having 50%, so all the cells under this particular column will also have the width as 50%. Now guys, let us see how we can change the height of a particular row. So let's say we want this row, that is the row having the number 2 over here, to extend its height. So what we can do is we can come over here to this row that is having the number 2. In this case, we provide the style attribute. So we say style, and then inside this we can provide the height property. And then guys, let's say we have 150 pixels as the value for this particular height property inside the style attribute. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again. So as you can see, for this row that is having the number 2, the height has been increased to 150 pixels over here, and that is how we can set the height of a particular row inside the table. So guys, this is the way that we can change the size of the table, as you can see, by using the internal CSS. And then we have also seen how we can change the width of a particular header, which will be followed by the other data that is present inside the same column. And then we have also seen how we can change the height of a particular table row in this case. And this is how the table is being displayed on the HTML page right now after all the changes. So now we will see table headers in HTML, that is horizontal and vertical table headers. So guys, basically HTML tables can have headers for each column or row, or for many columns or rows. So based on your requirements, we can have the headers in each column or in each row or in multiple columns and rows, which we are going to see with the help of examples as well. So guys, the very first thing that we are going to see is the horizontal headers, which means the headers are present in the first row of the table. So guys, let us move to the VS Code now over here. And first of all, we will define a paragraph and we will say below content is in HTML table. So guys, we have defined a very simple paragraph over here having this particular statement. Now guys, we will define a table. So we will say table in this case, and we have the starting and the ending tag of the table. And now guys, inside this table we are going to have the first row by using the tr tag, that is the table row. And in this first row we are going to have all the headers that we want to define. So guys, we will be using the th, that is the table header tag. And in this case, let's say we want to define the details of certain players. So we say first name, and then we copy paste the header, and then we will say last name over here, and then we will say age. So again we will copy paste another header over here, and we will say age in this case. So guys, basically we have defined 3 headers over here by using the th tags in this case. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser. So as you can see, below content is an HTML table. This is the paragraph that we have defined, and this is the first row of the table, which is having the bold formatting of the text. Now guys, let us define the table data in this case by using the td tags. So over here once again we will have another row in this case. So in this row we will be defining the details of the first player. So we will have the td tag, and then let's say we have Cristiano Ronaldo as the first player. So we will have the td tag in this case, and then again we will have the table data tag for the last name as well. So we will say Ronaldo in this case, and let's say for the age we have once again another td tag, and currently his age is 38 years. So we will say 38 years in this case. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have got the first name, that is Cristiano, under the first name header, and then we have last name header under which we have Ronaldo as the last name, and then age as well, that is 38 years in this case. So guys, basically this is the example of the horizontal header that we have defined for now, in which case the headers are present on the first row of the table. Now guys, let's say we want to define another player's data over here, that is Lionel Messi. So we will simply have to copy this tr tag in this case and then paste it after the first record in this case over here. So we will say Lionel Messi. So last name over here we have Messi in this case, and then his age is 36 years currently. So basically we have defined the details of this player as well, that is the second player. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser. So as you can see, this is the second player, that is Lionel Messi, and his age is 36 years. So guys, basically this is the perfect example of the horizontal headers that we have defined for now, we can also have the borders. So quickly we will define the style tag as well inside the head tag. So over here we will say style, and then we will give borders to table as well as the th and the td tags. So over here we will say th and td tags, and then we can simply say border in this case, and we will say 2 pixels width for that border, and then it should be a solid border with a color that is black. So guys, let me just save this file now. This particular CSS property will apply to the table, then we have the table header and the table data tags over here. So guys, let us reload this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the border has been applied, but over here we have the multiple borders in this case. So we can simply have the table tag over here, and then we can have the property that is border collapse in this case, and we can have the value as collapse. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So as you can see, we have the perfect border for all the td, th and the table tags over here. So guys, this is the example of the horizontal headers that we have seen. Now let us see the same example with the vertical headers as well, which means the first name, last name and the age headers should come on the left hand side over here in the first column. So how should we create the table for that? So guys, over here what we will do is, again we will create another table. So first of all we will have a paragraph, and we will say below is another table, and then after this paragraph we will define the table tag over here. Now guys, inside this table tag what we have to do is we need to provide the first tr. Now this tr will have the first element as the th tag, which is the header tag over here, and this time it will be first name in this case. Now guys, the second and the third element inside the first row over here should be the td tags that will define the first names, that is Cristiano and Lionel. So guys, over here what we have to do is we need to provide the table data tag, and then we will say Cristiano, that is the value of the first name for the first player, and then again we will have the td tag for the value of the first name of the second player. So over here we will say Lionel. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the first name we have defined in the leftmost column over here, and this particular row is only having the first name in this case. Similarly, we will have the last name and age as well in the second and the third rows over here. So guys, let me just copy and paste this tr, that is the table row that we have defined over here, 2 times, and then in this case we will have last name, and we will change the value to Ronaldo over here, and this Lionel will be changed to Messi in this case. And then again in the third row we will have age as the vertical header, and then over here we will have 38 years for Ronaldo and 36 years for Messi. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser. So as you can see, this is the example of the vertical headers that we have defined, which can be displayed in the first column over here. And the first name we can see we have Cristiano, then we have the last name as Ronaldo and his age is 38 years. Similarly for player 2 we have Lionel Messi and 36 years as first name, last name and age respectively. So guys, this table is having the horizontal headers, whereas this table is having the vertical headers in this case. Now guys, let us move to another task. Over here we can also have the header alignment. So basically to the th tags we can provide the text align property. So if you notice, the headers are aligned in the center for now by default. So what we can do is we can align them on the left hand side. So what we can do is over here in the style tag we can create another tag that is th, and then this should have the text align as left. So over here we will say text align and the value can be left in this case. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. If you notice, the headers are at the center right now, it should move to left over here. So when we reload this, as you can see, this is aligned to the left, and also all these table headers are aligned to left. And in this way you can set the text align property of any of the table headers or the table data elements. Now guys, let us move to another task. we can also have the Colspan to merge headers over here. So guys, basically what this means is, let's say we only want to define the single header, that is name over here, instead of first name and last name, but we want the values to be in different columns over here. So what we can do is we can merge these two columns in this case, that is first name and last name can be removed, and we can have a common name, that is name, as the name of the column. So what we can do is we can have the Colspan attribute over here. So guys, basically these are the two headers that we want to transform into a single header. So I'll just remove these lines of code over here, and we will simply have one th tag, and the label of this particular header is name in this case. But guys, this particular name should span in two columns over here, so that we come to know that these two columns are having the names of the players. So guys, what we can do is over here inside the starting th tag we have to provide the Colspan attribute. So over here we can simply say Colspan, and then we can say 2 in this case. That's because the two cells needs to be merged together, and we need to have the label as name over here. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the first name and last name were replaced now with this particular label, that is name, which is a single label, and it is occupying the space for these two cells over here. We can have the text align as center in this case, so that the label is displayed properly, and we come to know that both these cells are having the first name and last name of the players. So simply we have to come over here in the style, and for the text align property we can say center value. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, name is being aligned at the center now. So guys, this is the importance of the Colspan attribute. It helps us in order to merge the multiple cells in the table. Now guys, let us move to another task. Over here we have something called as table caption, which is the details of the table that we want to show on the HTML page. So we can use the caption tag immediately after table opening tag. So guys, over here we don't have any other details for these tables apart from the paragraph that we have just defined. So what we can do is we can also have the caption tag after the table tag over here in order to define what exactly is present inside the HTML table that we have defined. So guys, over here after the table tag and before the first row in this case, we will simply have the caption tag over here. So when we say caption, we need to provide certain text over here. So let's say we provide player details in this case. So guys, basically this particular information should be present for this particular table just above this table. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, player details is being displayed now on top of the table that we had defined. Now guys, similarly we can have the caption for the second table as well. So what we can do is simply we have to come over here in the second table, and after this table tag and before the first table row, we can have the caption tag over here, and then we can say player details part 2. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, this is the table caption that is being displayed just before the table which is being displayed on the browser. So guys, these are some of the ways in order to define the table headers, whether you want to define the horizontal table header or the vertical table header based on your requirements. So now we will see table padding and spacing in HTML. So guys, HTML tables can adjust the padding inside the cells and also the space between the cells. So we are going to check what is the difference between padding and spacing in HTML tables with the help of examples as well. So basically a cell padding is the space between the cell edges and the cell content, which means the data that we have defined and the border that is present for that particular table cell. The space in between these two elements is called cell padding, and by default the padding is set to 0. So we can use the padding CSS property in this case. So guys, let us move to the VS Code over here. We already have a table which is being defined in this case, which is having 3 rows over here. The first row is having all the headers, that is the first name, last name and the age of the players that we want to define, and then the second row is having the player details in this case. So as you can see, we have the first name and the last name as Cristiano Ronaldo and his age as 38 years, and the second player that is Lionel Messi and his age is defined as 36 years. So these are the two records that we have displayed in the form of the HTML table. So if I show you, this is the table that is being defined over here. Now guys, let us provide certain borders over here in order to understand what is the difference between padding and spacing and how we can apply them in the HTML table. So guys, over here what we have to do is, inside the style tag we will use the tags that is table, and we will also have the header, and we will also say table data. All these tags must have the border of 1 pixel in this case. So we will say border which is having the width as 1 pixel and the border type is solid in this case, and we will say the border color is black color in this case. So guys, this is the shorthand method in order to define the border of the table in HTML. Now guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser. So as you can see, a 1 pixel border is applied to all the elements, that is the entire table element over here, and then in between you can see that the table header and the TD, that is the table data, which is having the player details, are also having the borders over here. We can have the border collapse property for the entire table as well, so that the border is displayed only once instead of these double lines in this case. So guys, over here we will have the table tag, and this should have the border collapse property in this case, and the value should be collapse in this case. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser. What is the importance of this border collapse property? So guys, over here you can see multiple lines in this case, that is for each individual cell over here. But when we reload this page once again, you can see only one single border for all the cells, and that is the importance of this border collapse that is being applied to the entire table over here. Now guys, if you notice, there is not much space in between the content. That is, let's say if we consider this Ronaldo as the last name over here, we cannot see much space in between this particular content and the border that is surrounding this last name over here. So what we can do is, we can provide the padding property and provide certain space so that it looks good inside the table cell. So guys, over here where we have applied the border, we can simply come over here and provide the padding property, and the padding that we want to provide is, let's say we want to provide 10 pixels as the padding from all the sides. So guys, basically you can also define padding at each individual sides, that is left, top, bottom and right, but you can also use the padding property in order to apply the same value from all the 4 sides. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser. So as you can see now, we have some space in between the content and the borders that is surrounding the content over here. So all the cells in this table is having 10 pixels of padding in this case. So guys, this is the meaning of the padding property over here that we have just seen. Now guys, what is the meaning of cell spacing? So basically cell spacing is the space between each cell. By default, the space is set to 2 pixels. Use border spacing CSS property in order to define the cell spacing. So guys, we have already seen that by default the 2 pixels of spacing is present between all the cells. So to understand it more clearly, we have to remove the border collapse property from the table so that multiple borders are being displayed once again. So I'll just remove these lines of code over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So as you can see, we have got the multiple borders once again for each and every cell over here. Now guys, you can see that there is certain spacing in between the border that is covering the table data over here. So this space is 2 pixels by default. So we can increase or decrease it. So we can remove it by using the border collapse property, or we can increase it by using the border spacing property. So guys, let us use that as well. So over here what we have to do is, again we have to come over here and then we will say border spacing in this case, and then let's say we want to provide 10 pixels of the border spacing in this case. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser. So as you can see, all the cells now are having the 10 pixels of border spacing in between them. So guys, this is the space in between the borders that is covering the table data content over here inside the HTML table, and that is the meaning of this particular cell spacing over here. So guys, both these CSS properties, that is padding and spacing, are important as far as HTML tables are concerned. So based on your requirements, you can design your own tables, and whatever padding and spacing is required, you can implement them by using these CSS properties. So guys, HTML tables can have cells that span over multiple rows and columns. So basically, what is the meaning of a Colspan? So it is the attribute that helps us to make a cell span over multiple columns, and we use the Colspan attribute. And similarly, we also have the Rowspan. In order to make a cell span over multiple rows, we use the Rowspan attribute over here. So guys, in order to understand both these attributes, we are going to create these two tables. That is, the first table is having the horizontal header over here, and then we are having the data in the table, and the second table is having the vertical table headers over here, and this is the table data that we are going to define. And then guys, what we can do is the first name and last name can be combined over here. So basically, in Microsoft Excel, what we do is we click over here on the merge and center. So when we do this, basically we are going to label it as name in this case, and this is how we are going to combine the two cells in the HTML table as well. And similarly, we are going to combine these two rows over here in this case by using the Rowspan. So guys, the first scenario will be done by using the Colspan over here, and in the second table we can merge these two rows by using the Rowspan in this case. So guys, let us move to the VS Code now over here, and let us define the first table that is having the horizontal table headers. So guys, the first row is having the table headers in this case. So we will have the header, that is the first name over here, and then we have last name and then age. So in this case, we will say last name and then age over here. So guys, all these three elements are the table headers in this case. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser. So as you can see, these are the table headers that we have defined. Now guys, we will define the table data as well. So we will have another row over here, and the details of the first player, that is Cristiano Ronaldo, will be defined row wise. So over here we have the first name, and then we will define the last name over here, and then we will define age in this case, that is 38 years. Now guys, similarly we will define the details of the second player as well by using this second row. So over here simply we will copy and paste these lines of code, and then we will say the details of the second player, that is Lionel Messi, whose age is 36 years. Now guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser. So as you can see, we have created this table in the HTML similar to the Microsoft Excel table that we have defined. Now guys, how we can combine the first name and last name over here? So before doing that, let us apply certain border over here to the table. So what we can do is simply we have to come in the style tag, and then we will say table. We will also have th and td in this case, for which the border CSS property will be applied. The border width will be 1 pixel and it will be a solid border, and then the color of the border will be black in this case. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser. So as you can see, now we have the borders as well. We will also provide the border collapse property to the table so that we don't see these multiple lines over here in between the cells as the borders. So over here we have border collapse property, and the value of this property will be collapse in this case. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So as you can see, we have provided the border collapse property as well. Let us also provide the padding as well. So we will provide 10 pixels of padding so that we can see the spaces in between the data and the borders of the table. So now you can see that there is certain spacing as well inside the table. Now guys, what we will do is we will simply merge these two cell data, that is first name and last name, by using the Colspan attribute. So guys, what we have to do is the first name and last name headers are present in the first row over here, and now we will remove these two headers over here, and we will simply provide just one header which will have the label as name over here. Now guys, what we have to do is, since we have provided 3 values over here for the player details, we need to adjust this particular first column label in such a way that it occupies 2 cells over here. So inside the th starting tag, we need to provide the Colspan attribute. So as you can see, this is the attribute that we can use, and we just have to provide the number of cells that will be used in order to display this particular label. So in this case, these two cells will be displayed in just one cell that will be labeled as name over here. So we provide the Colspan as 2 in this case. So let me just save this file now, and when we reload this page, you will notice that the first name and last name will be removed now, and these two cells will be combined and it will have the label as name over here. So when we reload this page, as you can see, name is being displayed as the common label for the first name and the last name of the players. And guys, this is the importance of the Colspan attribute, that is, in order to merge the two cells column wise, we can use the Colspan attribute inside the th or the td tags as well. Now guys, let us move to another task, that is how we can use the Rowspan. So guys, over here we will have to create another table in such a way that the table headers are present vertically over here in the first column. So let us define this particular table quickly. So in VS Code, what we will do is we will have another table tag over here, and then inside this, the very first row will be having the first element as the header, which will be the first name over here. And then guys, the second and the third element will be having the first name of both the players. So over here we will have the td tag, and we will say the first name of the first player, that is Cristiano, and the third tag will be another td tag, and this time it will be the first name of the second player, that is Lionel. Now guys, similarly we will have two more rows over here, in which case the first element will be table header and the other two elements will be table data over here. So let us define that as well. And over here in the second row we will have last name in this case. So we will have the details of the player, that is Ronaldo and Messi in this case. And then in the third row we will have the age. So we will define the age as 38 years and 36 years. So guys, we have defined all the data over here in the second table as well. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser. So as you can see, we have the table headers in the first column over here, and the data is being displayed in the second and the third columns in this case. Guys, let us provide certain spacing in between both the tables, so we can simply have the line breaks, that is the BR tags over here. So we will have multiple line breaks in this case. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So as you can see, this is the second table now. Now guys, over here we had used the Colspan attribute in order to merge the two cells column wise. Now similarly we will use the Rowspan attribute in order to merge the first name and the last name over here, these two cells vertically, so that we can say that Cristiano Ronaldo is the full name of the player. So guys, what we have to do is we have to come over here in the second table and we have to remove both the headers from here. So first of all we will remove the first name and we will also remove the last name in this case, and we will simply have just one header over here. So we will say th, and in this case we will give the label as name over here. And then guys, what this th is doing is it should have the space of the two rows over here. So in the second row we are not going to define any of the table headers, but in the first row we have already defined, and we need to provide the Rowspan as 2 in this case. So we provide Rowspan and the value should be 2, so that it takes the space of both these cells over here inside the first column. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser. So now as you can see, the first name and last name is not being displayed, and instead of that we are getting the common label, that is name over here, that is occupying the space of the first and the second row over here inside the first column. And guys, this is the way that we can use the Rowspan based on our requirements. So now we will see table styling in HTML using CSS. So guys, we can use CSS in HTML to make the tables look better, and these are the examples that we are going to see with the help of VS Code as well. So basically we will see zebra strips in order to add the background color on every other table row inside the table that we have defined in the HTML. So guys, to check this example, we are going to define this particular table. As you can see, it is kind of a calendar which is having the days, that is Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday and up to Sunday in the first row, and then in the other rows we have the dates over here from 1 up to 28, which is the number of days in the month of February, provided it is not a leap year. So guys, we are going to define this particular table in HTML. So let us move to the VS Code over here, and inside the body section we will have table tag over here, and for this table tag we will define the caption as calendar over here. So we will say calendar. Now guys, simply what we have to do is we need to define the first row, and it should have these days over here. So what we can do is we will have the tr tag over here, and then inside the table row tag we will have the table headers, that is the th tags. So the first th tag is having Monday as the value. Similarly, we will have the other 6 th tags as well, and we will define the other days. So we have Tuesday over here, then we have Wednesday, and then we have Thursday, and then we have Friday, and then Saturday, and then the last day, that is Sunday over here. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser once again. So as you can see, we have defined the headers of the table. We have not provided any borders for now, so we will provide it at the end of the creation of this particular table. Now guys, we will define the dates inside this table using the table row. So once again, we will have the table row over here, which is the second row, and then inside this we will have the table data this time, because these are not the table headers, these are the simple data that we want to define inside the table. So guys, we have the date, that is 1 over here. Similarly, we will have the dates from 1 to 7 in this case. So as you can see, we have provided the dates from 1 to 7. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser. So as you can see, we have provided the dates as well. So guys, similarly, I will quickly provide the dates in the other rows as well inside the VS Code. So guys, as you can see, we have provided the table data in the other rows as well over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So this is the way that our calendar looks like over here on the browser. Now guys, let us provide certain borders as well to all the table cells over here. So in the VS Code, we will come inside the head section, and then we will provide the style tag over here, and we will provide the border to the table and also to the table header, that is the th tag, and the td tag as well, which is the table data. So simply we have to provide the border property over here, and let's say we provide 1 pixel, that is the border width, and then border style will be solid in this case, and let's say we provide the color as black to the border of this table. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser. So as you can see, we have provided the borders as well over here, and we will also provide the border collapse property so that we don't get to see the double borders over here to all the cells of the table. So inside the table tag, we need to provide the border collapse property over here, and then the value will be collapse in this case. And guys, also we will provide certain padding so that we have some space over here between the content and the table borders. So in this case, we will provide padding of 6 pixels over here. So we say padding as 6 pixels. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser. So as you can see, we have provided the padding as well as the collapse property is helping us to display the borders of the cells only once. Now guys, let us see how we can provide the zebra strips over here to the table. So we will be adding the background color on every other table row. So basically we are going to provide the background color to the even rows over here. So let's say this is the second row, so it should have certain background color, and again to this fourth row as well, we will be having the same background color. So how we can achieve this particular task? So guys, simply we can come over here under the style tag, and we will be providing the tr tag over here. That's because we want to provide the background color to the entire row, and then in this case we need to provide the background color to the even rows. So what we can do is after the tr tag, we can use colon, and then we can use the nth child over here. So guys, under this nth child, inside the parenthesis we can say even over here, which means only to the even rows the property that we are going to define under this particular tag will be applied. So inside the curly braces, we will have background color over here, and then let's say we want to provide aqua as the background color in this case to all the even rows of the table. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser once again. So as you can see, this aqua color, that is the background color, is being applied to the even rows over here to this particular table, and that is how we can achieve this particular task of applying the zebra strips to the HTML table. Now guys, similarly we can also have the vertical zebra strips. So instead of having the color being applied to the rows, we can apply it to the columns as well. So let's say if we want to apply the colors to the even number of columns, which means on Tuesday, then on Thursdays, and then on Saturdays. So the background color of these columns should be applied with a particular color. So how we can achieve that? Basically this is called vertical zebra strips, in order to add the background color on every other table column in this case. So guys, what we can do is, instead of having the table row, we will be having the TH and the TD in this case. So since this particular cell is being defined with the TH and these cells are defined with the help of TD tags, we need to apply the styling to the TH and the TD tags over here. So instead of having TR, we will say TH, and then similarly we will copy this and we will provide comma and then paste this once again, and this time we will say TD over here. So guys, to the TH tag we are applying the nth child, and then it should be even in this case, and similarly for TD tag as well, separated by a comma in this case, we are applying the nth child and it is even in this case, and we are having the same color, that is the background color, that is aqua over here. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser. So as you can see, we are getting column wise over here. The even columns are having the background color as aqua in this case, and that is how we can simply achieve the vertical zebra strips over here. Now guys, how do we combine the vertical and horizontal zebra strips? So simply we can include the TR tag as well once again over here in this case. So I'll simply copy this particular section of this line, and then after providing comma we will have TR as well over here. So we say TR, for which the nth child is even over here. So for all the even rows and for all the even columns as well, this particular background color will be applied. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser. So as you can see, the even columns are having the background color, as well as the even rows, that is the second row and the fourth row is also having the background color as aqua, which we have defined over here in the VS Code. So guys, this is the way that we can achieve the combined vertical and horizontal zebra strips in the HTML table. Now guys, how we can provide the horizontal dividers over here? So let us remove all the styling for now in this case. So I'll remove all the lines from the style tag over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So there is no styling to this particular table right now. So what are horizontal dividers? So basically this is nothing but this is a simple bottom line over here that we want to draw after each row. So how we can achieve that? So guys, simply we can provide the border bottom property to all the table rows inside the table. So what we have to do is, inside the style tag we have to define the TR tag over here, and inside the open and close curly braces we will be having the border, and this time it will be applied to the bottom only. So over here we will say 1 pixel border width, and then we have the border style as solid, and then the color of the border will be black color in this case. So guys, basically this border bottom will only be applied to the bottom of all the rows and not on all the 4 sides of the rows in this case. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser. So guys, there is no change for now. We cannot see the horizontal divider. That's because we have not provided the border collapse property to the table. So over here what we need to do is, we can define the table tag as well, and inside the table tag we need to provide the border collapse property over here, and the value of this border collapse property will be collapse in this case. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser once again. So now you can see that a horizontal divider is being displayed to all the table rows over here. Now guys, let us move to another task. Over here we will be seeing hoverable table, which can be achieved by using a hover selector to all the TR elements. So guys, what this will do is, whenever we will get our cursor on the table row, the table row must be highlighted with some background color over here. So let us achieve that. In the VS Code, let me just remove all the styling over here, and then let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser. Now guys, over here simply we will have the borders for the table and the table data. So over here we have the table tag, we have the table header and the table data tags as well. And for this we will have the border as 1 pixel width, and the border style will be solid and the color will be black in this case. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser. Let me provide the border collapse property as well to the table tag over here. So we have border collapse in this case, for which the value is collapse now. And guys, we will also provide the padding of 6 pixels over here so that we get to see certain spacing in between the content and the edges of the borders in this case. So guys, as you can see, we are now having a decent table being displayed on this HTML page. Now guys, let us implement the hover selector over here. So what we can do is we can define the tr tag. That's because on a particular row, if we get the cursor, the entire row needs to be highlighted over here. So after the tr tag, we have colon, and then simply we can provide hover. So as you can see, it applies while the user designates an element with a pointing device, a mouse cursor in this case. So basically we will use this hover, and then what we will do is we will have a background color in this case. So basically what we are saying is whenever user gets the cursor on a particular row of the table, the background color will be set to this particular color that we are going to define. So guys, let's say we define the color that is gray in this case. So gray color will be displayed as the background color for the entire row when we get the cursor on a particular row of the table. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser. So after reloading, if you see, now when we get the cursor over here on the table row, the background color of the entire row is being set to the gray color now. So guys, this is the way that we can use the hover selector in order to highlight a particular row inside the HTML table. So now we will see table call group tag in HTML. So guys, basically the call group element is used to style specific columns of a table. So the call group element should be used as a container for the column specifications. So guys, previously we had created a table containing the calendar for the month of February for a particular year. As you can see, the first row is having all the name of the days over here, and the other rows are having the dates of the month over here from 1 to 28. And we are also having the table caption, that is calendar over here, and the source code, as you can see in this VS code over here, we had defined the table tag, and then after that we had the caption, that is calendar, which is being displayed at the top of the table over here. And then the first row is having the names of the days in the month, and then guys, we have the remaining rows that are defining the dates over here for the month of February, which is having the dates from 1 up to 28, considering that the year is not a leap year. So guys, what we are going to do is we are going to style only particular columns over here, which can be done by using the call group tag. So as you can see, the call group element should be used as a container for the column specifications, which we are going to see with the help of examples as well. And each group is specified with a call element over here. So guys, basically inside the call group tag, we will also have the call tag, which is going to define which columns need to have a particular style. So guys, the span attribute inside the call tag will specify how many columns that get the style over here, and then we have the style attribute as well, which specifies the style to give the columns. So guys, we will check this with the help of example as well. And we can also have multiple call elements inside call group tag. So guys, let us move to the VS code over here, and let's say based on our requirements, we want to have the background color for the first 2 days over here, that is Monday and Tuesday, and both these columns should have the background color as yellow over here. So how we can implement that? So guys, basically the call group tag can help us in order to achieve this task, and this should come inside the table tag and after the caption tag. So guys, always remember, if you are having the caption tag as well as the call group tag to be implemented, so it will always come after the caption tag over here. So as you can see, this is the call group tag that we are going to use, and it is having the starting tag and the ending tag over here, which will just act as a container. And then guys, what we can do is we have to come inside this call group tag, and then we can create the call tag over here. This call tag is not going to have the end tag over here, but we are going to have certain attributes, that is the span attribute and the style attribute. So guys, the span attribute will define how many columns need to have the style that we are going to define. So guys, over here the span attribute will have the value as 2. That's because the first two columns need to have the background color as yellow as per our requirement. So guys, we come over here, we provide the span as 2 and then we provide the style attribute over here, and inside the style attribute we can easily provide the background color property, and this background color property will have the name of the color as yellow as per our requirement. So guys, over here we have provided the background color as yellow for the call tag, which is having the value of span attribute as 2 over here. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser. So as you can see, the first two columns are having the color that is yellow. Guys, I'll remove this hover property as well over here since it is not required for now. So this is the hover property that we had provided. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again. So now as you can see, the first two columns are having the background color as yellow. Now guys, let us say we have another requirement wherein we want to have the background color for Wednesday and Thursday as some other color. So what we can do is, again we can create a call tag over here. So guys, once again when we create the call tag, and now we need to provide the span of 2 once again, so that the third and the fourth column can be painted with a particular background color. So guys, over here we provide the span is equal to 2, and then again we provide the style attribute, and then we use the background color property. So guys, in the background color, let's say we want to provide the color as aqua over here. So guys, the Wednesday and Thursday column should have the aqua color as the background color now. That's because we have provided the span as 2 after the first call tag over here. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again. So as you can see, these two columns are having the different background color now, and that is the meaning of using the call group as a container and using the call elements over here. We can specify how many columns we want to style based on our requirements, and we can provide the properties of the style attributes over here in this same call tag. And then guys, again we can have the multiple call tags over here in order to provide different styling properties to the remaining columns of the table. Now guys, let us say we want to skip this particular column and we want to color Saturday and Sunday with some other color. So what we have to do is, first of all we need to skip the column having the Friday label over here. So we will be creating another call element in this case, and then guys, over here the span attribute should have the value as 1, and it will be a blank call element, which means it is not going to have any style attribute over here. That's because we don't want to provide any styling for this particular column that is having the Friday label. And then guys, what we can do is, after providing this span is equal to 1 for this particular call element, we can create another call element, and this time the span must be 2. That's because this third call element is helping us in order to skip this column that is Friday, and then we will move to Saturday and Sunday, and that is why we can provide the span as 2 over here, so that the style is applied to the last two columns. So guys, over here we will provide the style, and then let's say we provide the background color property, and let's say we provide the color as yellow green in this case. So guys, let me just select this yellow green color. Let me just save this file now, and if you notice, the Friday column should be skipped over here. That's because we have provided the blank call element in this case, and then Saturday and Sunday should have the yellow green color as the background color. So after saving this file, let me just reload this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, Saturday and Sunday is being styled with the background color that is yellow green in this case. So guys, in this way, if you want to skip any of the columns over here, you can provide the blank call element in this case. Whatever number of columns you want to style based on your requirements, you can provide that many number of columns in the span attribute of the call tag in this case, which will come under the container that is being defined by this call group tag. Guys, apart from this, you can also have the visibility property equal to collapse value, which can be used to hide the columns. So guys, let us say in this particular table where Friday column is not having any style, if you want to hide this particular column in this table, so what we can do is, we can come over here and to this call element, which is the empty element in this case, where we have specified just one column over here, with the help of this span attribute, we can provide the style attribute in this case, and then we can use the visibility property. So guys, this visibility property will have the collapse value, and when we use this particular value, the column will be hidden when it is displayed in the HTML page. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the Friday column that was displayed is now being hidden over here due to the visibility property that is set to the collapse value. So now we will see unordered list in HTML. So guys, HTML unordered list is used to group a set of related items in list, and we are going to check this with the help of examples as well. Now an unordered list starts with the UL tag over here. So as you can see, we have the less than symbol and then followed by UL, which stands for unordered list, and then we have the greater than symbol over here, and this is the starting tag of unordered list. We have the ending tag as well. Now each list item starts with the li tag over here. So we have the less than symbol followed by the li and then greater than symbol in order to define the list item inside the unordered list. And then guys, the list items will be marked with bullets, that is the small black circles by default. So guys, let us check this with the help of examples now, how we can define the unordered list in the HTML page. So guys, over here I have defined the title as the unordered list in HTML. Simply we will have the paragraph inside the body, and this paragraph will say that below content is an unordered list. So we have defined a very simple paragraph having the statement below content is an unordered list. Now guys, we will use the UL tag over here. So when we type UL, as you can see, VS Code is suggesting us this UL tag, and we have created the starting tag and the ending tag in this case. Now guys, inside this UL tag we need to define the list of items. So we will be using the li tag over here. So when we use the li tag, it is also having the starting tag and the ending tag over here, and inside the li tag we can define the name of the item. So let's say we define coffee as one of the items over here, and then similarly we will have more items. So I'll copy this and paste this over here in the next lines, and then let's say we define another item as tea and then one more item as milk in this case. So guys, we have 3 items over here inside the list which is being defined as the unordered list. Now guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser to see how the list items will be displayed. So as you can see, this is the list items. I'll simply zoom in so that you can see the content properly. So this is the way that unordered list items are being displayed with the help of the circular bullets over here in black color. So guys, this is the default appearance of the unordered list. We can have any number of list items in this unordered list. So over here, let's say we create more items. So we can simply copy and paste these list items in this case, and let's say we say Coca-Cola over here as another drink, and then let's say we have another list item as Pepsi. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. As you can see, now we have 5 items in this case, and all the items are having the prefix. In this case it is a circular bullet over here which is defined as the unordered list, which is not having any order. Now guys, we can also change this appearance of the bullet in this case. So as you can see, we can use the list style type over here as the CSS property for the unordered list tag. So what we have to do is, inside the UL tag we need to define the style attribute. So inside the style attribute we can say list style type over here. So this is the property that we can use, and it is having multiple values that you can see, and the disk value is the default value that is being seen right now. So what we can do is we can change the value to circle in this case. So when we set the value to circle, it will be a circular appearance instead of a bullet appearance for the unordered list. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser. So as you can see, small circles are being displayed now for each and every item inside the unordered list, and that is the meaning of the circle value for this list style type. Another value can be a square value as well, so we can have the square value. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have the squares now that are being displayed for this unordered list items. Now guys, we can also have the nested list as well. So let's say we want to describe more items inside this tea, that is we want to define black tea as well as green tea in this case. So we can have another unordered list inside this list item. So what we have to do is we have to come over here, and for this list item, that is T in this case, we can define another unordered list by using the UL tag over here. And inside the UL tag, again we can have the li tag in order to define the list item. So let's say we have black tea in this case. So we define black tea, and then again let's say we have another list item, and this time we say green tea. So over here we have defined green tea in this case. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser to see how it looks. So as you can see, black tea and green tea are being displayed inside this list item, that is tea, with a circular appearance over here. So guys, in this way we can also have the nested unordered list. Apart from this list item can also be an image or a link as well, which is pointing to another web page over here. So guys, you can try those things as well as a homework for you so that you can practice on your own. So now we will see ordered list in HTML. So guys, HTML ordered list is used to group a set of related items in list, and they will be having a particular order in which we define them. Now guys, an ordered list starts with the OL tag over here. So we have the less than symbol followed by OL, which is ordered list, and then followed by the greater than symbol, and then inside the list each list item starts with the li tag in this case. So guys, the list items will be marked with the numbers by default. So let us check this with the help of examples in VS Code over here. So guys, previously we had written the unordered list items in this case, and this is how the unordered list items looks on the web browser. Now guys, what we will be doing is we will define the ordered list as well below this unordered list. So simply we are going to have a paragraph, and then we will say below content is in ordered list. So we have a very simple statement, that is below content is in ordered list. Now guys, we can simply use the OL tag over here. So when we type OL, as you can see, this is the starting OL tag and the ending OL tag. So in between these OL tags, we will be defining our list items. So we can simply have the li starting and the ending tag over here. And then guys, let's say we want to have the list of programming languages over here in a particular order. So let's say we define the first list item as Python, and then we copy and paste this line of code to the remaining lines, and then let's say we have another programming language, that is Java, and then let's say we have C++ over here, and then let's say we have Dart in this case. Guys, we have taken these programming languages just for the example to show how the list items will be displayed in the ordered list. It doesn't mean that Python is ranked number 1 over here and Java is ranked number 2 over here. This is just for the example purpose, and all of the programming languages have their own advantages and disadvantages. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have the paragraph that is below content is in ordered list, and then we have all the programming languages that we have listed: Python, Java, C++ and Dart. So guys, as I have told you, this is not the rankings that we are giving to the programming languages. You can learn based on your interest, and each and every programming language have their own advantages and disadvantages. And if you want to learn more about Python and Java programming languages, I have created lot of videos related to the tutorials of these programming languages. Along with it, we have also covered multiple Python and Java programs with the help of examples. So guys, you can watch all those videos which I have added in the playlist. The links I have given below in the description section. So guys, this is a way in order to display the ordered list in this case, wherein by default we get the numbers, that is 1, 2, 3, 4 and so on, based on the number of list items in this case. Now guys, we can also have the type attribute inside the OL tag in order to mention how the list items should be displayed. So by default, as you can see over here, the numbers are being displayed in this case, but we can also have letters over here. So let's say if you want to display all these programming languages with the help of the uppercase characters, so what we have to do is inside the OL tag we have something called as type attribute. So as you can see, it indicates the numbering type. So it can be a lowercase letter or the uppercase letter, or it can also have the Roman numerals as well. So over here right now we will be using the uppercase letter in this case. So let's say we provide capital A over here. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, now the programming languages are being numbered with the uppercase, characters, that is A, B, C, D and so on. So guys, similarly we can have the lowercase characters as well. Over here we need to provide the type, that is lowercase a in this case. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have A, B, C, D and so on. The lowercase letters are being displayed and these are used as the numbers for the ordered list. We can also have the Roman numbers as well. So let's say we provide capital I over here. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So as you can see, these are the Roman numbers 1, 2, 3, 4 and so on. Based on the number of the list items, all the Roman numbers will be displayed over here in the ordered list. Now guys, apart from this, we also have the start attribute of the OL tag. So guys, let us move to the default numbering system over here. So we will change this type value to 1 in this case. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So we are getting 1, 2, 3, 4 and so on. But guys, let's say if you want to start with some other number, let's say we want to start with the fifth number over here. So what we can do is, for the OL tag, we have the start attribute. So over here we can provide the start attribute. As you can see, this integer attribute specifies the start value for the numbering of the individual list items. So we can say that whatever value we provide to the start attribute, from that value the list items will start. So let's say we provide the number 5 in this case. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the numbering is starting from the number that is 5 and then we have 6, 7, 8 and so on. So guys, in this way we can easily use the start attribute as well in order to start the ordered list from a particular number. Now guys, we can also have the nested ordered list as well. So inside one of the list items we can have another ordered list. So let's say inside the Java list, in this case we want another ordered list over here. So what we can do is, after the ending tag of this Java list item, we come over here and then we provide the ordered list tag, that is OL, and then we again define the list items, and then let's say we want to define the Java versions 19 and 20. So over here we will say Java version 19 and then we will have another list item and then we will say Java version 20 in this case as the second list item inside the nested ordered list over here within Java list item. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, inside this Java list item we have two more elements that we have defined, which is again an ordered list over here, that is being numbered as 1 and 2, and it is saying Java version 19 and Java version 20 in this case. So guys, in this way we can also have the nested ordered list over here, and based on our requirements we can also have images and other links over here instead of the simple text that we have defined in this ordered list. And if you want to have the unordered list over here, we can do that as well. So instead of using the OL tag in this case, we can use the UL tag over here, which defines the unordered list. So we have changed the starting and the ending tag to the unordered list in this case. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, now a small circle is being displayed instead of the numbers over here, which is the unordered list that we have defined inside the nested order list. So guys, these are certain ways in order to display the ordered list and the nested ordered list as well. So now we will see description list in HTML. So guys, a description list is a list of terms with a description of each term. So let's say we have the list of items and we want to have some description for each and every item inside the list. So we will be using the description list in HTML in such cases. So guys, we have the DL tag over here which defines the description list, and then inside the DL tag we can have the DT tag which defines the term, that is the list item that we want to define, and we also have the DD tag which describes each term that we have listed in the DT tag over here. So guys, let us check this with the help of examples in VS Code over here. So previously we had seen the unordered list and the ordered list. So I'll quickly remove these lines of code over here, and then we will say below content is in description list in this case. So guys, we have a very simple statement, below content is in description list, and then we will also change description list in HTML. Now guys, the main tag that we are going to use over here is the DL tag over here. So we have the description list starting and the ending tag, and then we are going to define the term, that is the list item, using the dt tag. So over here we provide dt, and then let's say we provide coffee as one of the list items over here, and then guys what we can do is we can have the dd tag that describes the coffee item over here. So we provide the double D tag in this case, and then we can simply say black hot drink in this case. So over here we are just providing certain description for this coffee over here. Now guys, let us say we have another element. So again we will have the dt tag over here, and then let's say we have milk in this case, and then we will describe it with certain statement. So let's say we have white cold drink in this case. So guys, basically we are describing what milk is over here. So this is the format that we can use inside the DL tag. First we have the dt tag, and then followed by the double D tag over here in order to describe the dt term, and then again we have more list items along with their descriptions. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, below content is in description list. So this is the list of items that we have. So first item we have coffee, and then we have the description, that is black hot drink over here, and then the second item is milk, which is a white cold drink in this case. So guys, if you have the requirement in such a way that you want to describe certain list of items over here, you can have the description list in this case and use these dt and the dd tags over here in order to define the terms and the descriptions as well. So now we will see class attribute in HTML. So guys, the HTML class attribute is used to specify a class for an HTML element, and multiple HTML elements can share the same class. So guys, the basic idea behind using the class attribute is to provide certain styling to that particular HTML element, and apart from this we can have the same class name being defined for the multiple HTML elements so that they can share the same styling. Now guys, the syntax for CSS of class is in such a way that to create a class we first write a period, that is dot character over here, and then followed by the name of the class that we have defined for that particular HTML element. And then guys, we define the CSS properties within the curly braces. So guys, this dot character followed by the class name will be defined inside the style tag that we define under the head section of the HTML page, and then we are going to define the style properties inside the curly braces. So guys, let us check this with the help of examples now in the VS Code over here. So guys, we have updated the title to class attribute in HTML, and let's say we have the paragraph tag over here. So we say p tag, and then we will say this is first paragraph. So guys, we have a very simple statement, that is this is first paragraph, and let's say we have another paragraph over here and we say this is second paragraph in this case. Now guys, let's say we want to provide certain background color to this paragraph. So what we can simply do is we can come over here to the p tag, and inside the p tag we can provide the style attribute, and then we can simply have the background color, and let's say we provide the background color as yellow. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the first paragraph is having the background color that is yellow, but the second paragraph is not having the background color. So what we can do is we can simply copy paste this background color property of the style attribute to the second paragraph tag as well. But guys, in this way our code will become little complex and it will be little difficult in order to read the HTML code. And with the increasing number of the styling properties, the HTML code will become more worse if someone else is going to read your HTML code in future. So guys, what we can do is we can define the class over here for the p tag in this case. So simply we come inside the p tag over here, and then we say class in this case, and then let's say we give the name of the class as bg color. So guys, it depends on you what name you provide to your classes when you use in the HTML elements, but make sure that these are sensible names and we can come to know the meaning of it, what exactly the class name means. And also these class names are case sensitive, so you have to use the exact names over here. And then again guys, what we can do is name and paste to the second p tag as well, so that we can define the classes in both the paragraph tags. Now guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we simply have the two styling properties that we have defined for this particular class name, that is bg color. So now what we will do is we will come inside the head section and then we will define the style tag over here. Now guys, as I have told you, this is the syntax that we first have to mention the period, that is the dot character, and then followed by the class name. So over here we provide the dot character and then the class name, that is bg color over here. Now guys, make sure that the name of this class name is matching with the class name that we have provided in the HTML elements. So we can simply copy and paste over here in order to avoid any mistakes. So this is the format, that is we have the dot character followed by the name of the class, and then what we have to do is we need to provide the open and close curly braces inside which we will be defining our styling properties. Now guys, we will provide the background color over here, so we can simply say background color in this case, and then let's say the background color is yellow over here. Now let me just save this file now, and since the classes are being mentioned in both the HTML elements, that is both the paragraph tags, so in this case both the paragraphs should have this background color, that is yellow now. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have the background color, that is yellow in this case, and in this way we can easily use the classes in HTML in order to provide certain styling properties to the HTML elements. Now guys, apart from this, we can also have different HTML elements that can use the same class attribute. So what we can do is, let's say we have div element over here. So we define another div element and we will say this is first div element, and then let's say we have another second div element and we will define the content as this is second div element in this case. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have both the div elements over here being displayed, but let's say if we want to provide the same styling properties that is being applied to the first two paragraphs over here to the div elements as well. So what we can do is simply we can define this class, that is bg color over here, inside the div element as well. So I'll copy this and paste it inside both the div elements. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the styling properties to the div elements are also applied, and in this way we can have the same class name being used for different HTML elements if we want to apply those styling properties. Now guys, another important thing is the HTML element can also have multiple classes associated with it. So let's say we have another class over here. So we define the styling of another class. So let's say we have the dot character followed by font size in this case. With the curly braces, we will define the font size over here. So let's say we have the font size property and we define it as 26 pixels in this case. So guys, let's say we want the first paragraph to have this font size as 26 pixels. So what we can do is, since this class name is font size, we can apply this class name to the first paragraph tag over here inside the class attribute. But along with this, we also want the bg color to be applied so that it also has the background color over here. So what we can do is, after this bg color, we can provide the space character and then provide the name of the class, that is font size in this case. So guys, we have applied multiple class names over here which are separated by the space characters, and those styling properties from multiple classes will be applied to such HTML element which is mentioning multiple classes over here. So in this case, the first paragraph will be having the font size as 26 pixels and the other HTML elements will be having the default font size. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, this is first paragraph is having the font size of 26 pixels compared to the other HTML elements that are being displayed with the default font size. So guys, in this way we can also combine the multiple styling properties from different classes and apply it to a single HTML element by using those class names which will be separated by a space character over here. So guys, these are the certain things that you should know while using the class names this property of HTML helps us in order to provide the similar styling properties to multiple HTML elements irrespective of their tags. So now we will see ID attribute in HTML. So guys, the HTML ID attribute is used to specify a unique ID for an HTML element, and we can use the styling properties by using this ID attribute that we are going to check with the help of examples as well. Now guys, you cannot have more than one element with the same ID in an HTML document. Previously we had seen that the class attribute name can be applied to more than one element, but when we are using ID attribute, we cannot assign it to more than one HTML element inside the HTML document. And the syntax for CSS of ID is in such a way that first we write a hash character. So as you can see, this is the hash character over here, and then followed by the ID name in this case, and then we define the CSS properties within the curly braces. So guys, let us check this with the help of example now in the VS Code over here. So guys, let's say we have the two paragraphs, and then we have the content inside the first paragraph as this is first paragraph, and then let's say we have another paragraph over here, and then we will say this is second paragraph in this case. Now guys, let's say we want to define the ID for this first paragraph over here. So inside the starting P tag, we provide the space character and then followed by the ID attribute. As you can see, it defines a unique identifier which must be unique in the whole document. So we are going to use this ID attribute, and then we are going to say para1 in this case. So guys, this is the name of the ID, that is para1, and we can use this para1 ID over here inside the style tags in order to provide certain styling to this first paragraph. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser. So as you can see, we have the two paragraphs over here, but we don't have any styling. So currently we have just applied the ID to this first paragraph, but we have not provided any styling attributes to this ID. So we will be providing the same over here. So as I have told you, the syntax for the CSS properties to be defined to the ID is by using the hash character and then followed by the ID name. So over here we will provide hash character followed by para1, that is the name of this ID in this case, and then followed by the open and close curly braces inside which we will be having the CSS property. So guys, let's say we want to change the color of the font for this first paragraph over here. So what we can do is simply we can provide the color property in this case, and let's say we provide the color that is red over here. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. Since this time we are providing the ID to the first paragraph and the color is red for this ID, only the first paragraph will be having the color that will be updated. Now when we reload this page, as you can see, the color of this first paragraph is red over here. So guys, in this way we can easily use the ID attribute for a particular HTML element and provide certain styling attributes in this case. Now guys, let's say we want to change the font size as well. So over here we provide the font size property, and let's say we provide 26 pixels as the value of the font size property over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the font size of this particular paragraph has been updated and it is larger compared to the font size of this second paragraph, which is being displayed with the default font size. So guys, based on your requirements, you can have any styling properties over here being defined to this ID that we have defined inside the style tags. Now guys, what is the difference between the class and the ID? So as I have told you, ID is being used only with a single HTML element, and we cannot use the same ID with multiple HTML elements, but we can have the same class with the multiple HTML elements over here. So let's say we have another class saying BG color in this case, and then let's say we have the background color property over here, and the value for this background color property is yellow. And then let's say we also want to have the text align property for this class, and we will say center as the text align property. And then let's say we want to use these styling properties that is being used in the BG color class name to this particular paragraph. So what we can do is we can simply have the class attribute over here, and then we can provide the name of the class, that is BG color. So in this way the second paragraph will be having the background color, that is yellow, and it will be also having the text align property as center. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have the yellow background color and the text align is also at the center. Now guys, let us say we have another element over here. So we have another div element in this case. So when we provide div, and then let's say we have this is a div element as the content of this div tag. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So we have a very simple statement, that is this is a div element for this div tag. Now guys, let us say we want to provide the same styling property that we have provided to the second paragraph over here to the div tag as well. So what we can do is simply we can use this class name and provide the class attribute inside the div tag as well, and give the value of this class name as BG color. So when we save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser, so the same styling property is being provided to this div element as well, and that is the main difference over here between the class and the ID. We can use the class name with the multiple HTML elements over here. They can be of the same type or the different types as well, but when we are talking about the ID of the HTML element, it can only be used with a single HTML element, and that is why the ID must be unique in nature. Now guys, there is a very important application of IDs, that is using the HTML bookmarks with ID. So for example, we have the Google search blog link over here. I'll simply open this in a new tab, and then guys, what we are going to do is, as you can see, this is the content of the Google search central blog over here, and this is the Google search core updates heading in this case. So guys, I want to know what is the ID of this particular heading. So simply we will right click over here and click on the inspect option, and then we use this select an element tool over here and simply highlight this particular heading. As you can see, this is the H2 heading which is having a particular ID. So you can see this is the ID over here. I'll simply copy this ID, and what we will be doing is we will be providing a link, that is by using the A tag in the HTML document, and we will point it to this particular heading over here. So what we have to do is simply I'll come over here and provide the A tag in this case, and then let's say we provide the content, that is click here in between the starting and the ending A tags. Now guys, what we have to do is for the href, we need to provide the link to that web page. So simply I'll copy this link of the URL and paste it over here, and then we need to provide the hash character over here. That's because we want to specify the ID of the HTML element that is present on this page. So simply I'll come over here, copy this ID once again, and then paste it after the hash character. So guys, the main idea over here is to click on this particular link and go directly on this page where the user will be taken to this particular heading directly, and that is what we are going to achieve with this task over here. So guys, let me just close this tab, and then what we have to do is inside this A tag I will provide the target attribute as well, which will help us in order to open this link in the new tab. So over here the value will be provided as the underscore blank value in this case, so that this link is opened in the new tab of the browser. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have the click here hyperlink in this case, and when we click on this link, a new tab is opened, and as you can see, we directly come over here to this heading in this case, that is Google search core updates over here. And if you notice in this URL, we also have the hash followed by the ID of that particular heading. So guys, this is the way that we can directly point out to a particular ID of the HTML element on that page and directly navigate to that particular heading by using the hyperlinks. So guys, these are certain things that you should know about the ID attribute in HTML. So now we will see iframe in HTML. So guys, basically an HTML iframe is used to display a web page within another web page. So we are going to check this with the help of example as well, how we can display a web page inside the already existing web page. Now guys, the HTML iframe tag specifies an inline frame. So basically whatever HTML element we have written in our code, besides that HTML element, the inline iframe will be displayed with the help of the iframe tag over here in HTML. An inline iframe is used to embed another document within the current HTML document. So let us check the example, and along with it we are going to use the src, which is the source attribute that is used to refer to another web page to display an iframe. So guys, let us move to the VS Code over here, and first of all we will change the title to iframe in HTML. So we will say iframe in HTML. Now guys, we will have a very simple paragraph. So by using the p tag, we will say below is an iframe element. So guys, over here we have a very simple statement, that is below is an iframe element inside the paragraph. Now guys, we will provide the iframe over here. So basically when we type iframe, as you can see, this is the tag that we are going to use. So this is the src attribute that we can use in order to provide which web page we want to display inside this iframe element. Now guys, there's another attribute, that is frame border. We can remove it for now. And guys, before defining it, we need to have another web page over here. So let me just go to the Explorer. So as you can see, we only have the test.html page over here. So what we can do is we can add a new file in this case. So we click on this new file option, and then we will say iframe.html in this case. So guys, basically we will be creating another web page over here which will be used in order to display it inside the iframe. So guys, let us provide the HTML5 tag over here. So automatically we will get the boilerplate code with the help of the VS Code special feature over here. So guys, inside this we will have a very simple paragraph, and we will say this is an iframe web page. So guys, basically we are displaying the simple statement, that is this is an iframe web page, so that we come to know that this is the web page that is created to be displayed inside the iframe. So guys, let me just save this file now and move to the other file, that is test.html. So guys, as you can see, we can switch between the different HTML web pages over here by using these tabs on the VS Code. So this is the iframe.html file, and we are going to test.html file. Now guys, we can refer to this iframe.html that we have just created. So inside the source attribute and inside the double quotes, we can simply provide iframe.html. So this is the page that we want to display inside the iframe tag over here inside the test.html. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser. So as you can see, we will be using the test.html this time. So when we refresh this page, as you can see, this is an iframe web page over here that is being displayed right now. And guys, you can see the border of the iframe as well, which is the default CSS property that is applied to the iframe on this web page. Guys, to make it more clear, we can provide the background color as well to the iframe.html web page. So what we will do is we will come to this iframe.html web page over here, and inside the head section we will define the style, and for the body tag we are going to display the background color so that we can easily know what are the boundaries of the iframe element inside the test.html. So guys, over here, let's say we provide the aqua color as the background color for the entire iframe web page. So let me just save this file now and come to the test.html, and then this time when we reload this page, as you can see, this is the dimension of the iframe over here, and we are getting to see this is an iframe web page. Now if you notice, this is another web page and it is an independent web page over here. If we go to the file explorer, and as you can see, this is the iframe.html file that is created. So when we double click on this particular iframe.html web page is being opened for you in another tab. So guys, this particular web page is being displayed in a small iframe over here inside the test.html page, and that is the main purpose of this iframe element, that is to display another web page inside the existing web page. Now guys, apart from this, it is very important that we also provide the title attribute, which is used by screen readers to read out what the content of the iframe is. So basically we come to this test.html, and inside this iframe tag, after the source attribute, we provide the title attribute as well, and then we say test iframe over here. So guys, basically whatever title we give inside this double quotes, it will be used by the screen readers in order to read the content of this title attribute. So no change will be seen over here. So when we just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser, there is no change when we provide the title attribute, but it will be used by the screen readers whenever they are going to read the iframe content. Now guys, apart from this, you can also use the height and width attributes of the iframe. So basically this is the default width and height that we have set so far over here. We can explicitly set the width and height of the iframe in this case. So after the title, let me just provide the height of the iframe as 100 pixels over here. So we provide 100 pixels, and as well as the width as 100 pixels in this case. So since the width and height are same, the iframe will be displayed as a square iframe over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So as you can see, it is a square iframe in this case. Guys, we can increase the width and height over here. So we will keep it as 300 pixels. So it looks more decent over here. So as you can see, this is a square iframe in this case, and that is how you can easily set the width and height of the iframe. You can also use the CSS properties as well, inside which you can provide the height and width properties when you are providing the style attribute for that iframe. Now guys, by default the border of the iframe is being displayed. So as you can see, this is the gray border for the iframe. So what we can do is we can remove the border as well. So simply we have to come over here, and inside the style attribute in this case, we provide the border property, and then for this border property we provide the value as none. So guys, what is the meaning of none value for the border property? It means there will be no border at all for this particular iframe HTML element. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. As you can see, there is no border right now, and it simply looks like it is some another element which is having a background color property. And guys, apart from this, we can also have the border that is specified. So simply we can provide 2 pixels over here, and then solid and black color. So guys, basically we are providing the 2 pixels width of the border, and it is a solid border, and the color of the border will be black over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So as you can see, the border is being applied to this iframe element now. Now guys, apart from this, we can also have the iframe target for a link. So what this means is we can also have the anchor tag over here. So what we will be doing is we will define the anchor tag, and after clicking on that particular link, that is the hyperlink that is being defined by the anchor tag, the content of the iframe element will be updated. So guys, for this we will have another iframe page over here. So what we will do is I will have another iframe HTML page. So this time we will say iframe1.html. Now guys, inside this file we will again have the HTML code, and again we will have the paragraph tag over here, and then we will say this is another iframe. But guys, this time what we will do is we will have the background color of this page as yellow. So we will provide the style tag inside the head tag over here, and then for the body tag in this case we will provide the background color over here, and the background color will be yellow in this case. So guys, let me just save this file now. I'll show you this file that is being created, that is iframe1 over here. So when we click on this, this is the iframe1 that is being created, and we can independently view all these files over here. I'll simply close these files. Now guys, what we will do is by default the first iframe that we defined will be displayed over here, but when we are going to click on a particular link, the content of this iframe should change to the second iframe that we just defined with the yellow background color. So what we are going to do is inside this test.html we will have a hyperlink over here. So let's say we define the a tag in this case, and then we will have the content as click here. So guys, basically we are asking the user to click on this particular link, and for the href attribute we are going to point it to the iframe1.html page that we just defined, which is having the yellow background. So guys, over here iframe1.html is being provided to the href attribute. Now guys, by default what is the meaning of this? So basically this iframe1.html page will be displayed on the same page where this test.html page is being displayed right now. So guys, let me just show you that. So I'll save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, since the iframe element is the inline element, the anchor tag is being displayed over here to the right of this particular element. And when we click on this particular link over here, since we have given the href attribute as iframe1.html, this page will be opened in this same tab. So when I click on this, as you can see, this is another iframe. So iframe1.html is getting loaded over here. But guys, what we want to do is, when we click on this link, we want to open that page inside this iframe. So how we can achieve that? So basically what we have to do is, first of all, we need to provide the name to this iframe over here. So let's say we provide the name attribute in this case, and we simply say iframe over here as the name of this particular HTML element. Now guys, we need to refer to this name when we click on this particular link, and that can be done by providing the target attribute. So guys, if you remember, the target attribute is used in order to open this particular web page in the same browser tab or the different browser tab. So when we provide the blank value over here, this particular page will be opened on a different browser tab, and by default the value is self right now, which is making it open in the same browser tab. But what we want is, we want to open it in this particular iframe. So we simply copy the name of this iframe and paste it to the target attribute of the a tag over here. Now guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. Now guys, when we click on this particular link, the iframe with the yellow background should display in this particular iframe element. So when I click over here, as you can see, this is another iframe is being displayed right now in the iframe element that was defined in the test.html element itself, rather than opening this particular iframe1.html in the same or different browser tab. So guys, this is another application wherein you can provide the target attribute as the name of the iframe for that particular hyperlink where you want to load a particular iframe inside the iframe HTML element. So now we will see basic JavaScript with HTML. So guys, JavaScript makes HTML pages more dynamic and interactive. So far we have seen only the HTML elements and tags that we use in order to design the web pages, and also we have seen how we can style the HTML documents by using the CSS properties. But guys, we have not seen how we can click on a particular element inside the HTML document and change the content of the existing HTML element, which is known as the dynamic property of a web page, and how we can interact with the web page. So guys, basically this JavaScript helps us in order to interact with the HTML web page and get certain HTML elements updated as per our requirements. Now guys, we are going to have a simple problem statement, and we are going to solve this with the help of the example in the VS Code, and we are going to learn at least the basic JavaScript that we can use in the HTML. Apart from this, we will also be having the upcoming videos in which we are going to learn a lot about the JavaScript that we can use along with the HTML to make our web pages interactive and dynamic. So guys, let us move to the problem statement. So the very first thing that we are going to do is, we are going to create a button over here. So we move to the VS Code. So inside the body, what we can do is, first of all, we will have the paragraph, and then we will say click below button. So guys, we have a very simple statement, that is click below button over here. Now guys, how do we create a button? So we simply have to create the input tag over here. So when we say input, as you can see, there are a number of suggestions that is being provided by the VS Code over here, and we are looking for something that is input button in this case. And when we click on this, as you can see, the type attribute should have the value that is button. Guys, apart from this button value, there are many values that you can set. So if I show you, these are all the suggestions. So we can have the button, in which case a button will be created over here. Then we can also have the checkboxes, and then we have the color, then date time. So guys, all these are the different types of inputs that we can have inside HTML, and we are going to learn about these as well in the upcoming videos as well. So for now, in order to create the button, we are going to select this value of the type attribute inside the input HTML element. Now guys, we are supposed to set the value as well, that is the text that is going to be displayed for this particular button. So we will simply say click me over here. So guys, basically this text will be displayed on the button in order to show what action will be taken when the user clicks on this button. You can also have the submit value over here, or you can also have the reload value in order to reload the entire page. So guys, it depends on the functionality of the button to have the value attribute for that particular button. Now guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser. So as you can see, we have the click below button paragraph that is being displayed, and then we have something called as click me, and this is a button right now over here. Now guys, nothing will happen when we click on this. So as you can see, when we click on this, nothing is happening right now. So guys, we need to add certain functionality to this particular button element over here. So what we will be doing is, the next step is to create a paragraph with ID demo. So guys, we will do that. After this button, we will create another p tag over here, and then this time we are going to provide the ID, and the ID that we have given is demo to this particular paragraph. Now guys, what we have to do is, we need to click the button to show the current date time in the demo paragraph. So guys, over here I'll simply provide demo paragraph as the text so that you can see where this paragraph is being displayed on the web page. So when we reload this page once again, as you can see, demo paragraph is being displayed right now over here. Now guys, what we want to do is, when I click on this button right now, we want to change this demo paragraph to the latest date time that is provided by the system over here right now. So currently when we click on this button, nothing is happening right now. So let me just come to the code over here. What we have to do is, to this input tag, we need to provide the onClick attribute. So as you can see, we have something called as onClick attribute over here. And then guys, what we have to do is, we need to find the paragraph with the ID that is demo and fill it with the current timestamp over here. So what we can do is, we have to type document. So as you can see, document is the word that we have to use, followed by dot, and then we have something called as get element by ID. So as you can see, this is the method that we are going to use, that is get element by ID, because this paragraph is having the ID that is demo over here. So guys, we are going to provide this ID inside the open and close parenthesis. We need to provide the single quotes over here since we have already used double quotes, and then we provide the demo that is the ID of this paragraph. Now guys, this particular statement, that is document.get element by ID, and then providing this ID inside the single quotes inside the open and close parenthesis, will help us to find this particular HTML element, that is paragraph over here. Now guys, what we have to do is, after finding this paragraph, we need to provide dot, and then we need to say inner HTML. So we want to change the content of this HTML element, so we are going to use the inner HTML property over here. So when we click on this, and then after this we need to provide equal to, and then we need to get the current timestamp of the system. So simply we can provide the date and then followed by open and close parenthesis. So guys, this particular date is being used over here in order to get the current timestamp in this case. So guys, it may be little complex for you to understand this, but slowly with time, when we are going to practice more about JavaScript, you will come to know exactly what we are doing over here. And along with the practice as well, you can understand that basically we are getting the current timestamp of the system and assigning it to the paragraph that is having the ID, which is demo over here, by using the inner HTML property. Now guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. And this time when we click on this particular button, this text that is demo paragraph should get replaced with the current timestamp. So let me just click over here. So when we click on this, as you can see, the current timestamp right now along with the date is being displayed over here. It is showing us the time in hours, minutes and seconds right now. When we click on this once again, as you can see, the minutes and seconds will change over here when we continuously click over here on this particular button. So as you can see, the time is being changed right now. Every second the time will get updated over here when we click on this button. So guys, this is a very basic JavaScript that we have seen over here right now. Apart from this, what we have done is, we have provided this particular statement within the tag over here. but instead of having the on click button and specifying all the steps of the JavaScript over here, what we can do is I'll simply cut this, and we can also have the script tag over here. You can see that the script tag in HTML for JavaScript, we can define it inside the head section or within the body section as well. So when we define it inside the head section, over here we can simply have the script, and then guys what we can do is we can provide a function over here. So we are going to learn more about the function as well in the upcoming videos when we are going to learn about JavaScript tutorial. And then let's say we provide the name of the function as demo, and then after the open and close parenthesis we provide the curly braces over here, and inside the curly braces we provide the statement followed by the semicolon. So guys, this is a simple format in order to define a function inside the JavaScript inside the script tag over here. Now guys, function keyword is being followed by the function name, and then we have the open and close parenthesis over here. So guys, what we have to do is we just need to call this function from this on click attribute. So simply we will have the demo function over here followed by open and close parenthesis. Now guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. This time when we click on this button once again, as you can see, the date is being captured over here and it is being written in this demo paragraph. So guys, this is the way that we can provide the JavaScript line of code inside the script tag over here by defining the functions as well and calling that function on the click of a particular button. We can have multiple buttons inside the HTML body tag, and then guys we can have different functions based on their functionalities and have different dynamic content being added to the HTML web page over here. Guys, apart from this we can also set the style attributes with JavaScript. So let's say we want this particular text to be displayed in the red color. So by default it is being displayed in the black color over here. So what we can do is again we can come over here in the demo function. That's because when we click on this particular button we are calling the demo function over here with the help of the on click attribute. So guys, the control flow comes over here to the demo function and sees that we are supposed to get the element by ID, that is demo, which is this particular paragraph, and set it with the current timestamp by using the date function over here. Now guys, what we will be doing is again we will find the paragraph with the ID, that is demo over here. So we will type document followed by dot, and then we say get element by ID, and then inside the parenthesis we will again have the single quote over here, and then we will say the ID is demo in this case. And then guys, what we can do is in order to set the color as red over here to this text, we can provide dot followed by style attribute. So guys, basically we use the style attribute in order to change the color of a particular text as well when we use the CSS. So the same thing we can do over here programmatically. So after dot we provide style, and then followed by dot we can set color over here, because that is the property that we use inside the style attribute when we define the colors using CSS. And then guys, after this we can simply have equal to, and inside the double quotes we can give the value as red over here so that the color of the text is being changed to red. And then after this we have a semicolon. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So guys, by default demo paragraph is being displayed in the black color right now. That's because we have provided the style inside the demo function, which will be called only after clicking this button. So when we click on this button right now, let me just click on this. As you can see, we are seeing the date by using this first line of code over here, and by using the second line of code inside the demo function we are getting the color of this text as red color. So guys, this is the way that we can set the color of the text by using the JavaScript as well, and apart from this we can also change the content of the HTML elements. So guys, this is a very basic JavaScript that we have seen right now in this HTML tutorial. We will be seeing more JavaScript videos in the JavaScript tutorial as well in the upcoming videos. So now we will see head element in HTML. So guys, basically the HTML head element is a container for the following elements. which are title, and then we have style, meta, link, script, and the base tags. So guys, basically some of the tags we have already seen in the previous videos as well, that are being used inside the head element, which is a container for all these tags over here. And guys, the head element itself must be defined inside the HTML tag. Now guys, one by one we are going to see all these tags over here. So first of all, the title tag, it defines the title of the document, and basically the title must be text only, and it is shown in the browser's title bar or in the page tab over here. So guys, we have already seen this in the previous videos as well. As you can see, this is the HTML document. The first tag is the HTML starting tag, and then in the end we have the HTML ending tag as well. And then inside this HTML tag we have two main tags, that is the head tag, which can have multiple tags over here that we have just defined right now, and then we also have the body tag, which defines the body of the web page. So guys, basically we have the title tag over here inside the head tag, which defines the title of the document. So as you can see, we have head element in HTML. So this is the title of this particular HTML document, and when we save this file and try reloading this page, you can see this title of the document, that is head element in HTML, on the browser tab over here. So guys, this is the main functionality of the title tag. It helps us in order to display that title of the document on the tab, and you must be defining the title of the document whenever you are creating new web pages. Now guys, apart from this, we also have the style tag over here, which is used to define the style information for a single HTML page. So guys, what we can do is, inside the head tag we also have the style tag over here. So when we define the style tag, we can define the styling of the HTML elements that are present inside the body. So let's say for example, we want to define the background color of this body tag over here. So what we can do is, simply inside the style tag we define the body tag first of all, because for the body tag we want to define the background color. So inside the body tag over here we provide the open and close curly braces, and then simply we provide the background color property. As you can see, when we type background over here, we are getting number of suggestions by the VS Code. So we can use the background color over here, and simply we can define the value of the color. So let's say we want the background color of the entire body of the web page to be yellow color. In this way we can define the style, that is the background color, inside the style tag. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. As you can see, the background color of the entire body has been updated to the yellow color that we have defined inside the style tag in this case. So guys, this is another important tag that we can use inside the head element of the HTML page. Now guys, we also have the link attribute as well. So it defines a relationship between the current document and an external resource. So guys, one of the best applications of the link attribute is to link to another external style sheet, which means a CSS style sheet that you have created. So guys, when you are going to actually work on big projects, basically instead of having this internal styles or the inline styles that you can define inside a particular HTML element, we are going to mostly deal with the external style sheet. So let me just open the Explorer over here, and we will create a new file and we will name it as style.css. So guys, basically this name we have given is the style, that is the file name, followed by dot, and then the extension that we are using is CSS over here, which means it is a CSS file where all our styling properties will be stored. So guys, let me just create this file, and inside this file what we will be doing is, let's say the style that we have provided right now for the body, I'll just remove from here and paste it inside the style.css. So basically all the styles will be stored inside this style.css file in this case. And let me just create another style for the paragraph tag over here, and let's say for the paragraph tag we want the color of the text to be red in this case. So when we provide color, and then we can simply provide the value that is red. So guys, what this means is, whatever paragraph that we are going to create inside our main HTML file over here will be having the red color of the text in this case. So guys, in this way we can define multiple styles for the different HTML elements, including multiple properties as well. So guys, let me just save this style.css file and come to this test.html. I'll remove these style tags for now, and then what we are going to do is simply we are going to have the p tag over here, and then we will say this is paragraph 1 in this case, and then again we will have another paragraph, that is this is paragraph 2. So guys, we have defined two simple paragraphs, that is this is paragraph 1 and 2. So guys, currently we have not linked this style.css file to the test.html, which we are going to do with the help of the link tag right now. So let me just save this file now and show you how this file will look. So when we reload this page, as you can see, there is no background color for now, and even the paragraph being displayed are black in color right now. That's because we have defined the style in the style.css, but we have not linked this particular file to this HTML web page. So guys, what we have to do is inside the head tag we need to provide the link attribute right now, and then we are going to use this link colon CSS, which means the rel attribute, which is the relation attribute. It is telling HTML that the file that we are going to specify will be a style sheet file. So guys, this is the rel attribute and the value that we must define in order to link to a style sheet file. And then guys, already the style.css file name is being taken over here. So in the href we need to provide this style.css file name that we have just defined in this case. So guys, in this way what exactly we are doing is we are separating the styling of the document that we have defined in the style.css file over here from the HTML code that we have written. So guys, our code looks more cleaner in this case. So this is one of the best practices that we must follow, that is to create the HTML files and CSS files separately and to link them by using the link tag over here, so that we have the separate style sheets and the HTML files that can be maintained properly. So guys, let me just save this file now, and this time when we reload this page we should get all the styles that are defined inside the style.css file. So let me just reload this page. As you can see, we are getting the background color as well, and we are getting the red color for this paragraph as well. So guys, in this way we can make use of this link tag in order to link to a particular external style sheet file, which is mostly the case when we are going to create major projects. Now guys, let us move to another tag over here. We have something called as meta in this case, which is being used to specify the character set or the page description or the keywords or the author of the document and the viewport. So guys, basically this viewport settings is being used in order to make the page responsive, which we are going to check in the upcoming videos as well. So simply what we can do is we have to come over here and we provide the meta tag in this case followed by colon, and then you can see this VP over here, which means viewport. So when we select this option, as you can see, the name is provided as viewport and the content is width is equal to device width, which means the entire device width will be used whenever the images or other HTML elements are going to scale automatically, and then the initial scale is 1.0 over here. So guys, this is one of the important property of the meta tag, that is using the viewport. If you want your website to be responsive, which means the pages should be displayed properly on the desktop as well as mobile and tablet devices. So guys, meta tag is being used to provide the viewport settings, and apart from that you can also provide the character set, the description of the page, the keywords that will be used by the search engines in order to display your web page to the audiences when they are going to search for your keyword, and then also the author of the document can be defined. Now guys, apart from this we can also have the script tag over here, which can be used to define the client side JavaScripts. So basically inside the head tag we can also define the script tag over here, and then the script tag can have a particular function. So we are going to learn more about the functions when we are going to see the JavaScript tutorial. So over here we can have function, and then the function name is, let's say, demo, and then we can have our own JavaScript code over here. So guys, basically whatever JavaScript that we are going to write, we can have it inside the script tag as well, which can be defined inside the head tag over here inside the HTML. Now guys, apart from this we also have the base tag over here, which specifies the base URL or the target for all the relative URLs in the web page. So guys, what this means is we can also have the base tag over here in this case, and we can provide the href. So guys, what is the use case of this base tag? So guys, over here, let's say we have a particular folder from where we want to show the images on our web pages. So guys, what we are going to do is we are going to provide this common directory path from where we are going to refer to that image. So I'll simply copy this and paste it inside the href attribute of the base tag over here. So when we provide this value of the href attribute, and then in the end we need to provide the slash character over here. Now guys, this is the base directory that we have defined. Now guys, whatever images that we want to define inside the body of the web page, we can simply provide the name of that image now instead of providing the entire directory path to be displayed. So guys, let's say we want to provide the image over here along with the source in this case. So what we need to provide is the source will be the name of this file. So simply I'll copy this name of the file, and then after that we provide the extension that is .png over here. And guys, simply this particular image will be displayed right now by using the base directory path that we have already defined. So guys, let me just set the width and height of this particular image as well. So let's say we have the width as 300 pixels over here, and then let's say we have the height as 100 pixels in this case. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, this image is being displayed right now by using the directory path that we have provided in the base tag over here. Now guys, let's say we don't provide this base tag in this case. So I'll just comment out this particular line by using the control and / keyboard keys on the Windows. So let me just save this file now and let us see whether this particular image will be displayed right now. So basically when we reload this page once again, as you can see, the image is not being displayed. That's because the HTML page is trying to find the image over here in this particular directory where the main HTML file is present, that is test.html, which we are viewing right now. But guys, the image is not present in this directory, but it is present in another directory over here which we had defined inside the base tag. So guys, basically this base tag is being used over here as the target directory where we have to find all the resources that is being used inside the HTML document. So when we provide the base tag once again along with the directory path over here from where we are going to extract all the images that we want to display on the HTML page. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So this time again the image is being displayed. That's because we have provided the base tag along with the directory where all the resources are present. So guys, these are some of the tags that can be defined inside the head element of the HTML. So now we will see responsive web design in HTML. So guys, basically responsive web design is about creating web pages that look good on all devices. So whether you view the web pages on the computer or desktop or your laptop or tablets or even your mobile phones. So basically whatever web pages that we design using the HTML code, it should be looking good on all the devices irrespective from where the viewer is viewing your web page. Now guys, this design is called the responsive web design. That means the HTML web page will adapt itself in order to look good on all the devices. Now a responsive web design will automatically adjust for different screen sizes and the viewports. Responsive web design is about using HTML and CSS to automatically resize, hide, shrink or enlarge a website to make it look good on all the devices such as desktops, tablets and phones. So guys, as I have told you, responsive web design is nothing but it is the attempt in order to make the HTML and CSS in such a way that it should resize, hide and shrink or enlarge the existing HTML elements to different devices such as desktops, tablets and mobile phones as well. Now in order to create the responsive website, we add the meta tag over here. So as you can see, this is the meta tag with the name that is viewport and the content as the width is equal to device width and the initial scale is equal to 1. So guys, this we are going to check with the help of example as well. We need to mention this meta tag inside the head tag of the HTML document. So guys, let us move to the VS Code over here. I'll clear all the lines of code for now. So basically whenever we are going to create the new HTML code, what we do is we first type HTML and as you can see HTML:5. This is the option that we will select so that we get the boilerplate code in the VS Code. So guys, this is one of the important features of the VS Code. It helps us in order to create the boilerplate code that is ready for use so that we can focus on our functionality of the web page. Now guys, over here by default, as you can see, this is the meta tag over here with the name that is viewport, which is responsible in order to create this web page as a responsive web page. So what we will do is, first of all, we will comment comment out this line over here so that we don't see a responsive web page that we are going to define. And then guys, the title of this document, we are going to define it as responsive web page over here. And now guys, what we will be doing is, first of all, we will have the image. So I'm going to define the image over here, in which case we are going to display this image, which is the thumbnail of one of the videos that we have already created. So guys, the directory path we are going to provide in the base tag over here so that we can refer to that particular path as the parent path. So over here we provide the base tag, and to the href we provide this directory path over here, followed by the backslash in this case. Now guys, since we have to use the horizontal scroll bar over here, what we can do is we can use the word wrap functionality of VS Code. So we have to come to this view menu over here, and then you can see word wrap in this case. So basically we are using the word wrap so that we can see the entire content on one screen without using the horizontal scroll bar over here. Guys, this becomes important when we are having the text that is long enough that goes outside the screen width on this VS Code. Now guys, what we have to do is we need to provide the source of this image, and then this is nothing but it is going to be the name of the file. So let's say we want to provide this file, that is the image, to be displayed on the web page. So we provide the name of this file, and the prefix, that is the entire directory path, is being provided in the base tag over here. So we just have to provide the name of the file followed by .png, that is the extension in this case. And then let's say we provide the alt attribute as test image over here, which is the value. So in case the image is not found over here, then this test image will be displayed. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser. So as you can see, the image is being displayed over here, but guys, the image is right now enlarged in this case. So what we can do is, let's say we only want to display the 50% of the image as the width. So we provide the width as the 50%. So guys, this will be the 50% of the screen that will be occupied by the image over here. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So as you can see, only 50% of the width is being taken by the image right now over here. Guys, what if we don't provide the extension? So when we don't provide the extension, so basically whatever text is being provided inside the alt attribute, that text will be displayed. That's because the HTML code will not be able to find this particular file because we have not provided the extension. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So as you can see, test image, that is the text inside the alt attribute, is being displayed right now. Guys, that is why it becomes very important that we provide the alt attribute over here. So in case there are certain issues in order to find the files on the server, then we can at least have the text being displayed to the user. Now guys, what we are going to do is, after this we are going to have the heading, that is h1 over here, and then we will say this is heading 1 in this case. And then guys, again we are going to have the paragraph, and we will be having a long paragraph over here. So guys, for test content we are going to provide the lorem ipsum text. So guys, this is a long text, and this is what we are going to select on the VS Code. So guys, this is another important functionality of VS Code. It provides a certain test data as well in order to test our web pages. Now guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser. So as you can see, we are having the 50% width of the image that is being displayed, and then we are having, this is heading 1, that is being displayed using the h1 tag, and then we also have the p tag, which is having certain content over here. Now guys, how do we know whether this page is responsive or not? So what we can do is we can press the F12 button on the keyboard. So as you can see, this is the Div tools that is being opened right now over here, and then on the left, the second icon, you can see toggle device toolbar. So guys, basically we are going to select this option so that we can see how this web page looks on different devices with different screen sizes. So guys, we just need to click over here on this particular icon. So as you can see, we have selected the responsive option over here. We can select different options, that is iPhone SE, and then there are different options for the mobile phones and the tablets as well. But currently we are going to see the responsive option, and this is how it is being displayed right now. I'll just decrease the size of this Div console, and then when we increase the size, you can see that this is the perfect web page that is being displayed. That is 50% of the width is being occupied by this image, and then we have the heading, and then we have the paragraph as well. Now guys, when we decrease the screen size, as you can see, the size of the image, heading and paragraph is also decreasing up to this point. And then guys, what is happening is when we decrease the size more, you can see that the paragraph is getting truncated now. And then the heading is also getting truncated. So guys, this is the main issue when we are not making our web pages responsive. Over here, when you decrease the width of the screen more, as you can see now the image is getting truncated and not the entire image is being displayed right now. So guys, currently as you can see, even the heading and the paragraph is not getting displayed properly right now. Not all the text is getting displayed currently. So you can see this is the horizontal scroll bar that is present right now on this particular screen with very small width. So guys, what we can do is we can use the meta tag over here that we had just commented during the start of this video. So we'll just remove the comment from here and then we are going to set the viewport property that is under the meta tag in this case. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page with the same width of the responsive device over here. So when we reload this page, as you can see, the image is now set to the 50% of this particular current width right now, and then the entire heading is being displayed. This is heading 1 and then this paragraph is also being displayed right now, and there is no horizontal scroll bar right now that you can see, and if I am moving left and right, it is not moving. So guys, basically this is a complete responsive page right now. Just by using this viewport, we are making the web page responsive, which will adapt itself based on the width of the screen. So as you can see, the image is being displayed completely even though it is very small, but it is not truncating the image or the text from the right hand side. So guys, in this way we can easily make our web pages responsive over here and test it by using the Div tools, under which we have the responsive option over here. Now guys, we can make the width of the image as 100% as well. So let me just do that quickly. So when we do it 100%, that is the width of the image. Let me just refresh this page once again. So as you can see, the entire width of the device is being taken by this particular image, and when we decrease the width of this screen, you can see that the image is even scaling down its width automatically. So guys, this is the main functionality of having the responsive page over here. It automatically shrinks or enlarges the content that is present inside the web page, which is responsive. And then to disable this view, we can again click on this particular icon over here so that it can be displayed on the normal web page. So guys, it becomes very important to include this particular line of code, that is the meta tag, along with the name attribute, that is viewport, and then this content attribute over here, which gets automatically applied when you are writing the HTML code in the VS Code. So now we will see HTML style guide and best practices. So guys, in this video we will see what are the best practices that you must follow while you are writing the code in the HTML document, and the same practices you should be following when you are going to work on the big projects as well. So guys, a consistent, clean and tidy HTML code will make it easier for others to read and understand your code, and that becomes very important when you are going to work along with your other team members as well. So guys, below are some of the guidelines that you must follow. So basically, you should always declare the document type as the first line in your document. So guys, in the VS Code, what we can do is simply remove all the lines of code over here, and simply you can type HTML, and the second option, that is HTML:5, is the one of the simplest option that you can select while creating a new web page. So when you select this option, you will have the entire boilerplate code that is being generated by the VS Code, and simply you can start writing your HTML elements inside the body after updating the title of the document. Now guys, what is this? First best practice is we need to declare the document type as the first line. So over here automatically we have defined the document type over here. You can see less than symbol followed by exclamation, and then we have the document type, and then we have HTML, and then greater than symbol. So guys, this is nothing but the first line of the HTML document, that is the document type in this case, and that is one of the best practices that you must follow, and it will be automatically done with the help of the VS Code special feature by generating the boilerplate code. Now guys, apart from this, you must use the lowercase element names. So whenever you are going to write the content inside your body tag, that is, let's say you want to provide the h1 tag over here, simply you can provide the h1 tag as you can see. So this is the lowercase HTML element that we are using, and inside this we can simply define the content, that is this is heading 1, and then let's say we have another div element over here. So again we type div, and then these are the lowercase HTML elements, and this is another best practice that you must follow. We can say this is div 1 over here. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser. So as you can see, the content is being displayed over here based on what we have written in our HTML document. So guys, the HTML elements must be always lowercase. We must not use the uppercase letters. So let's say over here we provide the uppercase letter, that is div in this case. So as you can see, all these are uppercase HTML elements. This will help us in order to display the content, but guys, this is not one of the best practices over here. So when we save this file now and try reloading this page, as you can see, it is helping us in order to display the content, but this is not the right practice in order to use the uppercase letters for the HTML elements. So we must avoid this and use these kinds of HTML elements which are having all the lowercase letters as the name of the HTML element. Now guys, we must also close all the HTML elements over here. So if you notice, we have created the h1 and the div elements. These are the starting tags over here, and we are ending them with the ending tag which is having the / over here, and this is one of the best practices when we are creating the HTML elements. There might be certain HTML elements which do not have the ending tag over here. So let's say when we have the input tag, this tag doesn't have the ending element, and that is why it is not getting automatically generated with the help of VS Code. And then we also have the line break tag over here, and this again is not having the ending element. But what you can do is, instead of having the ending element, we can end them by using the / over here, which becomes very important when your HTML code will be read by the XML or XHTML, that is the other documents. So guys, you can end them by using the / in this case just before the greater than symbol over here of the starting tag. So one of the best practices is to close all the HTML elements with the ending tag over here for whichever HTML elements they are applicable. Now guys, apart from this, we must also use the lowercase attribute names. So as you can see in this input tag over here, we have provided the attributes, and the attribute name is the type in this case, which is using all the lowercase letters over here. Similarly, let's say inside the div we can have the class attribute. So this class attribute must have all the lowercase characters over here, and that is what we should be using, which is one of the best practices in order to define the attributes with the lowercase letters. Now guys, apart from this, we must always quote the attribute values. So by default, whenever we are defining any of the attributes in the VS Code, you can see after this equal to symbol we are having the double quotes over here. So always the attribute values must be quoted inside the double quotes or the single quotes over here in this case. So as you can see, the name of the class, that is class name, is being defined inside the double quotes, and then the type attribute is also having the value, that is text, inside the double quotes over here, and that is the meaning of always quote attribute values. So this is another best practice. Apart from that, we also specify alt, width and height for images. So guys, whenever we are going to provide the image tags over here, so let's say we create the image tag in this case, so we must provide the source attribute, and apart from that we must be also having the alt attribute and the width and height attribute as well of the image. So guys, either we can have the width and height attributes directly inside the image tag, or else we can also use the CSS properties as well by using the style attribute and providing the width and height properties inside the style attribute. So these three attributes are a must when we are using the image tag in order to display the images on the web pages. Apart from that, the spaces and the equal signs. So guys, basically you can see that there are no spaces before and after the equal to sign. So guys, providing the space characters before and after the equal sign is not one of the best practices over here. So you should avoid this. So as you can see, we have provided the class attribute name, and then we have the space character, and then we have equal to, and then we have another space character. So guys, these space characters are useful when you are writing programs in Java or Python, which we have covered in the other playlist, The links I have given in the description section below if you want to learn about the Java tutorial and the Python tutorial as well. But in HTML, these space characters are not required and these are not one of the best practices that you must follow. So guys, avoid having the space characters before and after the equal to operator over here whenever you are going to use the attributes inside the HTML elements. Guys, apart from this, avoid the long code lines. So let's say we have the test paragraph over here. So what we can do is we can simply provide the p tag in this case, and then we have the test line, that is lorem ipsum. So guys, when we use this text, as you can see currently we have the view set as word wrap over here, but when we disable this word wrap, as you can see this is a long text that is being written over here inside the HTML document. So guys, we must avoid this thing in order to avoid the horizontal scroll bar, and we can simply use the word wrap over here. And apart from this, we should also avoid such large statements inside the web pages. So if we see this web page how it looks, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. As you can see, from left to right, the entire statement is being displayed. So what we can do is we can display them separately. So this second line can be displayed on another line over here so that the width of the content is limited and users find it easy to read your content on the web page. So guys, this is another best practice, that is to have the short sentences and to avoid the long code lines over here as well. Now guys, apart from this, we should never skip the title element. So inside the head element over here, as you can see, we have the title, that is the document in this case. So let me just comment out this line. So guys, this thing, that is commenting out the title tag over here or not having the title tag at all inside your HTML document, this is not one of the best practices, since it is used in order to display the content on the browser tab over here. So when we reload this page, as you can see, it is displaying the name of this file right now, but this is not the best practice. We should always have the title of the web page over here, and we should set it to the relevant string based on the content of the web page. So in this case, we will say HTML style guide over here. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So as you can see, this title of the document is being displayed on the browser tab right now. Guys, similarly, we should not omit HTML and the body tags as well. So we can remove this HTML and the body tags as well. Still, it will display the web page as it is. So let me just remove these tags and let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. As you can see, it is being displayed. But guys, this is not one of the best practices. We should have the HTML and the body tags as well so that there are no issues in future and all the browsers read your HTML document properly. Apart from this, we should not omit the head tag as well. So similarly, we should also have the head tag over here, inside which there are multiple tags that we must be defining based on our requirements. And then very important thing is setting the viewport, which helps us in order to make our web page responsive. So guys, this is the very important line of code over here, that is the meta tag along with the name, that is viewport, inside the head tag over here, which will make our web page look good on all device screens. So whether it is mobile or tablet or the computer device, irrespective of the size of the screen, the web page content will be looking decent as far as user experience is concerned. So guys, these are some of the HTML best practices from the exhaustive list of all the best practices that you must follow. So now we will see form in HTML. So guys, basically an HTML form is used to collect user input, and we are going to check this with the help of examples as well in VS Code. The user input is often sent to a server for processing. So guys, basically we are going to see the form example with the text input and a submit button along with the labels. So guys, let us move to the VS Code over here. So in the body tag, what we are going to do is we are going to define the form, and before that we are going to have the paragraph tag, and then we will say below content is in form. We will have the form tag over here. So as you can see, we have the starting form tag, and by default we have something called as action attribute. Now guys, inside this action attribute, the value can be the name of the file where the user input will be delivered so that further processing can be done. So guys, we are not going to provide any value for now over here because this is required when we are going to do some server side processing over here. Now guys, inside this form tag, first of all we are going to have the label that will define what input the user is expected to provide. So basically we are going to ask the user for first name over here. So guys, this is nothing but a simple text that will be displayed on the browser. So first name followed by a colon in this case. This for attribute is present by default, and I'm going to explain you what value should come inside the for attribute in some time. So guys, basically this is just a label that we have defined. Now let me just save this file now and show you how it looks on the browser. So when we reload this page, as you can see, below content is in form and we are getting the label that is first name over here. This is a simple text that we have defined. Now guys, we want a text box over here so that the user can provide his or her first name in the text box. So what we can do is, after this label, we need to provide the br tag over here so that the text field comes on the next line, because the label tag is the inline element that we have defined. So after this we come on the next line and then we say input. And guys, there are many types of input over here. You can provide the button input or the checkbox or color or date or date time as well. We have email input as well. So in this case we are looking for something called as text input. So as you can see, input followed by colon, and then we have something called as text over here, which is the type attribute of the input tag. So as you can see, this is the type attribute for which the value is assigned as text over here, and this will help us to provide the text box so that the user can provide its input in the field. Now guys, this name attribute will be used when we submit this particular form and the content goes to the server on the file that will be referenced by the action attribute over here. So we can give certain name to this particular input. So we can simply provide f name over here, and the next attribute, that is id, we can simply provide it as first name in this case. So guys, basically we are having the name as f name, and by this f name, this particular input field value will be referred by the server side script, and then apart from that we also have the id over here, that is the first name. Now guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, now we are having a text box over here that will allow the user to provide the input inside the text box in this case. Now guys, what is the importance of this for attribute over here? So basically inside the label tag we have the for attribute so that the user can simply click on this first name. So what will happen is, the ID of the input tag that will be provided inside this for attribute will be activated. So guys, for now if I show you, when we click on this first name, nothing is happening over here. As you can see, the cursor is not coming over here by default inside the text box. So what we can do is, we can provide the ID of this text box, that is first name over here. I'll simply copy this and paste it inside the value for this for attribute in this case. Now let us save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. And now if we try to click on this first name, the cursor should automatically be activated inside this input field. So guys, let me just click over here. So as you can see, after clicking, the cursor is activated over here, and then we can simply provide the data inside the first name input field. So guys, this is the importance of this for attribute that helps us to attach, that is to bind to a particular input field over here. Now guys, similarly we will have another label for last name as well. So what we can do is, again we can provide the br tag so that the last name can be displayed after this input text box over here, and then simply I'll copy these lines of code and then paste it over here, and simply we will give the id as the last name in this case. The name will be L name over here, and then again we will give the id as last name over here so that the user can simply click on this last name label so that the cursor is activated on the last name text box. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we are getting the last name text box as well. Over here we have repeated the labels, so I'll just correct it quickly. So as you can see, now we have the first name and last name over here. Now guys, simply we can have the submit button as well. So what we can do is, after this we can simply have the input tag once again, and this time we will have the submit button. So as you can see, input:submit. This is the emit abbreviation, that is the feature provided by the VS Code over here. And if you are working on simple notepad, you can simply type this input tag and then followed by the space character, and then we have something called as type attribute, which should be equal to the submit value over here. And then guys, what value we want the submit button to be displayed? So over here we can simply provide the string, that is submit over here. So this particular text will be displayed on the button. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, submit button is being displayed over here. Guys, you can have any text over here in this case. So submit 1 is the value. So basically the string will be updated over here on the submit button. So as you can see, submit 1 is being displayed right now. So whatever value you want to have for your submit button, you can assign it using the value attribute. Guys, we will add one more BR tag over here so that it looks more decent. So as you can see, submit button is being separated with 2 BR tags over here. So this is a very basic form that we have created for now. Basically the user will be able to provide the first name and the last name and then click on the submit. So what will happen is the file name that is provided inside the action attribute over here will be called, and along with that the file can access this first name and last name values that is provided by the user. And guys, this is the main purpose of using forms in HTML. We can also provide certain styling to this form. So let's say we want this form to be at the center of this page. So what we can do is we can come to this head element and then we can provide the style tag over here. So basically we are going to provide the form tag, and then we can simply use the text align property, and then we can use the value as center over here so that the form can be aligned to the center of the page. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the form is being center aligned over here, and we can also provide the border as well. So let's say we provide the border and it is going to be 2 pixels over here, which is of the type solid. And then let's say we provide the color of the border as red in this case. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the border of this form is being given and it is a 2 pixels border with a red border color over here. It is not looking that attractive, but guys, this is the basic knowledge that you should know about the forms over here in HTML. Now guys, apart from this, we also have the other input types. So for now we have checked the type, that is text over here, which only displays a single line text input field. We also have something called as radio, which helps us to display the radio button, which can be used for selecting one of the many choices. And then we also have checkbox, which displays a checkbox for selecting 0 or more number of choices. And then we have also seen the submit, that will help us in order to show the submit button, which is used to submit the form. And then we also have something called as the button, similar to submit, but in this case by default the button will not call the server side script that is provided in the actions. So guys, that is the main difference between the submit and button type over here. So it basically displays the clickable button. So guys, all these we are going to learn in the upcoming videos as well. So now we will see form attributes in HTML. So guys, basically there are different form attributes that we can use based on the requirements. So the first form attribute is the action attribute, which defines the action to be performed when the form is submitted. So guys, let us move to the VS Code over here. So we will simply remove the previous lines of code that we had written regarding the form. So guys, basically as you can see, inside the form we have something called as action attribute over here. We should be providing the file at the server side, which will be responsible to handle the input that is provided by the user. So guys, instead of having the server side scripting, we will be handling it using the client side scripting over here. So I'll just remove this entire form for now so that we get the practice once again in order to write the content of the form. So guys, we are simply having the paragraph that is below content is in form. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser. So this is the content so far that we have written in the HTML. Now guys, we will have the form over here, and by default as you can see, the action attribute is provided, and over here we are not going to have any file, but for now we will be using the client side scripting, that is the JavaScript over here. A very basic JavaScript function will be written, so no need to worry. With practice you will come to know how we can write the HTML along with with the JavaScript code as well. Guys, you can subscribe to my YouTube channel Programming for Beginners, because I'm going to cover the JavaScript tutorial in the upcoming videos as well. So you can subscribe to this channel and click on the bell icon so that you get the notifications on the upcoming videos as well. Now guys, what we are going to do is we are simply going to have the input of the type text, so that we have the first name text box over here. So this is the input of the type text, and then the name that we are going to provide is the f name, and then the id we are going to provide it as the first name over here. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser. So as you can see, we have a text field over here, but guys, we should also have the label for this text field so that the user comes to know what is the input that is being expected from the user. So what we can do is, before this input, we can simply provide the label over here, and by default we are having the for attribute in this case, and for this the value should be the id of the input that we are binding this particular label with. So guys, basically when the user clicks on this label, that is the first name over here, we are going to provide this label. So when the user clicks on this first name label, the input, that is this text field, should get focused automatically. So we are going to bind it by using this id. I'll copy this and paste it inside the for attribute over here. So after saving this file, let me just reload this page. As you can see, we are getting the label that is first name, and when we click on this label, so as you can see, the cursor is activated inside the text box field, that is the first name over here. Now guys, similarly we will have the last name as well. So we are going to provide the br tag over here, and then simply we will copy and paste these lines of code. I will say last name in this case, and then we have this last name over here, and we also change the id to last name in this case, and the name will be L name over here. So guys, basically we also have the second text box in this case. Let me just reload this page. As you can see, we have the first name and the last name now. Now guys, we are also going to have the submit button over here. So let me just have another br tag over here, and then after this we will have the submit button. So input followed by colon, and then we have something called as submit in this case. So guys, basically the type value will be submit, and the value that we are going to provide in this button is submit over here, so that this text is displayed on the button. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, submit is being displayed over here. Now guys, what we will do is, once we click on this submit, we will display the alert by using the JavaScript on this web page. So what we can do is, we can additionally have the on click attribute over here. So guys, this on click attribute will help us in order to call the function that we will define inside the JavaScript. So guys, when we provide the on click attribute, and then we need to provide the name of the function, or we can also have the JavaScript code being written over here. But guys, it is best practice in order to have the JavaScript code separated from your HTML code over here. So what we can do is, we can simply call the test function in this case. So we provide the name of the function, that is test, followed by open and close parenthesis. And then guys, what we have to do is, we need to define this test function somewhere. So inside the head section for now, we will be creating the script tag over here, and this script tag will help us in order to write the JavaScript. So inside the script tag, we will first of all have the keyword, that is function, and we need to define this function, that is test. So after this function keyword, we have the test, that is the function name, followed by open and close parenthesis, and then we need to provide the open and close curly braces. So guys, this is how we create a function inside the JavaScript. We will be covering about the JavaScript tutorial as well in the upcoming videos. So over here, what we have to do is, first of all, we need to extract the value that is provided by the user inside this first name text box over here. So we can simply provide document in this case, followed by dot, and then get element by id. So guys, any HTML element that is having id over here, we can simply call the document, that is the keyword, followed by dot, and then get element by id method, and then inside this we can provide the id of that particular HTML element. So in this case, we are having the first name as the id, so I'll simply copy this and paste this over here, and then we need to get the value inside this text box. So simply we can have the dot and then value in this case, followed by semicolon. So guys, this will return us the value that is provided by the user inside this input text box over here. Now after getting this value, we can store it in a a variable. So in the left hand side, we can simply provide var keyword followed by f name over here. So guys, this is nothing but it is a variable which is used in order to store data. Now guys, this variable we can use in order to provide the alert, that is to display the alert. So simply we can call the alert function over here, and inside the alert function we can simply provide this f name over here. So basically we are just displaying the first name that is provided by the user inside the form in this case. So let me just provide the semicolon over here. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. And then now we have to provide the first name and the last name. So guys, let me just provide programming as the first name and beginners as last name over here. And then guys, when we click on submit, we should see the alert that will just display the first name, that is programming. So when we click on this submit, as you can see, this page says programming over here, and this is what is being displayed right now. With the help of the JavaScript, we are just providing the alert on the same page by taking the input from the user by using this form tag over here. And in most of the cases, this particular data will be sent to the server, and a specific file that can be mentioned over here inside the action attribute will be responsible to handle that data. So we come over here on the browser and click on OK. As you can see, we are getting this data on the URL as well, because by default it is a get method over here. So guys, what is the get method? We are going to check that as well. Now before that, we also have something called as target attribute. So basically it specifies where to display the response that is received after submitting the form. So guys, basically when the user clicks on the submit button, the data will go to the server, and server will provide certain kind of response to the client as well. So that response can either be displayed on the same browser tab or a different browser tab, that is the new tab over here, and that will be defined by this target attribute. So guys, we have already seen the target attribute previously using the anchor tag. So this self value of the target attribute is set by default over here. So basically the response from the server will be displayed on the same window, but if we provide the target attribute value as _blank over here, then the response will be provided in the new tab in this case. So guys, you can set the value of this target based on your requirement. Now apart from this, we also have something called as method attribute, for which by default the method is get method. It specifies the HTTP method to be used when submitting the form data. So guys, basically there are two types of method. We have get and post. So over here we have the method attribute, and as you can see, this get method is by default, in which case whatever data is being provided by the user, and when the user clicks on the submit button, the data will be passed to the server within the entire URL of the page. So as you can see, till this test.html we have this URL, and then followed by there is a question mark over here, and then guys we have something called as f name and l name, which we had defined as the name attributes over here inside the text fields. So those variables are being defined over here, and the value are being also passed using the URL, and these values are being taken from these text boxes for which the data was provided by the user. And guys, this is the meaning of the get method over here. But in case of the post method, when the value of this method is post, the values will not be passed through the URL, but it will be passed in the form of the HTML body parameters. Shortly we will see the difference between the get and post after seeing all the attributes over here. We also have something called as autocomplete attribute, which specifies whether a form should have a autocomplete on or off. And guys, also we have the novalidate attribute, which specifies that the form data, that is the input, should not be validated when submitted. One example for this novalidate attribute can be while we are using the email IDs. So we can validate on the client side whether the email ID that is provided by the user is a proper email ID or not. So guys, these two attributes I'll leave up to you as a homework for you so that you can practice on your own. Now guys, what is the difference between the get and post? So basically there are certain notes about the get request over here. So it appends the form data to the URL in name value pairs, and that is what we have seen over here. It is appending the data in the form of name and value pairs over here inside the URL itself. Apart from that, we should never use the get to send sensitive data. So guys, this is just the first name and last name that we are sending. What if there is a username and password over here? So in that case, we should not be using the get request. That's because anyone will be able to know what you have sent as the password over here just by looking at the URL, because get method will help the data, that is the username and password, to be passed with the help of the URL over here. And then guys, the length of the URL is limited, that is 2048 characters only can be used. It is useful for form submissions where a user wants to bookmark the result, and get is good for non-secure data. As I have told you, it is good for first name and last name kind of data, but not for the sensitive data such as password or any other contact details that you don't want to be disclosed. So basically the non-secure data, it can also be a query strings in Google. So guys, if you notice, when we go to Google over here and type certain string, so let's say we provide football as the string over here, and when we press enter, as you can see, after this search we have something called as the Q field over here, that is a variable, and the value is football. And then apart from that we have more name value pairs over here. So this is basically the GET request that is being passed over here, and the response we are getting from the server, which is being displayed on the browser. Now guys, apart from this we also have something called as post request over here. It appends the form data inside the body of the HTTP request, and the submitted form data is not shown in the URL. So this is perfect when we are sending some sensitive data such as email IDs or passwords or fields such as contact numbers. Apart from that, post has no size limitations and can be used to send large amounts of data, and form submissions with post cannot be bookmarked over here. So guys, these are certain differences as far as get request and post request is concerned. So now we will see form elements in HTML. So guys, basically there are various form elements in HTML. So one of the form elements is input tag, which takes the input from the user. So guys, let us check this with the help of example in the VS Code over here. So first of all, what we will do is we will define the paragraph by using the p tag over here, and then we will say below content is in form. So guys, we have a very simple statement, that is below content is in form, and then on the next line we will define the form tag over here. So we type form, and as you can see, this is the Emmet abbreviation, that is form tag over here. We are going to select this, and the action attribute helps us in order to provide the name of the server side file that will be responsible in order to handle the data when this form is submitted. So guys, we are going to ignore this particular action attribute for now, since it deals with the file that is on the server side. Now guys, what we are going to do is we are going to simply provide the input tag over here so that the user can provide certain input. So we will provide the input tag in this case, and the type will be text over here. So guys, basically there are multiple types for the input tag. So the type text helps us to have a single line text box that will help the user to provide certain data which we can send to the server. Now guys, we can have a particular name to this text box. So let's say we provide the name value as a name over here, and then let's say we provide the ID as YouTube channel. So guys, basically we are going to provide the YouTube channel name in this particular text box, and that is why we have given the ID, that is YouTube channel. We can modify it as YouTube channel name over here so that it becomes more specific, and over here as well we will say YT and then name over here. So guys, basically we have provided the input text box in this case. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, below content is in form, and we are simply having the text box over here that will allow the user to provide certain data inside the text box in this case. But guys, this standalone text box doesn't give us much idea about what kind of data is being expected from the user. So basically we have another form element, that is the label element, which will define the label for this input. So guys, what we can do is before this input we can have the label tag as well. So over here we can provide the label, and then guys we have something called as for attribute, which will take the value as the ID of the input that we want this label to link with. So guys, this label will be related to this text box, so we should have the ID of this text box being copied and pasted over here as the value of this for attribute, so that when the user clicks on this label, this particular input text field gets activated. So we need to provide the label, that is YouTube channel name over here. So guys, basically this is the simple text that will be displayed to the user so that he or she comes to know that what input is being expected to be provided inside this text box. After this label, we will have the line break so that the input is displayed on the next line, and over here as well we are going to have the line break in this case. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, now we have the YouTube channel name, and this makes more sense since the user comes to know that inside the text box you are supposed to provide the name of this YouTube channel. So guys, basically this for attribute helps us in order to click on this label so that we can activate this text box over here. So when we click on this YouTube channel name, so as you can see, the text box is being activated now, and then we can simply provide the name of this YouTube channel, which you should definitely subscribe if you have not done so. So basically we have provided the name, that is Programming for Beginners over here, by using the simple label and the input text box. Now guys, let us move to another element. We have something called as select, which helps us in order to provide the drop down list. So guys, over here we can provide the select tag as well. So when we provide the select tag, we again have the name and the ID over here. So let's say we provide the name as social media in this case. So we are going to provide the list of social media platforms, and the ID we will again keep it as social media. So over here we will copy and paste it as the social media over here. Now guys, what we have to do is in between the select starting and the ending tag, we need to have the list of values being defined over here. So simply we can have the option tag. So as you can see, option tag will help us in order to have the list of values that we can provide inside the select tag over here. So basically the first option, let us say we have YouTube as the first option in this case, and then let me just copy this and paste it few times so that we can provide the different values for these options. So let's say we have the second option as Facebook, and then let's say the third option is Instagram over here, and then let's say we have Twitter in this case. So basically we have 4 social media platforms over here that we have defined, and then guys we also have to provide the value attribute over here, because this is the value that is going to be passed to the server, and server will differentiate between all these list of values by using the value inside this value attribute. So basically we are going to simply have YouTube as the value over here, and we can also have Facebook in this case as the value of the second option, and then over here we have Instagram, and for the last option we will simply have Twitter. So guys, basically these are nothing but the values that we have provided, and these values will be used on the server side. When the user clicks on the submit button, these values will be passed for the list of options. And guys, the text that we have provided, that is YouTube, Facebook, Instagram and Twitter over here, this will be displayed at the UI side to the user. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we are getting a drop down field over here, and we need to click on this drop down field and we will get all the options in this case. So by default the first option is selected over here, and when we click on this we can select one of the options. So let's say we select Instagram over here. So when we click on this, so Instagram is selected in this case. So guys, basically whatever value is being selected over here, it will be passed to the server for further processing. And again we can have the label over here. So after this BR line break, we will have another line break over here, and let's say we provide the label in this case, and this label should belong to this select tag over here. So I'll just copy the ID of the select tag and paste it over here, and then we will say social media platforms over here. So guys, we have social media platforms, and then we will again have the line break so that all the options are being displayed on the next line. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we are getting the social media platforms over here. Now guys, by default the first option will be selected, that is YouTube. So how do we make this second option, that is Facebook, as selected over here? So simply what we can do is we can come to this option, that is Facebook, and after the value inside the starting tag we can simply provide selected attribute over here. So as you can see, if present, this boolean attribute indicates that the option is initially selected. So we simply provide this selected option over here. Let me just save this file now, and when we reload this page, by default you will be seeing the Facebook option that is selected in this case. So when we reload this page, as you can see, Facebook is being selected by default, and then you have to click on this option, and then you will see all the list of items that are present in the drop down. So guys, whatever option you want to display by default as selected option, you can provide the selected keyword over here in order to show that particular option selected by default. So over here we have selected Twitter in this case. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So as you can see, Twitter is being selected by default over here. Guys, similarly for the input field, we can also have the value attribute over here. So when we provide the value attribute, we need to provide certain string over here. So let's say we provide test as the string to the value attribute. Let me just save this file now. So guys, basically this test string will be displayed by default when the user reloads this page. So when we reload this page, as you can see, test is the YouTube channel name by default, and then user can provide the name of the YouTube channel based on the requirements. Now guys, apart from this, we have something called as text area, which is the multi-line input field. So guys, we can have the multiple line input field as well if you are expecting a long input from the user, such as a feedback or the remarks input. So guys, what we have to do is inside the VS Code over here, we have something called as text area. So as you can see, this is the tag, and then we can provide the name, such as we can provide remarks over here. And then again, the ID that we are going to provide is remarks in this case. And then guys, we have something called as rows and calls over here. So this is going to define the number of rows, meaning how many number of rows vertically the text area will occupy the space, and then horizontally how many columns the text area will be occupying the space. So over here by default the rows are 10 and the columns are 30 in this case. And then guys, before this we can also have the label that is assigned to this text area. So simply we will have the label, and for the for attribute we are going to provide the ID of this text area. So I'll simply copy the remarks ID and paste it over here, and then simply we will provide the remarks label over here followed by colon, and then we also have the line break over here at the end of the label. And guys, in between the text area tags we can provide the hint to the user. We can say provide your remarks. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, this is the multi-line input field that is expandable over here. So guys, on the bottom right, as you can see, when you get the cursor, it gets converted to this arrow cursor over here, and we can simply click it and drag it to the appropriate point so that we can increase or decrease the size of this particular text area. And this is the hint that is provided to the user. We can provide the remarks over here, and we can simply say this is programming for beginners YouTube channel which I have subscribed. So guys, basically this is the multi-line input that can be provided by the user with the help of the text area HTML element. Now guys, apart from this, we also have the button form element over here, which will help us in order to display the clickable button. So what we can do is simply inside this form we can have the input tag over here followed by colon, and then we have something called as button in this case. So guys, basically the type will be button. So we have already seen the type, that is text, which is the input field. The type button will be a clickable button, and the value will be provided over here inside the value attribute, which will be displayed on the button itself. So for the value attribute we can simply say click me over here followed by exclamation mark. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have this click me button which is being displayed on the right, and when we click on this, since we have not added any JavaScript code over here, nothing will happen, but we can simply click on this particular button and based on our requirements carry out the actions that we want to perform. Or simply we can have the line break after this text area so that the button is displayed on the next line over here. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So as you can see over here, we are getting the button that is being displayed on the UI. Now guys, apart from this, we have something called as field set and the legend as well, which helps us in order to group the form elements and provide name to the form. So guys, this entire form that we have seen just now, right from the YouTube channel name, and then we have social media platforms, which is the select element, and then we have the remarks, which is the text area, and then we also have the button. This entire form can be enclosed in between the field set. which is nothing but grouping of the form elements. So what we can do is we can have the field set tag over here. So guys, what we are going to do is, first of all, I'm going to set the word wrap so that all the content is being displayed on this screen instead of using the horizontal scroll bar. Now after this form element over here, we can simply have the field set in this case. So this is the field set tag over here, and I'll cut this field set ending tag and paste it after the last input, that is the button over here. Now let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we are getting a border in this case, and this is defining our form, that is all the form elements are present inside this border. Now guys, we can also give the name to this form that will be displayed over here along with the border. So what we can do is we can have the legend tag over here. So we provide legend tag and we simply have to provide the name of the form. So let's say we provide the name of the form as test form over here. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser. So as you can see, along with the border, we are getting the name, that is test form over here, with the help of the legend tag. So guys, this is the main functionality of the field set, which will help us in order to group the entire content of the form, and the legend tag that will give the name to that particular form. So guys, apart from this, we also have something called as data list over here, which will help us in order to display the list of the drop down options. So guys, what we will do is, after this button, we are going to have the data list over here. So guys, basically we are going to have the input tag over here, and for this input tag, instead of having the type attribute, we will be having the list attribute. So over here we will say list, and we will give some value to this list. So let's say we provide the browsers as the value to this list. Now guys, we are supposed to define the list of browsers which will be displayed as the drop down for this input list over here. So what we can do is, on the next line we can have the data list as the tag in this case. And guys, for this data list tag, we are going to have the ID which will be equal to the value of this list attribute for this input. So I'm going to copy this and paste it as the ID over here, and in between this data list starting and the ending tag, we are going to have the list of options. So let's say the first option over here is Chrome in this case, and the value that we are going to provide is Google Chrome over here. So we say Google Chrome, and then after this we will have more options over here. So we will say another browser as Firefox, and then let's say we provide Safari as the third option, and then let's say we have Edge as the fourth option. So let's say over here we say Firefox. Guys, these values will be displayed on the UI that we provide in between the starting and the ending tag, and the values that we provide will be passed to the server. So over here we have Safari as the third browser, and then we have MS Edge, that is Microsoft Edge, as the fourth option over here. Now guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have got another input field over here, and you can see there is a drop down option in this case. So when we click on this drop down option, as you can see, these are the options that we are getting. So guys, we are getting the value as well, along with it the text that we had given, that is Chrome over here for Google Chrome, and then we are getting Firefox, Safari and Edge. So guys, this is another way in order to show the list of options by using the data list and binding it with the input tag by using the list attribute, which will have the value as the ID of the data list tag. So guys, these are certain form elements that you can use based on your requirements. So now we will see input type text in HTML form. So guys, basically this is the format. We have the type attribute in order to define what kind of input we are expecting from the user. So in this case, we are going to see the type attribute for which the value is text, which defines a single line text input field. So guys, for example, if you are having a website wherein there is a registration form and you want the user to provide the full name, that is the first name and last name, so such input tags with the type text can be used in order to help the user provide the first name and the last name data. Apart from that, while you are logging in into some of the websites, you will be seeing that username is one of the text fields, and that is of the type text over there. So guys, let us check this with the help of examples in VS Code over here. So first of all, we will have a simple paragraph, and then we will say below content is in HTML form. So guys, this is a very simple statement. Below content is an HTML form, and then what we will do is we will define the form over here, and by default we are getting the action attribute. We will ignore this particular attribute for now because we are just checking the input type, that is a basic text field, with the help of the input tag over here, for which the type will be text. So guys, what we have to do is inside the form we can simply have the input followed by colon, and then we can type text over here. So guys, this is the emmet abbreviation that is provided by the VS Code, which is one of the special features of the VS Code, and this is the reason why majority of the software developers use VS Code as one of their editors. So guys, when we select this option, as you can see, the type is text over here, and by default the input tag provides a type as text, and this will be a basic text field that will be displayed on the UI. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, below content is an HTML form, paragraph is being displayed, and then we are having a simple text field over here that will allow the user to provide the data over here. And guys, this is a very simple way in order to provide a text field by using the input tag over here with the type attribute as text value. Guys, apart from that, we can also have the label for this particular text field. So what we will do is we will provide the name as fname over here, which is first name, and then let's say we provide the ID as first name in this case. Now guys, this particular ID will be used inside the label tag that we are going to define. So before this input tag, we will say label in this case, and we are having the for attribute which will be expecting the ID of the input tag that we want to link this particular label tag over here. So what we will do is we will copy the ID, that is first name, and paste it as the value for this for attribute, and then we will give the label as first name in this case. So we have given the first name label over here. After the label, we will provide the line break in this case so that we can see the text field on the next line over here. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, first name label is being provided over here, and this is a basic text field that is being displayed right now. And guys, what is the importance of this for attribute? So as you can see, when we click on this first name, the cursor will be activated inside this text field which is linked to this first name label. So when we click on this, as you can see, now we can provide the first name and we can type the first name over here inside the text field in this case. Now guys, similarly we can also have the last name over here. So what we can do is simply I'll copy this lines of code and paste it after the first input tag over here, and then simply we can change the ID to last name in this case, and over here as well we will change the ID to last name over here. The name will be changed to L name. We will update the label as well to last name in this case. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have got the last name as well. So when we click on this last name, the text field is automatically activated over here, and user can provide the required data in this particular text field as well. Now guys, what happens when we provide the incorrect IDs for this for attribute? So let's say we provide the last name ID to this first label over here and the first name ID to the second label over here. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. Now what will happen is when we click on this first name, since this first name is now linked to this second input field, the cursor on the second input field will get activated. So when we click on this first name over here, as you can see, the cursor in the second input field is getting activated, and whatever we type will be displayed in the second input field. And when we click on this last name over here, so when we click on this, as you can see, the cursor is getting activated on the first input field. So guys, that is the importance of providing the correct ID inside this for attribute. So whichever input field we want to get activated, we should provide the ID of that input field to this for attribute over here inside the label tag. And guys, these are certain things you should know as far as input type of text is concerned. So over here we are clicking on the correct label and the cursor is getting activated in the required input field over here. This text field will be used a lot when you are going to work on the real projects as well. So now we will see input type password in HTML form. So guys, basically we can have the input tag and we can set the value of the type attribute over here as password, so that whatever content you type inside this particular input field will not be displayed on the UI. And the main use case over here is when you are logging in into a particular website, you are providing your username, and when you type the password, you don't want someone else to see while you are typing it on the screen, and that is where we use the input type password over here, which defines the password field in this case. So guys, let us check this with the help of examples in VS Code over here. So previously we had checked the input type, that is text, which allows us to provide certain kind of input with the help of a text field, and this is how we can see the text field over here. So guys, what we will do is we will make some changes in this case. So we will remove the second input field over here. We will keep the first label as username in this case. So we will change the label to username over here, and the input type will be text, and we will set the name as username, which will be used by the server in order to refer to the value provided into this text field. And the ID that we provide over here will be username in this case. And as I have told you, the ID of this input must be set as the value for the for attribute over here for the label, so that when the user clicks on this username label, the cursor for this text field will be activated. So we change this to username in this case. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser. So as you can see, we have a simple text field over here with a username label, and when the user clicks on this username, this particular text field will get activated, and we can simply provide the username for the login purpose. Now guys, what we will do is we will have another field over here which will be the password field, but we want that field to be of the type password, so that whatever we type inside that particular text field will not be displayed over here, since password should be secret. So what we will do is I will simply copy and paste these lines of code over here, that is label and input, and for this input, that is the second input over here, we will change the type to password in this case. So as you can see, the type is equal to password, and the name we will change it to password over here, and then the ID as well we will change it to password in this case. Now guys, this particular ID should be linked to this label, so I'll copy this ID and paste it inside the for attribute over here, and the label should be password in this case. So we have changed the label as well. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have got the password text field as well. Now guys, because we have set the type as password over here, whatever we type inside this password text field will not be displayed to the user. So when we start typing over here inside this text field, so over here we are not able to see the characters that I am typing right now. But the same thing when we type over here in the username, you can see that we can type anything that we want and we can see it inside the text field over here. So guys, this is the main functionality of the input type password over here. It doesn't allow anyone else to see what exactly you are typing inside that text box. Now guys, when we are working of sending of this data, that is username and password, it is recommended that we use the post request over here. So for example, let's say we have another input, that is the submit button over here. So we will say input type submit, and then the value that we provide is submit in this case. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. As you can see, we have provided submit button in this case. So guys, when we click on this submit button, as you can see, username is equal to, so some data will be sent over here. That's because by default the method for this form tag is get request. So we have another attribute over here, that is method, for which there are two values that we can use. The get request, which is by default the value that is set for this method attribute, and that is what we are using right now over here, and the post request, which will help us in order to hide this data. So by default the get request is being called over here. So what exactly is happening, I'll show you once again over here. We will reload this page, and let's say for username we provide username over here, and for password we provide simple password in this case. But guys, when we click on submit over here, as you can see, the username is equal to username that was provided, and password is equal to, you can see that what I have typed over here is being displayed inside the URL. So we should avoid this whenever we are dealing with submission of the form, and that form contains some sensitive data. So how we can avoid it is by using the post request over here. So when we provide the post method and the request goes to the particular file that we define in the action attribute, In such case, the username and password data will be sent as part of the HTTP request. So guys, it won't be displayed inside the URL over here. So let me just save this file once again and try reloading this page on the browser. So now if we provide the username in this case, and then let's say I provide some password over here and click on submit, as you can see, the URL is not displaying the username and password over here, but it will be passed to the server as the HTTP request. So in such cases, when the passwords needs to be validated, or if there is any sensitive data that is supposed to be sent on the server side, we must use the post request over here by mentioning it to the method attribute of the form tag, so that our sensitive data is protected from any other viewer who is trying to submit the form. So guys, this is the way that we can create the password text field using the HTML form. So now we will see input type submit in HTML form. So guys, basically we can use the input tag along with the type attribute whose value can be submit in order to display the submit button. So basically it defines a button for submitting the form data to a form handler. So guys, let us check this with the help of examples in VS Code. So basically inside the form, if you want to submit the form data, we can use the submit button over here. So first of all, we will have a paragraph and it will say below content is in HTML form. So guys, we have a very simple statement over here. Below content is in HTML form, and then guys, we will be defining the form over here. So as you can see, by default we are getting the action attribute in this case, for which the value should be a server side file which will be handling the input that is provided by the user in the text fields inside this form. So guys, what we will be doing is we will provide the text field for the username. So basically we are going to have the input, and then followed by colon we are going to have text over here. So as you can see, the type is set to text in this case. So basically it is going to display a normal text field over here, and then we will say username as the name attribute and the ID attribute as username once again. Now guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser. So as you can see, below content is in HTML form, and then we are getting the text field over here. Now guys, we must also have the label that is associated to this text field. So what we will do is, before the input tag, we will have the label tag over here, and then we will bind this input tag with the help of the ID. So we will copy this ID and paste it as the value for this for attribute over here for the label tag. So guys, I'll paste this ID for the for attribute, and over here we will give the label as username in this case, and then we will also give the line breaks for both the tags over here. So guys, basically we have defined the label over here for the username. Now guys, we can also set a default value for this username text field. So we also have something called as value attribute, which can help us to provide the default value inside this text field when the user loads this page. So we can simply provide user as the default value in this case. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, username is the label, and we are getting the default value that is user in this case. And when the user clicks on the label or the text field, the user will be able to edit this text field over here. So we can simply provide our own username that we had used in order to register on a particular website. Now guys, apart from this, let us also provide the password text field over here. So we will simply copy and paste these lines of code, and then for this type we are supposed to change it to password in this case. For this name attribute, we will change it to password, and ID as well, we will change it to password over here. And in this password text field, we don't need any value because user will be providing his or her own password in the text field. So we are going to remove the value part, and then we will also provide the label as password over here. And once again, we are going to link this label with this input type that is password. So I'll copy the ID inside the for attribute of the label. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. As you can see, we have two fields, username and password. Now comes the most important part, that is how we can create the submit button. So guys, basically we can have the input tag with the type submit over here, so that the username and password that is provided by the user can be sent on the server for further processing. So what we can do is, again over here we have to provide the input and this time it should be of the type submit. So as you can see, input colon, we have something called as submit over here. So this is the emit abbreviation that is provided by the VS Code. So guys, basically type is submit, and for this value attribute we can provide the text that we want to display on this submit button. So guys, simply we can provide submit in this case. So the submit text will be displayed on the button. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. As you can see, this is the submit button that we have created with the help of this type attribute for which the value is submit over here. Now guys, when the user clicks on this submit, the username and password will be passed to the server side for further processing. So let's say we provide some username over here. So we say programming, and then let's say we provide test password over here. So we say test password in this case. So over here the data is masked. That's because the password type of the input field doesn't allow us to see what data is being provided by the user. So let me just click on submit over here. So as you can see in the URL, we are getting the username is equal to programming and password it is equal to test password over here. And guys, this is the way that the form is submitted by using the submit value for the type attribute in the input tag. Now guys, it is important that whenever you are submitting the form, if it contains any sensitive data, such as in this case we have the password field, it is recommended that we send the data using the post method. So by default inside the form, the method attribute is having the value as get, and for that reason we will see all the form data being passed in the URL over here, which is not the best practice as far as security is concerned. So guys, basically we can have the method attribute in this case, and then we can say post over here, so that whatever form data is present, it is sent as part of the HTTP request inside the body and not as the URL over here. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So now if we provide the username and password over here, so let's say I provide username and then password is, let's say, password test in this case. And when we click on submit over here, now there is no URL change this time. That's because we have provided the form data by using the post request over here, and all the data is going as the part of body of the HTTP request. So guys, this is the way that we can easily create the submit button inside the form by using the type attribute for which the value can be submit for the input tag. So now we will see input type reset in HTML form. So guys, basically the input tag along with the type value as reset will define a reset button that will reset all the form values to their default values. So guys, let's say for example, you have multiple text fields in a particular form, and then when the user tries to enter some data and wants to reset all the data, that is clear the data, in such cases it would be very helpful in order to provide a button that will help the user to reset all the data, and this input tag with the type reset will help us to do the same. So let us check this with the help of examples in VS Code. So guys, previously we had seen that we had provided the username text field, along with that we had also provided the password text fields along with their labels, and then we had also provided the submit button. We had provided the value that is user by default to the username text field. So let me show you how it looks on the browser. So this is the content of the previous code that we had written. So we have a normal username, and then we have the password, and then we have the submit button, in which case we can simply provide the username over here, and we can also provide the password, which will not be displayed to the user or any other person who is seeing your screen, and then we have the submit button. Now guys, let's say the user wants to clear all this data. What we can do is simply we can have the input tag along with the type value which is reset over here. So guys, let me just define that as well. So we provide input followed by colon, and then we have something called as reset over here. Guys, this is the emit abbreviation that we can use in the VS Code over here. As you can see, input type reset will be auto generated when we type this. So if you are working on any other text editor such as Notepad or Notepad++, you need to manually type all these characters over here. As you can see, inside the tag we have the type attribute and the other attributes as well. But if you are working with the VS Code, you can make use of this emit abbreviation over here. So we click on this particular option. As you can see, this is the tag that is input followed by type attribute, and then we have the reset value as the type. Now guys, we can also have the value on this button to be set. So either we can say reset or we can simply say clear over here. So basically this is the text that will be displayed on the button in this case. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have got the clear button over here. Now guys, let's say I want to increase some spacing in between the submit and the clear button. So what we can do is, after this input of type submit button, in this case we can have ampersand and then non-breaking space, that is NBSP. So guys, basically this is helpful when you want to add certain space characters in between the HTML elements and to avoid them to break into multiple lines. So over here, when we select this non-breaking space, let me just save this file now, and after reloading this page, you will be noticing that the space between the submit and the clear button will increase over here. So when we reload this, as you can see, the space got increased in this case, and based on how many space characters you want, you can provide the non-breaking space characters over here after the submit button. Now guys, what happens when we click on the clear button? So for now, there is no data in the username and the password fields, and that is why we are not seeing any results over here. But when we provide certain data, so let's say we provide username and let's say we provide some test password over here, and then either we can click on submit. But let's say if we have provided some incorrect data over here in multiple fields inside the form, so simply we can click on clear over here. So when we click on clear, as you can see, all the text boxes are cleared now, and they will be having their default values if they have any. So over here basically we have the user value as the default value inside the username. That is why we are getting that value. But if we remove this value, that is user, from here, then that content will be also removed. So let me just refresh this page once again over here, and when we provide the data once again, that is username in this case, and then let's say we provide password over here, and then when we click on this clear button, as you can see, the text fields got cleared, and that is the main functionality of this reset value for the type attribute inside the input tag. So now we will see input type radio in HTML form. So guys, basically we can have the input tag, and inside that we can have the type attribute value as radio, which defines a radio button. Now guys, what is a radio button? So basically radio buttons let a user select only one of the limited number of choices. So you will be having a list of choices, and then you need to select only one element from that list of choice, and for this purpose we can use the radio button inside the HTML form. So guys, let us check this with the help of examples in VS Code. So previously we had seen how we can set the input type as text over here. Then we have also seen the input type, that is password. We have also seen the input type, that is submit and reset buttons over here, and this is how the page looks like, that is username, which is a text field, and then we have the password field over here, and then we can have the submit button or the clear button in order to clear the data. Now guys, over here we will be having the list of options that you can select by using the radio buttons. So let me just move to VS Code over here, and first of all we will have a simple paragraph, and then we will say select your favorite web language. So guys, we have a very simple statement, that is select your favorite web language over here, and then we are going to have the radio buttons in this case. So basically we are going to have the input tag and then followed by colon, and then we are going to have the radio option in this case. So as you can see, the type must be set to radio over here, and then we can set the name and ID. So guys, let's say we provide the name as language over here, and the ID, let's say we provide HTML as the ID. So basically this is a radio button that will be representing the option, that is HTML over here. I'll correct the spelling of language in this case, and then guys, we will be having two more options, that is CSS and JavaScript. So these are some of the web languages that we can select from. So we have the ID, that is CSS, and then we have something called as JavaScript ID over here. So guys, these are three radio buttons that we have defined. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we are getting select your favorite web language. We are getting the radio buttons in this case, and when we click on this, we can only select one of all these three options. We cannot select multiple options over here. Now guys, it doesn't make any sense because we are not getting to see the options in the form of the text string over here. So what we can do is we can provide the labels to this radio buttons. So after the first radio button over here, we need to provide the label tag in this case, and over here in the for attribute we can provide the ID of this HTML radio button. So I'll copy this ID and paste this over here, and then we can say I like HTML. So guys, this is the label that will be defined just besides the radio button, that is the first radio button. And then guys, we want the second radio button to come on the next line. So what we can do is, after this label we can have the line break tag over here. So we can have the BR tag in this case, and then once again we will be having the label for the CSS and JavaScript as well. So I'll simply copy this line of code and paste this over here, and we will copy the ID as well and we will paste it to the for attribute in this case, and then we will say I like CSS. And guys, once again we will copy the label tag over here for the third radio button, and then we will copy the JavaScript as well, that is the ID, and paste it for the for attribute of the label, and then we will say I like JavaScript in this case. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So now as you can see, we have some text string as well, which is more sensible in order to select one of the options from this list of radio buttons over here. And guys, since we have provided the label tag and we have linked all those label tags with their respective input radio buttons over here, we can simply click on this text string as well to select that particular radio button. So let's say if I click on this I like HTML, so when we click on this, you can see that the radio button is selected over here. And then when we click on this I like JavaScript over here, so when we click on this particular option is selected. And once again when we click on I like CSS, so this second radio button is selected over here. So guys, basically either you can use the radio buttons or we can also use the text over here, since we have linked these labels to the radio buttons that are displaying on the left. So guys, this is the main functionality of having the radio buttons over here in order to select one of the options. Now guys, it is important to note that for all the radio buttons we have provided the name attribute as same, that is the language value. But what if we provide the different values over here? Let's say I provide the name value as language 1 for CSS and language 2 for JavaScript. Now guys, what will happen in this case? So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. Now if I select I like HTML, so HTML option is getting selected. But when we click on this I like JavaScript over here, as you can see, the third option is also getting selected over here. The first option is also activated since we had selected it previously. And if we select this I like CSS as well, so this option is also getting selected. So guys, this is because we have kept the names as different for all the radio buttons. So over here we have kept as language, then we have language 1, and then we have language 2. So in order to make the user to select only one of the options from all these options, you need to keep the name value as same for all the radio buttons that you are referring to. So let's say if I change the name of this particular JavaScript option to language over here, now we have the radio buttons for the HTML and JavaScript that belongs to the same name. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So now if we select I like HTML, so the first option is getting selected, but when we select the I like JavaScript, so third option is getting selected and the first option was deselected over here. So we can select one of the options in this case, but in the second option for which we have kept the name as language 1 over here, we can select it and we can see that the third option is still getting selected over here. That's because for the second option as well, we need to keep the name value as same. So when we change the value to language over here, so all the three radio buttons are now having the same value of name attribute in this case. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So now you can select any one of the options from all these three options in this case. So guys, that is the importance of having the same value of the name attribute for all the radio buttons that you want to display, but only want one option to be selected. So now we will see input type checkbox in HTML form. So guys, basically the input tag along with the type attribute that is having the value as checkbox will define a checkbox on the UI. Now guys, what do you mean by checkbox? So basically checkboxes let a user select 0 or more options of a limited number of choices. So either you don't have to select any of the options, or you can select one option or multiple options as well that is present inside the list of choices as part of checkboxes over here. So guys, let us check this with the help of examples in VS Code over here. So previously we had seen the input types, that is text, and then we had also seen password, we had seen the submit and the reset button over here, and also we had seen the list of radio buttons out of which only one option can be selected. and this is how the page looks like on the UI. Now guys, this is not one of the best designs in HTML. That's because we are having the submit and clear button in between, which should be present at the end of the form over here at the bottom. So guys, what we will be doing is we will move these two buttons, that is reset and submit buttons, at the end of the form over here. So I'm simply going to cut those lines of code and paste it over here. Now let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So as you can see, now we are having the submit and the clear buttons at the end. Now guys, what we will do is after this list of radio buttons, we will be having the list of checkboxes as well. So over here, I'll simply remove the extra line break tags over here. And then guys, after the radio buttons, what we will be doing is we will be providing the checkboxes. So over here, simply we will provide the input followed by colon, and then we have something called as checkbox over here. Now guys, this is the emmet abbreviation, which is one of the features of the VS Code that we are using. If you are using any other editor such as Notepad or Notepad++, then you have to manually type the entire content inside this tag along with the type attribute for which the value will be checkbox over here. Now guys, let us set the name as vehicle in this case. So we will say vehicle 1, and then let's say we provide the ID as bike over here. Now guys, similarly we will have two more options, and these options will be car and boat over here. So we will change the name to vehicle 2 and vehicle 3 in this case, and the ID over here will be car, and then the third option, it will be boat in this case. So we have just set the ID, that is bike, car and boat, for all these three options. Now guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we are getting the three checkboxes over here. If you click on them, these are getting selected in this case. Let me provide some line breaks before and after these checkboxes. So over here we will provide the line break, and then over here as well we have to provide the line breaks so that we can see the checkboxes properly. So let me just reload this page once again. So these are the three options that we can see on the UI. Now guys, it doesn't make sense in order to see only those checkboxes, so we can associate them with the labels as well. So just like how we had done for the radio buttons over here, we will be having the labels for the checkboxes as well. So simply after the checkbox, we need to provide the label. So this label will be for the ID, that is bike. So we are going to copy this ID, that is bike, and provide it as the value for this for attribute to the label, so that this particular label tag can be linked to the first checkbox over here. So guys, we are going to provide the bike, and then after providing the value for this for attribute, we can simply provide the label. So we can say I have a bike. Now guys, similarly we will have the labels for the other two checkboxes as well. So we will be providing the line break once again over here after the label, and we will simply copy the labels for the car and boat as well, and then we will change the IDs. So for the second checkbox label, we will copy the ID over here, and then we will say I have a car, and then this ID, that is the third option, we are going to set it as the for attribute for this last label, and then we will say I have a boat in this case. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So now as you can see, we have the list of checkboxes over here which are being displayed. We can either select 0 of them or one or multiple of the options. So in this case, when we select I have a bike, so this option is getting selected. And let's say if you have the car as well, so you can select this option also, that is I have a car. So we can click on the label as well in order to select this option. So as you can see, I have a car is getting selected. You can also select I have a boat as well. So this option is getting selected over here. If you want to deselect any of the options, you can click on that particular option once again. So this option is getting deselected in this case. So guys, this is the main functionality of the checkboxes. Either you can select 0, 1 or multiple of the options that are present as the list of checkboxes. We can also have the label before the list of checkboxes over here. So what we can do is simply we can have the paragraph in this case, and then we can say select the mode of transport that you own. So guys, basically we have a very simple statement over here, and then let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, select the mode of transport that you own, and then we have these three options over here. So you can select any of the options based on your choices. So now we will see input type button in HTML form. So guys, basically the input tag along with the type attribute for which the value that is set as button will define a simple button inside or outside the HTML form. So you can either define this button inside the HTML form or outside the HTML form as well. So let us check this with the help of examples in VS Code. So guys, previously we had seen some of the input fields, that is the text field, and then we have also seen the password field as well. We have also seen the list of radio buttons as well. Along with it, we had also seen the checkboxes list as well, and then apart from that, we had seen the submit and the reset input tags as well. And this is how the UI looks like. So we have the text field, the password field, and then the list of radio buttons, then the list of checkboxes, submit button and the clear button as well. Now guys, what we are going to do is, after this list of checkboxes, we will be having a simple button over here that will help us in order to display the alert. So what we can do is, after the list of checkboxes over here, simply we will have the input and then followed by colon, and then we will have the button over here. So guys, this is the emmet abbreviation, as you can see. So this is the feature that is provided by the VS Code. So we can simply have the input tag along with the type attribute, that is button, and the value attribute will have the value which will be displayed on the button. So let's say we want to display click me over here. So guys, basically this particular text will be displayed on the button. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser. So as you can see, we are getting the click me button over here. Now guys, we can apply our own styling over here with the help of the style attribute, or we can also have the external CSS file as well. So if we want to provide certain styling, so let's say I provide the style attribute over here, and let's say we want to provide the background color as red in this case and the font color as white. So over here we will say color as white in this case. So guys, basically we are defining the styling properties over here. I'll just select the word wrap options so that we can see the entire tag on one screen instead of having the horizontal scroll bar. Now guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the background color of the button is changed to red, and then we are getting the text color as white over here. So guys, when we click on this button, nothing is happening. So it is a part of JavaScript tutorial that we will be seeing in the upcoming videos as well. So when we click on this button, if we want it to react in a certain way based on our requirements, we need to write certain code in the JavaScript. So what we can do is, for now over here, we will be having the onClick attribute. So when we say onClick, we can provide certain small JavaScript code over here that will be triggered when we click on this particular button. So let's say we provide alert in this case, and then inside the open and close parenthesis, we simply provide certain string. So let's say we provide subscribe to programming for beginners, which is the name of the YouTube channel, which you should definitely subscribe if you have not done so, in order to learn a lot about the HTML and the upcoming web technologies as well. So guys, basically this is a string that will be displayed inside the alert box over here, subscribe to programming for beginners. So let me just save this file now, and when the user clicks on this button, the alert should be displayed. So let me just reload this page once again on the browser, and now when we click on this button, so as you can see, this page says subscribe to programming for beginners. So this is a kind of a alert that is being displayed over here on this particular browser. And guys, this is a part of a JavaScript. By using the JavaScript code, we can make this alert display on the web browser over here. And this is a very basic button that we have seen so far. We can also remove the styling properties over here. So I'll quickly remove the styling properties so that it looks like a normal button in this case. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So as you can see, we have a very simple button in this case, and when we click on this button, again the alert is being displayed over here. So whenever the user will click on the button based on the function that we have written over here, that function will be called based on the requirement of the project. So now we will see input type color in HTML form. So guys, basically the input tag along with the type attribute color is used to display the color picker from where you can pick the colors. Now guys, depending on the browser support, a color picker can show up in the input field over here. So it depends on your browser, the user's browser that is being used in order to display your web page. So guys, whenever you are going to use the input tag along with the type value as color, you need to test on the different browsers in order to check whether that particular browser supports the color picker or not. So guys, let us check this with the help of examples in VS Code. So previously we had written these lines of code over here, which we will remove for now, And then what we will do is simply we are going to have the color picker. So basically we are going to have the label as well, and then after the label we will have the input and then colon, and then we have the color in order to have the type value as color over here. Now guys, what we will do is, depending on the user's selection of the color, we will change the background color of the entire page. So we will have the name value as BG color over here, so that it defines that we are going to change the background color by using this color picker. And then similarly we will have the ID as the BG color over here, and then we are going to copy this ID for this for attribute of the label tag. So we are simply going to copy this ID, that is BG color over here, and then we will say select your background color, and then followed by a colon. Now this input tag will help us in order to show the color picker on the browser. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser over here. So as you can see, below content is in HTML form, and you can see select your background color, and by default black color is being displayed over here. And when you click on this color picker, as you can see, you can change the color over here. So you can also see that we can change the color to blue, green or yellow colors as well, and similarly based on your requirements you can set the color. Now guys, by default the color that is being displayed over here is black. So when we reload this page, you can see that the color is black over here. So what we can do is we can have the value attribute as well inside the input tag. So we can simply provide the value, and let's say we want the default color to be red over here. So what we can do is simply we can provide the hex value of red color, which is hash character followed by 2 times F and then 4 times 0. So guys, basically this is the first component, that is the red component in the hex color, and then followed by the green component which is 0, and then followed by 2 digits, that is blue component, which is again 0 over here. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again. So as you can see, now we have the red color by default, and when we click on this red color, you can see that we can select any of the color that we want, and then we can also drag this color picker over here, and then accordingly the red, green and blue components over here will be updated based on the selection of the colors in this case. Now guys, what we are going to do is, once we select the color over here, we are going to set the color as the background color of this entire page. So we need to add some JavaScript code over here. So we will come to this head section, and then we will define the script tag in this case, and then guys we are going to define a function. So we are going to type function keyword followed by the name of the function. So guys, if you are not aware about the JavaScript, don't worry, we are going to write a very simple JavaScript function over here that will help us in order to just change the background color of the web page. So this is the keyword, that is function, that we use in order to define the function followed by the name of the function, and then we have the open and close parenthesis. We are going to learn a lot about the JavaScript in the JavaScript tutorial videos that is going to be followed after the HTML tutorial. So guys, please make sure that you subscribe to this channel, that is Programming for Beginners, so that you get the notifications on the upcoming videos as well. Now guys, inside the curly braces, what we have to do is we need to get the value of the color that we have set by using the input tag over here. So simply we are going to define the variable by using the var keyword followed by the name of the variable, that is color, and the way that we get the value is by using the document keyword followed by dot, and then we have something called as get element by ID over here, and then inside the parenthesis we provide the ID, that is BG color in this case. So guys, we provide the ID over here followed by dot, and then we have something called as value. So guys, basically this particular line of code will help us in order to extract the color that we have set over here. By default the color will be red, but whatever color we set on the browser, it will be extracted by using this line of code, and that color will be saved in this variable. Now guys, we just have to provide this variable to the background color property of this web page over here. So what we can do is, again we can define the document keyword followed by dot, and then this time we are going to use the body tag over here, and then followed by dot. Inside the body tag we have something called as style, because the background color property is present inside the style property. So we are going to use the style property followed by dot, and then we have the background color over here. So as you can see, once we are typing, VS Code is suggesting us various attributes that can be used. So over here we are going to use this background color in this case, and then equal to, we are going to provide this variable name, that is color over here, followed by semicolon. So guys, we have defined a function inside the JavaScript that will help us in order to set the background color of the body of the web page by getting the value from this input tag over here that we have defined as the color picker. Now guys, what we have to do is simply we need to call this function. So basically, once you are selecting the color using this color picker, we are going to have a button over here. So simply we are going to have the line breaks in this case, and then we will define the simple button over here. So we say input colon button, and this time we will say click me as the value of this button. And what we have to do is when the user clicks on this button, we need to call this test function over here. So we can have the on click attribute in this case. So we will say on click attribute over here, and simply we are going to provide the name of the function, that is test, followed by open and close parenthesis. So guys, once we click on this particular button that is having the value as click me, the JavaScript function that we have written with the name that is test will be called, and the color will be extracted from the color picker that we have set, and then the background color will be set using that particular color that we have set. Now guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have the select your background color, and red color is being displayed over here. So when we click on this, and let's say I want to change the color to yellow, so I drag it over here, and then let's say I want this particular shade of color, and then what we have to do is simply we can click somewhere else since the color is already set over here in the color picker. And in order to set the background color of this web page, simply we need to click on this button, that is click me over here. So when I click on this, as you can see, the background color of this web page is updated. Again, if we want to update the background color to, let's say, green color in this case, we will set it to light green, and then when we click on this click me, as you can see, it is set to light green color now, that is the background color of this web page. So guys, in this way we can easily use the color picker to select one of the colors from the color picker over here. So let me just reload this page once again. So in order to set the background color as red, simply we can click on this button, that is click me. So this particular red color is already set over here. In order to set the color as blue in this case, so we will change it to light blue over here, and then when we click on this button, as you can see, the color of the background is updated now. So now we will see input type date in HTML form. So guys, basically the input tag along with the type attribute, that is date, is used for input fields that should contain a date. So basically inside a HTML form, or it can be outside the HTML form as well, if you want to show a input field that should allow the user to select one of the dates, you can use the input tag along with the type attribute, that is date over here. Now guys, it is very important that you test the input tag with the type date on the different browsers, because depending on the browser support, a date picker can show up in the input field. Most of the latest browsers will be showing the date properly, but some of the old browsers will not show the date properly. So guys, let us check this with the help of examples in VS Code. So previously we had seen how we can provide the input tag with the type color in order to have the color picker on the page over here. Now guys, after this color picker, we are going to have the input field with the type date as well. So what I'm going to do is we are going to have the input followed by colon and then followed by date over here. So guys, this is the input tag that we are going to use along with the type date. In this case, we are going to set the name attribute as birth date, and then similarly we will copy this birth date and set it as ID as well for the same input tag over here. Now guys, what we will be doing is we will also have the label in this case. So let's say we define the label, and this label will be for this ID, that is birth date. So I'm going to copy this and paste this for the for attribute of the label, and then we will say select your birth date in this case followed by colon. So guys, the user is supposed to select the date of birth by using this date picker, and then guys, we will also have the line breaks in this case. So we will have the couple of PR tags as well. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser over here. So as you can see, select your birth date label is being displayed over here, and then we have this date picker in this case. Now guys, when the user clicks on this date picker, he or she will be having the option to select one of the dates over here. So when the user selects this 17th date in this case, case, so it will be set as 17th December 2023. Guys, you can also change the month and year over here. So as you can see, the month that is December and the year that is 2023 is being displayed over here. You can scroll down and see the future dates as well. So let's say we select the 16th date over here, so it is 16th of February 2024. So in similar way, you can also select one of the past dates as well. And let's say if you want to select one of the past dates that is in the 2000 year, so we can simply click on this particular drop down arrow, and then you can see that the years are also getting mentioned, and we can scroll up a little bit so that we can see the year 2000 in this case. So as you can see, this is the year that is 2000, and in the month of January, let's say you want to select the date as 20. So when you select this, as you can see, 20th January 2000 date is being displayed over here. And guys, this is the very simple way that you can show the date picker to the user in order to select the date. Now guys, what we will do is, once the user clicks on this button that is click me, we want to extract the value that is being set by the user and show it as an alert on the web page over here. So what we will be doing is, we already have the input that is of the type button in this case, and on click attribute is pointing to this test function over here in the JavaScript. So we simply have to change some lines of code over here inside the JavaScript. So we will be removing these lines of code, and let's say we provide the variable which will be storing the date that is being selected by the user. So guys, we need to get the value that is being selected by the user on this particular date picker by using the ID. So I'm going to copy this ID, and over here we are going to use the document keyword followed by dot and then get element by ID. So guys, this is a very basic JavaScript that we are writing over here, and we are going to cover a lot about the JavaScript tutorial as well in the upcoming videos. So make sure that you subscribe to this channel so that you get the notifications on the upcoming videos as well. So after this, we are going to have parenthesis, and then inside the double quotes we are going to have the ID, that is birth date over here, followed by dot, and then we will say value in this case, in order to extract the value of the date that is selected by the user. Now guys, simply we can use the alert function in this case. So we type alert, and then inside the parenthesis we have double quotes, and then we say birth date is followed by colon, and simply we have to provide a plus operator because we are concatenating two strings in this case, and then followed by we need to provide the date variable which is storing the date that is being selected by the user. So guys, we provide the date variable in this case. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. Now guys, whatever date user selects over here, and when the user clicks on this button that is click me, we will be able to see the alert that will have that same date that was selected by the user. Now guys, let us select one of the dates in this case. So let's say the user selects the date from one of the years, that is 2005 over here. So when we select 2005, and let's say it is the month of April, and then let's say the date is 15th in this case. So it is 15th of April 2005, and then when we click on this button that is click me, as you can see, birth date is 2005, that is the year is being displayed, followed by the month which is 04, then followed by the date that is 15th over here. So guys, in this way we can also use the value that is being set by the user on this date picker. Guys, apart from this, we also have some more attributes, that is min and max, in order to restrict certain dates. So let's say if we want the user to select only specific dates, let's say from the year 2005 and only from the month of April. So what we have to do is, simply we have to come over here in the input tag of the type date, and then we have something called as min attribute over here. Now guys, inside this min attribute we have to provide the minimum date that the user can select. So it is 2005 followed by hyphen and then 04, and then we have 15. So guys, this is the format that is being used right now. So if I show you once again, when we click on this, this is the format that we should be using. So let me just copy it from here and I'll paste it once again in this case, so that there is no issues with the format. So over here we will paste it. Similarly, we will set the max attribute as well. So we type the max attribute followed by the date. So guys, in this case we will be having the date as, let's say, 20th of April. So over here we will set it as 2005 and the month is 04 and the date is 20. Now guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. Now this time, since we have set the minimum and maximum values of the dates, as you can see, the April, that is 04, and 2005, that is the year, is already set over here, and we will only get the option to select the dates between the 15th to the 20th day of that particular month and year, because that is the restrictions that we have put by using the min and the max attributes over here. So guys, in this way you can also allow the user to only select the dates that are ranging in between the min and the max values. You can also have just the minimum value so that the user does not select the date before this particular value, or you can also have just the max value as well so that the user does not select any of the values which is having the date higher than the max value. So guys, I'll leave that exercise up to you so that you can practice on your own as a homework for you. So now we will see input type date time local in HTML form. So guys, basically the input tag along with the type attribute, that is date time local, will help us to specify the date along with the time as well as the input field with no time zone. So basically whatever time is being selected by the user, it will be the local time for that particular user over here. Now guys, it depends on the browser support, so you need to test this particular input tag on the different browsers in order to check whether some of the older browsers are still showing the input type with the date time picker or not. So guys, some of the older browsers might not support this particular type attribute, but majority of the latest browsers will be able to show this date time picker. So let us check this with the help of examples in VS Code over here. So basically previously we had seen how we can use the color picker by using the type, that is color, and also we have seen the date picker by using the type, that is date. This time we will be using the type, that is date time local over here. So again we will be defining the input followed by colon, and this time we will be using this date time local over here. So when we select this, as you can see, the type attribute is being selected as the date time local in this case, and then for the name attribute we will set it as date time over here. So guys, this is the name attribute, and for the ID attribute as well we will set the string, that is date time in this case, and before this input we will also set the label as well so that the user is able to select the date as well as the time from this particular date time picker. Now guys, for the for attribute we will set the ID of this date time picker as the for attribute in this case. So I'll simply paste this date time string and then we will say select date time over here. So we have select date time followed by colon, and then guys, after this input tag we will also have the couple of line breaks so that the next button, that is having the value click me, will be displayed on the other line. Now let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have selected date time as the label and then followed by the date time picker over here. Now guys, we are having the date, along with that we are also having the time picker as well. So as you can see, we can select the time as well along with the date, and the difference between the date and the date time local type is that for the simple date picker we can only select one of the dates over here, but for the date time picker we can also select the time in this case. So guys, this is the basic difference between the type attribute, that is date, and the type attribute, that is date time local over here. So in case you have the requirement of setting the time as well, you can use the date time local in this case. So we can select one of the dates in this case. So let's say we select 15th of December 2023 and the time is 18 over here. So 18:00. So guys, in this case we are setting the date as well as the time over here, as you can see. Now guys, let us say when we click on this button, that is click me, we want to see the date as well as the time in the alert box. So what we have to do is, already we had written the code over here, that is having the on click attribute for this button, that is click me, we are calling the test function that is already written in the JavaScript. So guys, this is a very basic function that we have written over here. What we are doing is we will be getting the value of the date time picker and we will show that value inside the alert function. So we simply have to set the ID, that is date time over here, and then we have to provide the alert, that is date time is, and then followed by the variable in which the date time is being selected in this case. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. I'll select the date as 10th of December 2023 and then let's say the time is 18:05 over here. So when we set this 18:05 in this case, you can see that the date and time is being selected over here, and when we click on this button that is click me, as you can see we are getting the year that is 2023 followed by the month that is 12 and then followed by the date that is 10, and then guys we have this character that is T which is separating the date as well as the time, and then after this character we have the time that is 18 which is the hour and the 05 which is the minute in this case. So guys, in this way you can easily select the date time by using this date time picker over here. Let me change the timing in this case. So we set the time as 2016 over here and then let's say we select the date as 20th of December. So guys, we have 20 December 2023 and then the time as 2016. So when we click on this button that is click me, over here you can see that we have the 20th December 2023 date as well as the time that is set as 2016 over here as the alert. So guys, in this way you can easily use the date time picker based on your requirements. So now we will see input type email in HTML form. So guys, basically the input tag along with the type email is used for input fields that should contain an email address. So if you want the user to provide his or her email address, you should be using the input tag along with the type that is email over here, and basically it is also having the built-in validation that will be used in order to validate whether it is the proper email format that is provided by the user. Now guys, you need to test this particular feature on different browsers because depending on the browser support, the email address can be automatically validated when submitted. So not all the browsers will validate whether the email is being correctly provided by the user, but some of the latest browsers will help you in order to validate the email IDs that is provided by the user. Now guys, some of the smartphones as well recognize the email type and add the .com to the keyboard to match the email input. So you will be noticing the .com button on your keyboard when you are typing and providing your email address on some of the websites, and this is one of the important features in the smartphones that can help the user in order to quickly provide the input. So guys, let us check this with the help of examples in VS Code. So previously we had seen the different input fields such as color picker, then we had also seen date picker, date time picker as well. Now we will see the input tag with the type email over here. So guys, simply we will provide the input followed by colon and then we have something called as email over here, which is the EMET abbreviation. So when we select this, the type attribute will have the email value for this input tag. Now guys, let us say we provide the name as email over here and same value we provide to ID attribute as well, that is email in this case, and we also have to provide the label. So before the input tag we provide the label, and for the for attribute we set the ID of this particular input tag that is email as the value for this for attribute. Now guys, simply we can have the statement that is provide your email as the label over here followed by colon in this case. So guys, in this way we can allow the user to provide the email by using this input tag with the type attribute that is email over here. Let us provide a couple of line breaks after this input tag. Now let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have this provide your email label in this case, and the user can provide the email inside this text box. So let's say we provide programming@gmail.com. So guys, let's say we provide programming over here, and when the user clicks on the submit button, let us see whether the validation message is being displayed over here. So guys, we need to add the submit button in this case because this particular button is the normal button and it is not related to the form. So over here we will have the input followed by colon and then we have the submit button over here, and we provide the value as submit in this case, which will help the user in order to submit the details that is being provided over here. And then guys, what we will do is we will provide the method as get so that we can see the values that are provided by the user for all these input tags inside the URL itself. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have got the submit button now. So let us provide the email over here. So we just provide programming in this case, and let me just click on this submit button. So as you can see, please include an @ in the email address. Programming is missing an @. So guys, over here this particular web page is telling us that we don't have the @ character which must be present inside the email address. So let me just provide that @ as well, and let us see if now our email address is being accepted over here. So when we click on the submit button, as you can see, please enter a part following @ programming @ is incomplete. So guys, over here the email addresses are designed in such a way that after the @ we have something that is gmail.com or anything based on which platform you have created your email address. So let's say we provide Gmail over here, and let me just click on the submit button now. So as you can see, now it is allowing us to submit over here, and since we have provided the method as get, we can see all the values of different parameters that are going inside the URL. So as you can see, we have the background color, then we have the birth date time, as well as the email over here. So as you can see, programming, and then we have the @ which is being encoded as %40 over here, and then we have the Gmail that was provided by the user as the email address inside this text box. So guys, in this way you can easily use the input tag with the type attribute that is email in order to help the user provide his or her email address while he or she is submitting the form. It will also help us in order to validate whether it is a proper format of the email or not based on your requirements. So now we will see input type image in HTML form. So guys, basically we can have the input tag along with the type that is image, which defines an image as a submit button. So guys, instead of the submit button, we can also have the input type that is image over here that will act as a submit button, and it will be the image that will be displayed as a button over here. Now guys, the path of the image is specified in the src attribute. So let us check this with the help of examples in VS Code as well. It acts as a submit button and sends the coordinates of the user click as X and Y coordinates. So guys, let us move to the VS Code over here, and what we will be doing is after the submit button we will also have the input type that is image. So let us provide the line breaks over here so that the image is being displayed on the next line, and then over here we will provide the input followed by colon, and this time we will have the image in this case. So guys, it is important to note that we are having this input type image inside the form over here so that the form attributes can be submitted, and the form that is having the method attribute as get will help us in order to see all the value that is being set by the user inside the browser URL. So guys, let us check this. We have the input tag with the type image over here, and for the source part we will have one of the images that is sample image that I have already stored in this directory path where this particular test.html file is present. Now guys, as the alternate we will provide submit as the value over here in case there is any issue as far as displaying of this image is concerned. Now guys, apart from this we will also set the width and height of the image. So let us say we have the width attribute as 50 pixels over here, so we set it as 50 px, and then let's say we have the height attribute as well, and we have the same value that is 50 pixel in this case. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, this is the image that we have set over here. Guys, the height and width of this particular image is set in such a way that it is not looking very clear, but for the example purpose we will see what happens when the user clicks on this particular image over here. So guys, let's say we click on this bottom right of this particular image. So when we click on this, as you can see, the attributes are getting displayed over here in the URL. So you can see that BG color, that is the background color, that is coming from the color picker over here, and then apart from that we have the birth date time, as well as email, and then in the end as you can see we have something called as X, which is 47, and then we also have Y, that is equal to 47. So this is nothing but the attributes where the user has clicked on this particular image over here. Now let us click on this image once again, somewhere over here, that is at the top left. So when we click on this, so as you can see, again the attributes are updated over here, and you can see that the X attribute is now set as 2 and Y attribute is now set as 1 over here. So guys, in this way we can come to know at which particular coordinates by using the X and Y coordinates over here the user has clicked when the user clicks on the image that represents the submit button inside the form. So guys, this is the basic functionality of the input tag that is having the type that is image over here. We can set it as the normal image, that is by having the source attribute we can set the image for this particular submit button. And let's say when the image is not present inside the directory, so let me just provide one over here, that is sample underscore image 1.png, which is not present inside that directory. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, since the image is not present, so we can see what text is being provided as the alt attribute. So that is what we can see over here, that is submit in this case. So guys, in this way we should be having the alt attribute as well, in case if there is any issues as far as displaying of the image is concerned on the browser. Let me just save this file once again and reload this page on the browser. And if we click somewhere in the middle of this image, so you can see that the parameters are updated once again, and this time the x value is 23 and the y value is 25. So guys, since we have set the height and width as 50 pixels over here, so we will see all the numbers between 0 to 50 in this case, based on where the user clicks on that particular image. So now we will see input type file in HTML form. So guys, basically the input tag along with the type file defines a file select field and a browse button for file uploads. So basically, if you have the requirement inside your HTML form to help the user in order to upload one of the files as attachment, then you can use the input tag along with the type file, and that is what we are going to check with the help of examples as well in the VS Code. So let us check this in the VS Code over here. I'll remove the previous lines of code that we had written. So now over here we have a very simple statement, that is below content is an HTML form inside the paragraph tag, and then we have the form tag over here along with the method that is get request in this case. Now guys, what we will do is we will have the input of the type file over here. So input followed by colon, and then we have the file in this case in order to have the type attribute as file over here. And then guys, for the name part we will provide the name as my file, and simply we will copy and paste this value to the ID attribute as well. And before this, what we will do is we will also have the label, and then for the for attribute we will have the ID of this input tag, that is my file. So we will simply copy this ID over here, and then for the label part we will say select a file, so that the user is able to select the file by using this particular input that is of the type file over here. And then guys, after this let us have the line breaks. So over here we will have the BR tags, and then followed by the input tag with the type submit over here. So we have the input tag with the type submit, and the value that we will provide is submit in this case. So guys, basically this is the input tag that will help you in order to select one of the files such as JPG files or the PNG files as far as images are concerned, or you can also select a PDF file or any other file of your choice. Now let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser. So as you can see, below content is in HTML form, and then we have this select a file label over here, and we get this choose file button in this case with the help of this input tag with the type file over here. Now guys, user will be able to choose the file in this case. So when the user clicks on this button that is choose file, you will be able to select the file by using the file explorer over here. So let's say we choose this favicon.jpg file in this case. So I select this, the file name is favicon over here, and we click on open in this case. So as you can see, favicon.jpg is being selected, and when the user clicks on submit, this particular file will be sent on the server, and we are going to check this with the help of the URL in this case. So let me click on submit over here. So as you can see, my file in the URL, it is equal to favicon.jpg. So basically this particular file was sent on the server with the help of the get request, and that is why we are getting the name of the file inside the URL. And guys, this is the way that you can use the input type file inside the HTML form in order to allow the user select one of the files based on your project requirements. So now we will see input type hidden in HTML form. So guys, basically the input tag along with the type hidden defines a hidden input field that is not visible to a user. So in case in your project requirements you want to have the hidden input field which is not supposed to be displayed to the user, you can use the input tag along with the type hidden over here. Now a hidden field lets the web developers include data that cannot be seen or modified by the users when a form is submitted. So let's say if you want the user to submit one of the values which is always going to be fixed when the user submits the form, then you can have the input field along with the type hidden that will not be shown to the user, but when the user submits the form, this particular field will be also submitted and will be processed by the server. It is very important to note that while the value is not displayed to the user in the page content, it will be visible and can be edited by the user by using the browser's developer tools or the view source functionality. So basically, if the field is related to the security, you should not use the hidden inputs as a form of security in that case. So guys, we will check this with the help of examples as well. So let us move to the VS Code over here. So previously we had seen how we can use the input tag along with the type file, which will allow the user in order to choose a file and submit to the server. Now guys, after this input, we will have another input over here, which will be of the type hidden in this case. Now this particular input will not be displayed to the user, and the name that we are going to give to this input field is hidden over here, and the value that we want to be submitted to the server is 1, 2, 3, 4. So guys, basically this is the fixed value that will be submitted to the server when the user clicks on submit button, and this value will be displayed on the URL since we are using the get request over here as the method for the form. So guys, over here simply we will have the ID as well, and we will say hidden in this case, and this ID we are going to provide to the for attribute of the label as well. So let me just provide the label, and for the for attribute we will give the value as hidden, and then we will say hidden input after this label. So guys, we have hidden input after this label, which means after this label there is a hidden input which will not be displayed to the user, but we can simply inspect this particular input and see what the value is present inside that input. And then guys, after this we will simply have the couple of line breaks over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, hidden input after this label, but we cannot see any input over here. But when the user clicks on submit button in this case, as you can see, my file is equal to blank in this case. That's because we have not selected any of the files over here, but after that we have the hidden label over here, and then we have the value as 1, 2, 3, 4. That's because for that label we had set the value as 1, 2, 3, 4 over here, and on this web page we can simply inspect that hidden field. So let me just right click over here and click on inspect button. So now we can see all the elements over here of the HTML page, and let me just go over here to the hidden input after this label. When we click on this, after this you can see the input of the type hidden in this case, which is having the value as 1, 2, 3, 4. So basically anyone who is aware about the HTML code can come over here and make the changes in this value. So let's say we can change the value to 9876 over here and press enter in this case, and then after this when we click on the submit button, as you can see, hidden value is now containing 9876 over here. So this particular value can be changed by the user if he or she is aware about this developer tools and can make changes over here for the value attribute of the hidden input tag. So guys, you should not use this to perform one of the security measures, but simply to allow the user in order to submit the form, and along with it you want some constant value to be passed to the server, then you can make use of this hidden input tag. So now we will see input type month in HTML form. So guys, basically the input tag along with the type month allows the user to select a month and a year, and this we are going to check with the help of examples as well. Now depending on the browser support, a date picker can show up in the input field, and we are going to select one of the months and the year as well. It is very important to note that the type month is not supported in Firefox, Safari and Internet Explorer 11. So let us move to the VS Code over here, and previously we had seen the input tag along with the type file and the type hidden as well. Now after this hidden input tag, we are going to have another input with the type month over here. So input colon month, as you can see, this is the emmet abbreviation over here, which is a special feature of the VS Code that allows us in order to have the required attributes inside the input tag. So guys, over here we have the type as month, that is set, and then let's say we provide the name as month over here, and the same value we provided to the ID attribute as well. Now before this we are also going to have the label, and for the for attribute we are going to have the ID as month over here. That's because when the user clicks on this particular label, you will be seeing the month picker over here that will be displayed to the user in order to select one of the months and the year. So guys, over here we will say select a month in this case as the label, and then after this input tag we are going to have couple of line breaks over here so that the submit button is showed on the next line. Now let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser. So as you can see, select a month label is being displayed over here, and then user can click on this particular label, or you can also click on this icon over here in order to display the month and the years as well. So when we click on the label as well, so as you can see over here, you can select one of the months in this case. So let's say we go back to 2022, and then the month of April we want to select. So when we select April 2022, it is being displayed over here, and when the user clicks on submit button, input field will be passed via the URL to the server. That's because we have provided the method value as get request over here inside the form tag. So guys, let us submit this form over here. So as you can see, the month field is having the value as 2022 and the month, that is 04, being displayed over here, which is being passed to the server. And guys, this is the way that we can have the input field with the type month that will allow the user to select one of the months over here. The past month or the future months can also be selected in this case. So now we will see input type number in HTML form. So guys, basically the input tag along with the type number defines a numeric input field which will allow the user to only provide the numbers in this input field. Now you can also set the restrictions on what numbers are accepted. So guys, we will check this with the help of examples as well, with the help of min and max attributes. So let us move to the VS Code over here, and previously we had seen the different input types such as file and then hidden and the month type as well. Now we will provide another input field over here, and this time we will have the type as number in this case. So when we press enter, as you can see, the type is being defined as number over here, and for the name field we will provide it as age because we will ask the user in order to provide the age of the user. So guys, the same value we will copy it as the ID as well for this particular input field, and before this we will also have the label tag over here, and for the for attribute we will have the value as age so that the user can click on this label and provide the number to this input field in this case. So we will provide the label as provide your age in years followed by colon, and then after this input tag we will also have the couple of line breaks so that the submit button is displayed on the next line. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser. So as you can see, provide your age in years is being displayed over here, and the user will not be allowed to provide any of the alphabets or the special characters in this case. That's because we have provided the input field with the type number, which means it will only accept the numbers in this particular input field. So guys, over here, let's say if I provide some string in this case, so I'm not able to type the characters and only the numbers are being displayed over here. Let us try the special characters. So over here I'm typing the special characters as well, but it is not being displayed over here. That's because the input field will only accept numbers in this case. So let's say we provide the number as 105 in this case, and when we click on submit button over here, you can see that the age attribute is being displayed inside the URL with the value of 105 over here. Now guys, over here we can provide any number in this case. Let's say we provide 10,005 over here and click on submit. So basically it is submitting that value, but for the age factor we need to restrict the numbers so that the user can specify the age in between two numbers over here. The user can also provide a negative number in this case. So when we go down over here, as you can see, negative numbers can also be displayed over here, and we can increase this number as well. So guys, basically you can use these arrows in order to increment or decrement the numbers as well. But guys, let us put some restrictions over here. So the minimum age that we want is 18 in this case, and the maximum age is 60 over here. So we provide the min and the max attributes over here. So as you can see, the min attribute is equal to 18 and the max attribute is 60 in this case. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So now we will be able to restrict the age in between the 18 and the 60 numbers. So as you can see, when we are decreasing the number from 18, it is not decreasing. So 18 is the minimum value that we can provide and 60 will be the maximum value. So when we provide 59 and increase this number, it is going to 60, and then when we click on the arrow once again, so it is not incrementing the value, and when we click on the submit button, the age is being taken as 60 over here. And what if we provide a number which is greater than 60 manually? So let's say we provide 67 over here, and when we click on submit, as you can see, we are getting the validation value must be less than or equal to 60. So basically this is the validation which will be displayed for the minimum number as well. So when we provide 15 over here and click on submit, so value must be greater than or equal to 18 over here. So this is the validation that is automatically provided by the input field with the type number over here, where we provide the min and the max numbers in this case. Guys, apart from this, we can also have the step attribute which will increment or decrement the value by that particular step value over here. So let's say we provide 5 as the step value. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. And now if we provide any of the numbers, so let's say we provide 18 over here, and when we increment it by 1, so over here when we press on this upper arrow, as you can see, the next number is 23. That's because we have provided the step as 5. By default, the step is set as 1 over here so that the user can increment or decrement the value by 1, but you can change that step value, and we have set it as 5 over here in this case. So that is the reason why when we increment the value is getting increased by 5, and when we decrement the value is decreasing by 5. And that is how we can set the attributes, that is min, max and the step value as well. Apart from this, we can also have the default value by setting the value attribute over here. So let's say the default age of the user is 25 in this case. So we provide the value as 25. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So as you can see, by default you will be able to see the age as 25. So now we will see input type range in HTML form. So guys, basically the input tag along with the type range defines a control for entering a number whose exact value is not important. So we are going to display a slider control over here. So basically the type range is responsible to display a slider control that the user can slide and select one of the values based on the range. Now the default range values is from 0 up to 100 that we are going to check with the help of examples as well, and we will also see the different attributes that are min, max and step attributes. So guys, let us move to the VS Code over here, and previously we had seen the different input tags with the types file, hidden, month and the number as well. Now we are going to define another input field over here. So basically we are going to type input followed by colon, and then we are going to say range over here. So we type range. So as you can see, this is the emmet abbreviation over here, which is one of the important features in the VS Code. So we select this option and the type attribute is set to range over here. Now guys, for the name part, we are going to set it as range in this case, and for the ID as well, we are going to keep the same value, that is range. And then over here we will set the label, and we are going to set the for attribute as the range value over here. Now guys, let's say we want the user to provide the age. Previously we had asked the user to provide the age inside the text field over here, but now we are going to ask the user to provide the age with the help of the slider. So over here we will say provide your age using slider in this case, and then followed by colon. So guys, basically a slider will be displayed to the user with the help of this input field with the type range in this case, and by default the range value will be 0 up to 100 in this case. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, provide your age using slider, and this is the slider that the user can use in order to select one of the numbers using the slider. Now guys, by default you cannot see the numbers over here. So basically we are going to have another tag over here on the right side of the slider, and we will have the output tag in this case. So basically, let's say after this input field we will have the output tag over here, and this output tag will have the default value. So let's say the default value in this case that we set is 20 over here, and the same value we are going to set it as 20 in this case. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So the slider is adjusted at the value of 20 and the same value is being displayed in the output tag over here. Now guys, when we slide this in between the two numbers, we cannot see the change in this number which is being displayed inside the output tag. So what we have to do is we have to write a JavaScript code, and there is an attribute that we are going to use. As you can see, in order to display the value, we have to use the JavaScript, and this is one of the properties that we are going to use, that is next element sibling. So guys, basically what is the meaning of this? So after this input field, we have the next element that is output, which can be referred by using the next element sibling over here. So what we have to do is inside this input field with the type range, we will say on input over here. So this is the attribute that we are going to use in such a way that when the user slides this particular slider over here, the on input attribute will be called, and inside this on input attribute we will be using this keyword followed by dot, and then we are going to use this property that is next element sibling over here. So we have next element sibling, which is going to refer to this particular tag, that is output in this case, and then followed by dot, and then we have something called as value. So basically what we are doing is we are setting the next element siblings value over here. To which value? So again we need to provide equal to, since we need to assign certain value to this particular sibling over here after this input tag, and the value will come from this input itself. So basically we are going to use this keyword followed by dot, and then we will say value. So guys, over here we are taking the value of the slider by using this dot value in this case, and then this value will be assigned to the next element sibling, which is the output tag in this case. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. Now when the user slides over here, as you can see, the number is also getting updated. So when the user goes to the extreme right, you can see that the maximum number is 100, and to the extreme left the number is set to 0 over here. So guys, in this way we can also have the number that is being displayed to the user by using the on input attribute, and then followed by the next element sibling property followed by dot, and then the value of the slider can be set to this particular property. Now guys, apart from this, we can also restrict the values, that is the min and the max values over here. So what we can do is inside the same input tag, in this case we can provide min attribute over here, and let's say the minimum attribute we want is 18 and the maximum attribute we want is 60 over here. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the value is set to 20 by default, and when we take it to extreme left, the value is 18, which is the minimum value, and to the extreme right, the maximum value is 60 over here, and that is what we had set as the min and the max value for this particular input field with the type range. So guys, this is the way that you can set the input field with the type range over here, and also display the number to the user so that the user comes to know what is the number that is being selected by the user. Apart from that, you can also have the step attribute as well. So let's say we provide the minimum value as 1 and the maximum value as 50 over here, and we provide the step as 10. So in this case, the values will be incremented or decremented by 10. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, 20 is the default value, and then when we take it back, it is 1, and then 11, 21, 31, 41, and then the last value will be 50 over here, which is not being taken because the step value is 10 and the maximum value should be 51 over here. So when we set it to 51, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. Now as you can see, the maximum value that can be taken is 51 over here. So guys, in this way you can also set the step attribute as well for the range input field. So now we will see input type TEL for telephone number in HTML form. So guys, basically the input tag along with the type TEL, which stands for telephone, is used for input field that should contain a telephone number with a pattern mentioned. So we will check this with the help of examples in VS Code as well. So basically whenever you have the requirement wherein you want the user to provide the telephone number, you can have the input field with the type TEL, and you can also mention the pattern as well. So let us check this with the help of example in VS Code. So I'll remove these lines of code that were written previously over here, and inside this form simply we will have the input along with the type TEL. So input followed by colon, and then we have TEL, and this is the emmet abbreviation, which is one of the special features of VS Code, that is the editor which we are using. So guys, over here we will say telephone as the name attribute, and ID as well we will provide it as the telephone, that is the value of this input field. And before this we will also have the label, and for the for attribute we will paste the same value, that is the ID of this input field, as telephone over here, and then we will ask the user to provide telephone number. So guys, basically we are asking the user to provide the telephone number over here, and for now we have not provided any pattern in this case. So basically when we don't provide any pattern, it will act like a simple text field in which you can provide any data over here. So let us check this without any pattern over here. So we will provide the couple of line breaks in this case, and then followed by the submit button as well. So input colon submit, and we will provide the value as submit over here, so that the value on the button is displayed as the submit value. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser. So as you can see, below content is in HTML form, and then we are asking the user to provide the telephone number. So the user can click on this label, and as you can see the cursor is highlighted over here, and you can provide the telephone number over here. And apart from this, it is also accepting the characters as well. So when the user clicks on submit over here, as you can see the telephone name is being provided in the URL. That's because we have provided the method value as get request over here, and all the values that are provided by the user in the HTML form will be passed as the parameters inside the URL, and that is what we can see over here. Now guys, there is no certain pattern in this case which the user has followed. So what we can do is we can provide the pattern in this case. So over here there is a pattern attribute, and let's say we want the first three numbers to be provided by the user between 0 to 9. So we have the open and close square brackets over here, and then we say 0 to 9 in this case, and then open and close curly braces. We want three numbers over here, and then followed by hyphen. So guys, basically over here we are trying to provide the pattern that the user must follow while providing the telephone number, and while submitting, the pattern will be checked whether the input that is provided by the user is correctly matching with the pattern or not, and then only the value will be submitted. So over here we have provided the first three numbers, that is going from 0 up to 9, and then followed by a hyphen, and then let's say we want two more numbers over here that should go from 0 to 9. So again we have inside the open and close square brackets 0 to 9, which is the range, but this time we need only two numbers. So inside the open and close curly braces we will provide 2 as the number, and then again we provide hyphen, and once again we want 3 digits over here. So let's say I'll simply copy the first format in this case and paste this over here. So guys, basically first of all we are expecting the 3 digits in this case that should go from 0 to 9, followed by a hyphen over here, and then we are expecting 2 digits from 0 to 9 followed by hyphen once again, and then again we are expecting 3 digits from 0 to 9 in this case, which completes our pattern over here of the telephone. And then one more thing that we can provide is the placeholder, which will tell the user what is the format that the form is expecting. So over here simply we will provide 1 2 3, that is the first 3 digits, followed by hyphen, and then 2 more digits, that is 4 and 5, followed by hyphen, and then 3 more digits, that is 6 7 8, and this completes our pattern that we have just defined over here for the pattern attribute in this case. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, provide telephone number is now having the placeholder in this case that we have provided, and then user can simply click over here and provide the numbers, that is 1 2 3, and let's say if the user doesn't provide the numbers in this pattern, so what will happen? So over here let's say I provide 4 5 6 7 8 without any hyphen character, that is dash character over here. So let me try submitting this. So as you can see, please match the requested format is being displayed over here, and the form is expecting these two hyphens after the first 3 digits followed by 2 digits, and then once again the hyphen should be present. So over here, after first 3 digits we have hyphen followed by 2 digits and one more hyphen over here followed by 3 digits in this case. Let me just click on submit once again over here. So now as you can see, the form is getting submitted with the telephone number that is provided by the user over here. So in this way we can provide the telephone number with this particular format. We can have any other number over here as far as we are using the correct pattern for the telephone number that we are providing. So when the user clicks on submit once again, so as you can see, this is the updated telephone number that is provided by the user. And anytime the pattern is not matched over here, so let's say we provide another number wherein we provide 4 digits after the second hyphen in this case. So when we click on submit over here, we are getting the error message that is please match the requested format. So basically this exact pattern needs to be matched by the user while submitting the form, and based on your project requirement you can provide the required format that you want the user to provide the telephone numbers. So now we will see input type time in HTML form. So guys, basically the input tag along with the type time allows the user to select a time with no particular time zone over here. So basically the user will be provided the input field that will allow the user to select one of the time, that is the hours and the minutes, based on the user's requirement. So over here, depending on the browser support, a time picker can show up in the input field. So basically the user will have the hours and the minutes to select based on the time picker over here. So let us check this with the help of example in VS Code over here. So previously we had seen the input tag along with the type TEL, which helps us to provide the telephone number in a particular pattern. Now this time we will have another input tag over here followed by colon, and this time we will have time in this case. So this is the EMET abbreviation. So as you can see, input tag along with the type time over here, which will help us in order to select the time. And over here we will provide the name as time and ID as well. We will provide the same value, that is time over here. And before this we will have the label, and we will ask the user to provide the time. And for the for attribute we have copied the time value over here, and we will ask the user to provide time in this case followed by colon. And then after this let us have couple of line breaks over here with the help of BR tags. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, provide time label is being displayed over here, and when the user clicks on this label button, as you can see, this particular input field is now having the focus. The user can simply click on this clock item over here, that is the icon, and when the user clicks over here, as you can see, we have the hours as well and the minutes as well over here. So the hours, it will go from 00 up to 23. So let's say what is the current time right now, it is 16:33. So we select 17, and then let's say we want to select 30 over here. So 17:30 is the time. So we select the 17:30, and when we click on the submit button, the 17:30 time should go as part of the parameter inside this URL, since we have provided the method as getRequest over here. So when we click on submit button, as you can see, the time parameter is having 17 followed by a colon. So over here we are having the ASCII value of the colon, that is %3a in this case, and then followed by 30, which represents the minute. So basically we have the hour, that is 17, and minutes, that is 30 over here, which is being passed to the server with the help of the get request. So guys, we can select any time over here. We can also select the pass time in this case. So let's say we select 10:36 in this case, and then when we press submit, as you can see, the time is being passed as 10:36 to the server for further processing. So in this way we can have the input field that will help the user in order to select the time in the form of hours and minutes. So now we will see input type URL in HTML form. So guys, basically the input tag along with the type URL is used for input fields that should contain a URL address. So basically, let's say if you have a URL or a link to a particular web page and you want to provide it inside one of the text boxes on one of the websites, that will help you in order to have certain validations in place. So guys, depending on the web browser, the URL field can be automatically validated when submitted. So it depends on the browser that the user uses in order to fill the form or provide the URL in one of the input fields that is being developed by you. So you should test it thoroughly on different browsers whenever you are going to use the input tag along with the type URL. And some of the smartphones also recognize the URL type and adds a .com to the keyboard to match the URL. So basically this is one of the important features of the smartphone in today's date, that it will help the user in order to provide a .com button on the keyboard while the user is providing the URL in the input field that is provided by the developer. So guys, let us check this with the help of example in VS Code over here. So previously we had seen the input field with the type telephone number and the type that is time over here, which will allow the user to provide the telephone number and the time respectively. Now after this we will have another input field followed by colon, and this time we will have the type as URL. So we simply type URL over here, and this is the emit abbreviation, which is one of the special features of VS Code in this case. So guys, as you can see, we have the input tag along with the type URL, and over here for the name attribute we will say URL in this case, and for the ID attribute we will say URL once again, and before this we will also have the label over here, and for the for attribute we will say URL, so that when the user clicks on this particular label, this input field is focused so that the user can provide the required link or the URL to the web page. So over here we will say provide web page link in this case followed by colon. So we are asking the user to provide the web page link, which is also known as URL, to a particular web page. And after this input tag we will have couple of line breaks over here. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, provide web page link label is being displayed over here, and when the user clicks on this particular label, the input field is getting focused in this case, and the user can provide the URL over here. So let's say we provide Google as the URL. So is this the correct URL? No, in this case this is not the correct format of the URL. Still we will test it. Let me just click on submit button over here. As you can see, please enter the URL. Error message is being displayed over here. So let me just provide .com over here in this case. So let us check whether now this URL will be submitted or not. So when we click on submit, so again please enter a URL. So the important thing that we are missing over here in this case is the HTTPS. So whenever we go to the web browser and type one of the URLs, so let's say we want to go to Google, so simply we can provide google.com over here, but automatically the browsers are designed in such a way that they provide the HTTPS prefix over here before the domain. So that is what is being expected over here in the HTML form as well. So before this, let us say we provide HTTPS followed by colon and then 2 times forward slashes over here. Now this is the correct URL that will be accepted by this input field of type URL over here. So let me just click on submit button once again. So as you can see, URL parameter is being displayed over here in the URL, and then after that we have the HTTPS and the entire URL that we have provided. In this case it is displaying the ASCII characters over here for the colon and the forward slashes that we had provided. So guys, in this way you can provide any of the URLs based on your project requirements and ask the user to paste a particular link to the web page if the user is expected to do so. But make sure that you test this input field on different browsers, because we never know what browser the actual user is using while he or she is submitting the HTML form or using it outside the HTML form as well. So now we will see input type week in HTML form. So guys, basically the input tag along with the type week allows the user to select a week and a year. So basically the user will be provided with the input field where he or she can select the week of the entire year and that particular year as well. Now depending on the browser support, a date picker can show up in the input field. So it is very important for you as a developer to check your input field on the different browsers, whether it is supported by the various versions of the browsers. So let us check this with the help of example in VS Code over here. So previously we had seen the various input field types, that is telephone and the time and the URL as well. Now we will have another input field. So over here we will say input followed by colon, and this time we will have the week type over here so that the user is able to select one of the weeks of the year. So the type is week in this case, and let's say we provide the name as week over here, and the same value we will provide it as the ID attribute in this case. Now before this input tag we will also have the label so that the user comes to know that a week is supposed to be selected from his or her side. So over here we will provide the value for the for attribute as week in this case, and then followed by select a week and then colon. So guys, basically we have a label and then followed by the input tag over here of the type week in this case, and then we will have BR tags over here, that is line breaks, so that the submit button is displayed on the next line. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, select a week label is being displayed and then followed by the input field where the user is expected to select one of the weeks. So when we click on this calendar icon over here, as you can see, a calendar is being displayed and user can select the entire week from a particular year. So let's say we want to select the next week in this case. So we can click on any of the dates over here. So let's say we select this. So it says week 51 of the year 2023. And then when we click on submit, over here as you can see, the week name is being displayed as the parameter inside the URL, followed by the year, that is 2023, and then followed by week 51 over here, which you can further process based on your requirements. So guys, in this way user can easily select the required week based on the data that the user wants to select. Over here we can select any of the past weeks as well and click on submit, and then accordingly the week will be passed to the server for further processing. We can also select one of the future weeks over here. So let's say we go to the year 2027 in this case, and then let's say we have the month December over here and we select the first week of December over here, and week 48 2027 is the year. When we click on submit, 2027 week 48 is being displayed in the URL. So guys, in this way you can simply have the input field and allow the user to have one of the weeks for a particular year. So now we will see input attribute value in the input field. So guys, basically the input value attribute specifies an initial value for an input field, which will be the default value when the user clicks on submit button without providing any value to this input field. So basically it means the value attribute will help us to provide the default value inside the input field. Let us check this with the help of examples in VS Code over here. So I'll remove the previous lines of code in this case, and we will only keep the form tag over here. And then guys, inside this form tag, what we will do is we will have a p tag, that is the paragraph tag in this case, and then we will say below content is in HTML form. So basically we have a very simple statement, that is below content is in HTML form, and simply we will ask the user to provide the first name and the last name over here. So simply we will have the input with the type text in this case. So we have the input tag along with the type text, and then let's say the name attribute is fname, and the same value we provided inside the ID as well, and before that we will have the label, and for the for attribute we will say fname over here, so that this particular label is linked to the input field in this case, and then we will say first name over here as the label followed by colon. Now guys, this is a very simple text field in this case, and we will not have any value inside this input field. So let us have a submit button in this case. So we provide input followed by colon, and then we have the type submit over here, and the value will be submit in this case. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have two times below content is in HTML form. So previously we had provided another paragraph before that form as well. So I'll just remove one paragraph in this case. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So as you can see, we have the first name over here followed by colon, and then simply we have the input field in this case. Guys, we want the submit button to be on the next line, so simply we will provide a couple of line breaks over here using the BR tag. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have a simple text field, that is first name, in which we can provide the first name over here. Now guys, let's say we want certain default value to be provided inside the first name. So what we can do is we can have the value attribute for this input tag. So after this ID, we will provide the value attribute, and let's say the first name with the value John will be the default value over here. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, when the user loads this particular page, the default value, that is John, will be displayed to that user inside the first name input field in this case, and then user can provide his or her own name over here, or simply click on submit button so that the value that is John will be passed to the server. So when we click on the submit button over here, as you can see inside the URL, we have the fname parameter followed by equal to, and the value is John in this case. That's because the default value that we have provided in the first name input field is John over here. Similarly, we can have another input field as well. So let's say we simply copy these lines of code and paste it after the first name over here, and we provide L name in this case, that is last name as the name and ID, and for the for attribute as well we provide the L name as the value, and instead of first name we will say last name as the label, and for the value part we will say Doe in this case. So guys, basically the first name is John, last name is Doe. So we have John Doe as the full name of the user as the default value for both these input fields. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have the first name that is having the default value of John, and the last name is having the default value as Doe. And when we click on submit button simply without providing any data over here, so these two names, that is John and Doe, will be passed to the server as the URL with the f name and the L name as the parameters. We can also modify the first name and last name over here. So simply we can say programming, and then for the last name we can say beginners over here. So let me just click on submit button now. So basically the first name and last name has been updated, that is programming, and then beginners as the last name in this case, which is being passed to the server. So in this way we can have the default values for the required input fields based on your project requirements by using the value attribute over here inside the input tag. So now we will see input attribute read only in input field. So guys, basically the input read only attribute specifies that an input field is a read only field. So basically, let's say if you want the input field to be displayed to the user, but you don't want the user to provide any of the values inside that input field, then you can provide this attribute that is read only, which will allow the user to only read that particular content inside the input field. Now a read only input field cannot be modified. However, a user can tab to it, which means the user can press on the tab key on the keyboard and go to that particular input field. Also the user can highlight it and copy the text from it. So basically all the other things can be done inside this read only input field, but the user cannot modify this field. Now the value of the read only input field will be sent when submitting the form. So when the user submits that particular form, the input field value that is present inside the read only field will be sent to the form. So guys, let us check this with the help of examples in VS Code. So previously we had seen the input fields that were having the value attribute, which will be shown by default. Now guys, let us say we only have the first name as the input field, and we will remove these lines of code, that is the last name over here, and this time we will again have the text input field in this case, and for the name attribute we will give the value as test, and the same value we provided to ID, and before this we will provide the label, and for the for attribute we will say test as the value, and then the label that we will give is read only field in this case, followed by colon. So guys, over here we have provided the label that is read only field, and then after that we have this input field over here, and then after this let us have couple of line breaks in this case. But guys, currently this is a normal text field over here. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the label is being displayed, but the user can provide any of the values over here. So by default we will provide some value. So let's say we provide the value as customer in this case. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again. So as you can see, customer is getting displayed over here as the default value, but still the user can modify it, and user can provide any of the details based on the requirements. So what we have to do is, in order to make this field as read only, that is the user should not be able to modify it, we will simply provide the read only attribute. As you can see, this is the attribute that we can provide, and it doesn't require any value to be provided. So it is basically the read only keyword that you have to provide inside this input field over here. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, customer is the default value, but this time when you click on this input field, there is no cursor that is appearing, and then over here when I am typing the characters, I am not able to modify this field now. So since we have provided this input field with the read only attribute, the user will not be able to modify this particular field. And apart from that, user can click on the submit button in order to submit this form. So when we click on the submit button, as you can see, we have the f name parameter over here and the test parameter as well that we have provided to this read only field, and the value for this is customer over here. So basically whatever value is being provided in the read only field, it will be passed to the server, and since we have used the get request, we can see the parameters being passed as the part of URL. So guys, in this way you can easily create the input field with the read only value over here and allow the user to submit the form with that particular default value. So now we will see input attribute disabled in input field. So guys, basically the input disabled attribute specifies that an input field should be disabled. By disabled, what we mean is a disabled input field is unusable and unclickable as well. So basically this is a kind of a read only field that we had seen previously. So over here as well, the user will not be able to modify the content of the input field which is having the attribute as disabled over here. And apart from this functionality, the value of the disabled input field will not be sent when submitting the form. So basically this is the main difference between the read only attribute and the disabled attribute. The read only attribute will help the user to send the input field value that is set by default to the server, whereas the disabled input field will not be able to send the value that is provided inside this input field. So guys, let us check this with the help of examples in VS Code over here. So simply we will have the input field, and this time we will have the text input field over here, and for the name part we will say disabled in this case, and then for the ID as well we will provide the same value that is disabled, and before this we are going to have the label, and for the for attribute we have the same value that is disabled over here, and then we will give the label as disabled field in this case, and then followed by colon. We have this input field after this, and let us say we have couple of line breaks over here so that the submit button is displayed on the next line. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have the disabled field label being displayed over here, but we have the normal input field right now which we can modify and send to the server as well. So what we can do is we want a default value to be provided inside this input field. So we will say value attribute, and let's say we provide disabled as the value over here. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, disabled value is being displayed over here, but right now user is able to modify this input field and will be able to send this value to the server after submitting this form. So what we have to do is, in order to make this input field as disabled, simply we have to come to the end and type disabled keyword. So as you can see, this is the keyword that is disabled being suggested by the VS Code over here in order to make this input field disabled, so that the user is not able to modify it and nor he or she will be able to send the value to the server after submitting the form. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, now the background of this input field is slightly updated. The color can be shown as a gray color over here, and when we click on this particular input field, we are not able to focus it, and also the user is not able to type inside this input field over here. Whereas in the read only, we were able to highlight this input field over here, but we are not able to modify it. So let us see what is the difference between read only and disabled field over here. So when we click on the submit button in order to submit the form, as you can see, f name, that is John, is being provided to the server inside the URL, and we have test for which the value is customer. So basically the read only field value is being passed to the server in the form of a URL, since we have used the get request as the method type for the HTML form, whereas the disabled field is not being passed to the server, and that is the main difference between the read only and the disabled field over here. So in case you have any of the requirements in the project that you want to disable a particular input field as a part of functionality in such a way that you don't want that particular field value to be passed to the server, then simply you can provide the disabled keyword to the required input field over here, so that the user is no longer able to modify that input field and the value will not go to the server. So now we will see input attribute size in input field. So guys, basically the input size attribute specifies the visible width in characters of an input field. So basically the size attribute is responsible in order to specify the visible width of the input text box. The default value for the size, that is the width of the text box, is 20 that we have seen so far, and it is very important to note that the size attribute only works with following input types, that is text, search, telephone number, URL, email ID and password. So guys, basically these are the only input fields on which the size attribute can be implemented, and you can simply increase or decrease the width of that input field as far as UI, which means user interface, is concerned. So let us check this with the help of examples in VS Code over here. So previously we had seen the different attributes that are value, then we had also seen read only attribute and the disabled attribute as well. Now let us have another input, and this time we will have the input field of the type search over here, so that we can increase the width or decrease the width of this particular input field. So we are going to have the input tag along with the type search, and over here for the name part we will provide the value as search, and for the ID as well we will provide the value as search in this case. Let me provide the label as well before the input field, and for the for attribute we will provide the value as search over here, and the label that we will provide is search your term or phrase. So we have a very simple statement over here, that is search your term or phrase, which is the part of the label, and the user can simply provide a term or a phrase as well, having list of words based on the requirements. So guys, by default the size of this particular input field will be 20. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have got search your term or phrase, and then we have this input field over here for which the width is 20 right now by default. Let me just provide couple of line breaks over here after this input field, so that the submit button is displayed on the next line. So let me just reload this page once again on the browser after providing the line breaks. So as you can see, the width of this particular input field is 20 right now by default. So let us say we want to increase the width so that the user is able to search for some term over here. So let's say programming for beginners, which is the name of this YouTube channel that you should definitely subscribe if you have not done so. So basically when we provide programming for beginners over here, as you can see, not the entire phrase can be seen within this particular width of the input field, which is 20 by default. So let us say we want to provide the size as 40 in this case. So simply we can provide size and then provide a number, that is 40 over here. By default it is set to 20 in other input fields wherever we don't provide the size attribute. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the width of this input field is increased now, and we can say programming for beginners. So this phrase we can easily see without actually scrolling horizontally, and again we can provide more characters over here on the right. So we can say please subscribe. So as you can see, the entire phrase can be seen right now, and then further we can type more content over here, HTML tutorial. So the longer the phrase, the characters on the left hand side will go on the extreme left over here, so that it is not visible right now within the same input field. So guys, this is the main reason to use the size attribute in order to increase the width of a particular input field where the user is expected to provide the large input in the form of text phrases. this. We can also decrease the size of this input field. So let's say we make the size as 10 over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the size of this input field is now smaller compared to the default size, which is 20 right now, which can be seen on the other input fields as well. So guys, in this way you can easily set the size attribute to any of the input fields, provided the type of the input fields belong to text, search, telephone number, URL, email and password. So now we will see input attribute max length in input field. So guys, basically the input max length attribute specifies the maximum number of characters allowed in an input field. So basically, if you want the input field to be limited with a particular number of characters to be entered by the user, we can use the max length attribute and provide the maximum number of characters that the user can provide in this input field. It is very important to note that when a max length is set, the input field will not accept more than the specified number of characters and there will be no validations. So this particular attribute does not provide any feedback over here to the user why the input field is not taking any more characters. So if you want to alert the user, you must write certain JavaScript code in order to mention a particular message that the maximum length is not allowing the user to enter more characters in the same input field. So guys, let us check this with the help of examples in VS Code over here. So basically, previously we had seen the different attributes such as the value attribute, then we had also seen the read only and the disabled attributes as well. Apart from that, we had also seen the size attribute, which mentions the width of the input field. So guys, we will have another input field over here of the type text in this case, and basically we are going to have the max length attribute for this input type, and the name for this input field will be remarks in this case. So we will provide the value of the name attribute as remarks, and the same value we will provide to the ID attribute as well. And let me just provide the label before this input field. For the for attribute, we will provide the value as remarks so that we link this particular label to the input field that we have defined, and then we will say remarks as the label followed by colon. And then guys, let me just provide couple of line breaks over here so that the submit button is displayed on the next line. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, remarks label is being displayed over here, and you can provide your remarks in this case. So basically you can provide any number of characters right now by default, because we have not provided any max length attribute over here for now. So you can limit the number of characters that is being provided by the user over here. So let's say we want the user to provide maximum of 10 characters in this case. So let's say we provide max length in this case as the attribute, and the value that we provide is 10 over here, so that maximum of 10 characters can be allowed in this particular remarks input field. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. Now if we type something, so let's say programming, and then I'm not able to type anymore. That's because the number of characters, that is 10, is completed over here. So when we type these characters, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So as you can see, 10 characters are completed over here, after which we are not able to type any of the characters in this particular input field. So guys, this is the main functionality of the max length attribute that we can use to the input field in order to limit the input that is provided by the user while submitting the form. So in case you have any requirements in such a way that you want to limit the number of characters being provided by the user to, let's say, 50 characters or 100 characters, then you can simply use the max length attribute for that input field, so that the user is not able to provide number of characters that is more than the max length attribute over here. So now we will see input attribute min and max in input field. So guys, basically the input min and max attributes specify the minimum and maximum values for an input field. So let's say, for example, if you want the user to provide his or her age, and the age should be between the minimum value of 18 years and the maximum value of 60 years, then you can simply use the min and max attributes so that the user provide the age between these two values, which can be a part of a client side validation over here. So the min and the max attributes work with the following input types. So as you can see, number, range, date, datetime local, month, time and week. So guys, these are the input field types that will be used on which the min and the max attributes will be applicable. You cannot provide the min and max attributes on the input type, that is text or search or the telephone number as well. So these are the only input fields that you should use while you are implementing the min and max attributes. Now it is very important to note that you should use the max and the min attributes together to create a range of legal values. So as we have just discussed, we will take the input from the user in such a way that the minimum and the maximum values for the age should be between the 18 and the 60 years of age. So let me just move to the VS Code over here. So basically, after this input tag that we had seen previously, in order to see the max length, we will provide another input field over here which will be of the type number in this case, and for the name attribute we will provide the value as age, and the ID attribute we will provide the value as age once again, and for the label part we will again have the for attribute having the value as age over here, and the label that we will provide is provide your age in this case, followed by colon. And then after this input field we will have couple of line breaks over here so that the submit button is displayed on the next line. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, provide your age is getting displayed over here. So you can simply provide the age of the user, so let's say 25 years or 30 years. Now guys, there is no validation over here right now. You can simply provide 10 years as well over here as the age and click on submit button over here. So as you can see, the form is getting submitted with the age value as 10 in this case, but based on our requirements we want the age of the user to be between 18 and 60 years of age. So what we will do is, inside this input field we will have another attribute, that is min attribute over here, and we will set it as 18 in this case, and the max attribute as well, for which the value should be 60 over here. So let me just save this file now. So basically we are setting the range in this case, for which the minimum value is 18 and the maximum value is 60 over here. Let me just reload this page once again on the browser. So now if you provide the age, so let's say when we provide the age as 15 in this case, and when we press on submit over here, as you can see, value must be greater than or equal to 18 is getting displayed over here. So when we increase the age to let's say 18 years, and when we press submit now, as you can see, the form is getting submitted with the age is equal to 18, and in this way we can provide the min value and the max value as well. Let us test the max value also. So over here let me just provide the age as 62 in this case, and when we press on submit button, as you can see, value must be less than or equal to 60 over here. So let me just set the age to 60 over here in this case, and when we press submit button over here, the age value is set to 60 while passing the value to the server using the get method. So guys, in this way we can easily use the min and the max values. Over here when we provide the age as 40, which is in between the 18 and the 60 years of age, which is the minimum and the maximum values that this particular input field is accepting. So when we press on submit button, the form is again getting submitted. So as you can see, age is equal to 40 is getting passed to the server. So guys, in this way, if you have the requirements of asking the user to provide a certain number between the range for which the minimum and the maximum values are provided, you can use the min and the max attributes for that particular input field, so that the user only provides the values in between these range values over here. So now we will see input attribute multiple in input field. So guys, basically the input multiple attribute specifies that the user is allowed to enter more than one value in an input field, and this we are going to check with the help of examples as well. Now the multiple attribute works with the input types, that is email and file over here. So basically let us check this with the help of example where the input field type is file over here, in which case we can select multiple files to be uploaded to the server. So guys, let us move to the VS Code over here, and I'll simply remove the previous lines of code in this case that we had written previously. So now as you can see, we have a very simple statement, that is below content is an HTML form. Inside the paragraph tag, and then over here we have the form tag along with the method that is get request, so that whatever parameters are being submitted by the user, we can see those parameter values inside the URL on the browser. So guys, over here what we have to do is we will have the input field with the type file in this case. So basically we are going to have the input along with the type file over here, and then in this case we will say name as file and ID as well as file over here, and then before this we will have the label, and then we will have the for attribute value as the file value in this case. Now for the label we will say select multiple files. So guys, basically we are asking the user to select multiple files over here, and then user will be able to submit by using the submit button. So let us have couple of line breaks over here, after which we will have the submit button in this case by using the input type submit, and then for the value we will have the value as submit in this case. So guys, currently we have not provided the attribute multiple in this case. So let us check how this particular input field works on the browser. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, below content is in HTML form, and then we have the select multiple files label, but currently we have not provided the multiple attribute over here. So when the user clicks on this choose file, basically the explorer will open over here based on the machine that the user is using, and then user can select one of the files over here in this case. So guys, basically I have come to a particular path over here on my machine. You can navigate to your own directory path over here, and then when I try to select multiple files over here, now guys, how do we select multiple files in this case? So as you can see, we have selected this Favicon image over here, which is a JPG image in this case. But let's say if I want to select another image, that is sample image. So I will press the control key on the keyboard and then try selecting the sample image as well. But this time when we select this, we are only able to select one image, that is sample image now, which is the second image that is selected. So by default the user will be able to select only one file here. That's because we have not provided the multiple attribute. So when the user selects one of the files in this case and clicks on open, basically that particular file will be displayed to the user in order to be sent to the server. Now guys, how do we select the multiple files over here? So basically we can go to the VS Code over here and simply we can provide the multiple attribute in this case. So as you can see, this is the multiple keyword that we need to provide in the input field of the type file or of the type email as well. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. Now if you notice, we have choose files in this case. Previously it was just choose file over here, which allows only single file to be selected. So basically we can select multiple files now. So when I click on this button, again the Windows Explorer will open, and then we can select, let's say, this particular file, and then if I want to select the second file as well, I will press the control key on the keyboard and then click the left mouse key over here. So as you can see, sample image and Favicon, both the files are getting selected over here. And when we click on open in this case, so it says two files, which means two files are selected by the user. And when we click on submit over here, as you can see, file is equal to favicon.jpg, and again there is a file parameter, and then it says the name of the other file, that is sample image.png. So guys, in this case both the files are getting sent to the server for further processing, and in this way we can select multiple files by using the multiple keyword for the input field based on our requirements. So now we will see input attribute placeholder in input field. So guys, basically the input placeholder attribute specifies a short hint that describes the expected value of an input field. A sample value or a short description of the expected format will be shown inside that input field. So guys, basically the short hint is displayed in the input field before the user enters a value. So guys, we will check this with the help of examples as well. And the placeholder attribute works with the input types such as text, search, URL, telephone number, email and password as well. So guys, let us check this with the help of examples in VS Code over here. So previously we had seen the input tag along with the type file for which we had the multiple keyword which will allow us in order to select the multiple files in this case. Now guys, what we will do is, let's say we have the username and password over here and we don't have the labels for them. So in this case we will simply have the input with the type text over here, and then for the name part we will say username in this case, and for the ID as well we will say username over here. Now guys, we are not going to have any labels in this case, and we are going to provide the placeholder as well, and similarly we will also have the password over here. So we will say input colon and then we will say password in this case. So we have the input field with the type password over here, and for the name part we will say name as password and ID as well as password over here. And after the username field we will have couple of line breaks over here, so that the username and the password fields are separated by using couple of line breaks in this case, and after the password as well we will have the line breaks. Now guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have a simple input field over here, but it doesn't display any label on the left hand side or on the top of the input field. So one alternate way in order to provide the hint to the user is to provide a placeholder inside the input field, so that the user comes to know what data is expected from his or her side to be provided in these input fields. So we can simply go to this input field, that is the username field over here, and we can have the placeholder in this case, and we can say username. So basically this particular text will be displayed inside the input field over here, so that the user can provide his or her username over here. And then similarly we will have another placeholder inside the password text box. So over here we will say placeholder and then we will say password in this case. So guys, basically we are not providing the labels over here with the help of label tags, but we are providing the placeholders in this case. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, this is the hint to the user that is being provided, so that the user understands that this particular input field is expecting a username and the second input field is expecting some password over here. So simply we will provide some username in this case. So we say programming over here, and then for the password part simply we will say password in this case, and since it is of the type password, the data is being masked over here. So guys, let me just click on submit in this case. So as you can see, username is equal to programming and password is being displayed as password in this case inside the URL. Guys, this is not one of the best practices in order to pass the password to the server by using the get request, because it is being displayed inside the URL on the browser. So we need to use the post request method, but in order to simply understand the example of the placeholder, we have considered this particular example of input fields. So based on your requirements, you can provide the string or the phrase as well inside the input fields by using the placeholder attribute. So now we will see input attribute required in input field. So guys, basically the input required attribute specifies that an input field must be filled out before submitting the form. So basically this required attribute actually needs the users to provide the data inside this particular input field, which is having the attribute that is required. Now guys, the required attribute works with the input types such as text, search, URL, telephone number, email, password, date pickers, number, checkbox, radio and file. So guys, as we can see, there are maximum input field types over here which are covered as far as required attribute is concerned. So guys, let us check this with the help of example in VS Code over here. So previously we had seen the input tag along with the type file over here. Then we had also seen the text and the password types. We had used the placeholder attribute and the multiple attribute as well. Now guys, what we will do is we will have another input field and we will ask the user to provide age in this case. So we will have the input field with the type number in this case. So as you can see, the input tag along with the type number over here, and then the age attribute will have the value as age in this case, and ID as well, we will keep it as age over here. Now guys, we will also provide the label so that the user understands that he or she is supposed to provide the age. So basically for the for attribute, we will have the value that is age, and the label we will provide it as provide your age followed by colon. So guys, after this we will have couple of line breaks so that the submit button is displayed on the next line. Now guys, first of all we will see what happens when we don't provide the required attribute over here. So simply let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have the provide your age label and then the input field is being provided. But guys, we have not provided the required attribute to any of these fields for now. So simply if the user comes over here and clicks on submit, basically the form will be submitted in this case with all the blank values for all the parameters. So as you can see, file is equal to blank, then username and password is also blank, and the age is also blank. Now guys, this is not one of the best practices. In order to send the password as a get request over here, that's because anyone can see the password inside the URL. So I'll simply remove this line of code over here that is having input field password in this case. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So now if we submit it once again, as you can see, all the values are blank for now. So guys, what we have to do is compulsorily we want the user to at least provide the age if they are not providing any other inputs over here. So what we can do is simply for this input field with the type number, in which case we are dealing with the age input field, we will come to the end and we will say required in this case. So guys, basically this required attribute is used in order to make the user provide some data to this particular input field. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have this provide your age input field in this case, and then when we click on submit over here, as you can see, please fill out this field. So basically this validation is being thrown by this particular browser, and depending on the browser, different message can be displayed based on which browser is being used by the user. So guys, irrespective of which browser is being used by the user, but basically a validation message will be thrown if the input field is kept blank and the user tries to submit the form. So we need to provide some age over here. So let's say if we provide 25, that is some number in the form of age in the input field, and then when the user clicks on submit, now the form accepts that particular input and will be sending all the values of the parameters to the server. But since user has provided only the age parameter over here, the age parameter is having the value and the other two attributes are having the blank values over here. But guys, this is the main functionality of the required attribute. So whatever input fields you want the user to provide some data with, you can use this required attribute to all those input fields. We can also provide the required attribute to this username field as well. So let's say when we provide the required attribute over here, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So now if we try to submit the form, it is asking to please fill out this field, that is username over here. So let me just provide some username in this case. So we have provided programming as the username. So now let me just click on submit over here, but we also have the required field, that is age in this case. So it is saying please fill out this field as well. So we provide 25 as the age, and when we click on submit over here, so now the HTML form is accepting the inputs that is provided by the user, that is username as well as age in this case, because those are the input fields which are marked as required. So guys, this is the way that required attributes work over here in HTML input fields. So now we will see input attribute step in input field. So guys, basically the input step attribute specifies the legal number intervals for an input field. So for example, if the step is equal to 3 that is being set for a particular input field, the legal numbers could be -3, 0, 3, 6 and so on. So basically when we increment or decrement the current number inside the input field, it will be increased or decreased by this step value, that is 3 over here in this case. Now an important tip over here is the attribute can be used together with the max and the min attributes to create a range of legal values, and we will check this with the help of examples as well. And the step attribute works with the input types such as number, range, date, datetime, local, month, time and week. So guys, let us check this with the help of example in this code over here. Now guys, we will have another input field which will be of the type number in this case. So input followed by colon, and then we have number over here, and what we will say is the name will be quantity in this case. So basically we are asking the user in order to select the quantity of a product. So guys, basically it will be feasible for a e-commerce website to have the text box in order to provide the quantity so that the user can order a particular order, and based on the quantity it can be delivered to the user. So we will keep the name value as quantity and the ID value as quantity as well, and then for the label we will say label in this case, and for the for attribute we will say quantity as the value, and then we will say select quantity. So guys, this is just an example that we are implementing over here so that the user can select the quantity, and the requirement is in such a way that the user can only select the quantity in the multiples of even numbers. That means either the quantity can be 2 or 4 or 6 and so on. So the user should not be able to select the quantity which is an odd number. So guys, over here what we have to do is we need to provide the step value as 2 in this case, because every time the value should be increased by 2 and minimum value that we can provide is 2 over here. So basically if the user is selecting the quantity, so the minimum value will be 2 because 0 cannot be set over here. So the minimum value we have set is 2 in this case, and every time the user increases the quantity it should be in the step of 2. We can also select the value attribute over here, so we can simply say value and then it is equal to 2, so that initially the value of the quantity input field will be set as 2 in this case. Now guys, after this input field we will have couple of line breaks over here so that the submit button is displayed on the next line inside the form. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, select quantity label is being displayed over here and we are seeing the value of 2. That's because we have kept the value attribute as 2 over here, and the minimum value will also be 2, so the user cannot go with a value that is less than 2 in this case. And every time when the user wants to increment this value by using the up arrow over here, the value will be incremented with a step of 2. So as you can see, 4 is being selected now, and then again when the user increments, the value is 6 right now. And when the user decreases the number, so let's say we click on this down arrow, so again it is decreased by 2 in this case, so the value is 4 right now. And then again when we decrease it, so the value is 2 right now, and then we cannot decrease it anymore further. That's because the minimum value is set as 2 in this case, and that is how we can apply the range to this particular quantity input field by providing the min attribute, and we can optionally provide the max attribute as well. So guys, this is the main functionality of the step attribute in order to increase the number with the step value that is being provided inside that input field. So now we will see input attribute autofocus in input field. So guys, basically the input autofocus attribute specifies that an input field should automatically get focus when the page loads. So by default there will be no focus on any of the input fields when the user loads a particular web page. But in case if you want the focus to be set on a particular input field when the user loads the page, then you can use the autofocus attribute for that particular input field. So guys, let us check this with the help of example in VS Code over here. So I'll remove the previous lines of code that we had written, and then guys, simply we are having a statement over here that is below content is an HTML form inside the paragraph tag, and inside the form what we will do is we will simply have two text boxes, that is first name and last name over here. So we will say input of the type text in this case, and then over here for the name attribute we will say fname, and the ID as well we will keep it as fname over here. And before this input field we will also have the label tag over here, and for the for attribute we will keep the value as fname, and then we will say first name in this case followed by colon. And then guys, similarly we will have the last name as well. So we will have couple of line breaks first of all after the first name input field, and then we will paste this for last name over here. So simply we will change the label as last name in this case, and we will keep the name value as lname and copy the same value to ID and the for attribute as well. So guys, we have two text boxes, that is first name and last name over here, and then after this again we will have couple of line breaks in this case, and then followed by a submit button over here. So we have input of the type submit, and the value will be submit in this case, so that the user is able to submit this form along with the first name and last name data in this case. Now guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser. So as you can see, we have the below content is in HTML form, and then we have first name and last name over here. Now guys, if you notice, there is no focus on any of these two input fields right now, and that is the default behavior of all the input fields. There will be no focus on any of the input fields by default. So what you have to do is, let's say if you want the first name to be auto focused when the user loads this particular web page. So what we can do is, simply for this input field related to first name, at the end we can simply say autofocus over here. So guys, this is one of the attributes that will help us in order to provide the focus to this particular input field when the user loads the web page. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So now as you can see, if you notice, automatically the first name input field is getting the focus over here after the user reloads this page. So if you want the last name to be focused, so simply you can remove this autofocus from the first name input field and provide the autofocus attribute to the last name input field. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, last name is now having the focus automatically when the user comes to this particular web page. And guys, this is the way that you can provide the autofocus on any of the input fields based on your requirements while you are expecting the user to submit the HTML form. It is a best practice to provide the autofocus at the start of the form, that is the first input field over here, so that the user starts providing the data that is required from his or her side. And this is one of the best practices that you can follow. So now we will see input attribute height and width in input field. So guys, basically the input height and width attributes specify the height and width of an element, and this we are going to check with the help of examples as well. We will define an image as the submit button inside the form with a particular height and width attributes that will set the image's height and width. So guys, let us move to the VS Code over here. So I'll remove the previous lines of code that we had written, and then we will only keep a paragraph that is having a simple statement, that is below content is in HTML form. So currently we don't have any form over here, so we will define the form. So for the action attribute, we are not going to provide any server side file in order to process the data further, since we are only looking for the examples on the client side. And then for the method part, we will set it as get method in this case. And then inside the form, let us say we have a normal text box over here. So basically we will have the input of the type text, so input colon text, and then as you can see, this is the input with the type text over here. And for the name, we will provide f name in this case, so that the user can provide the first name over here. And then for the ID part as well, we will provide the value as f name in this case. And before this input, we will also have the label, and for the for attribute, we will keep the value as f name, so that whenever user clicks on this particular label, the focus is given to this particular input field. So for the label, we will say first name over here. So we have the label as first name followed by input field. And then guys, let us have couple of line breaks in this case, after which we are going to have the submit button with the help of the image. So over here we will say input followed by colon, and then we have something called as image over here. So guys, instead of having the submit button, we can have the image as well, that can help us in order to submit this form. So we are going to use the type image in this case. So we need to provide the values for these attributes over here. One is the src, which is the source attribute, for which we need to provide the directory path of the image that we want to display. So guys, over here we have a sample image that we can use in order to display it inside the form as the submit button. So I'm going to provide the name of that file, that is sample image. Now guys, since this HTML, that is test.html, is already present in this particular directory, as you can see, this is the file that we are editing right now, and that is the reason why we can simply provide the name of the png file, that is the image file over here. In case your image is present in some other directory, then you need to provide the entire directory path in order to access that image and to be displayed on the web page. So guys, over here we have provided the name of the file, and apart from this, we will also give it the alt attribute as submit over here, so that in case the image is not being displayed for some reason, then we can at least have the submit text being displayed instead of the image that was supposed to be displayed on the web page. Now guys, by default the size of the image that will be displayed will be based on the image that you are providing, but let's say if we want to provide the width and the height of the image, so over here we can simply provide width attribute, and let's say we provide the width as 150 pixels over here, so we provide 150 px, and in the same way we have to provide the height attribute as well. So in this case, let us say we provide the height attribute as 100 pixels over here. So guys, this is the way that we can provide the width and the height of a particular HTML element. Specifically, we use it for the images, whether it is the img tag or the input tag along with the type image over here. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser. So as you can see, below content is an HTML form, and then we have the input field that is the first name over here, after which we have this image that is being displayed over here. So this image over here is acting like a submit button in this case. Guys, it depends on your requirement based on what height and width you want to display the image that will act as a submit button. So over here, let's say we provide the first name as John in this case, and when we click on this image that is acting as a submit button, so as you can see, inside the URL, fname parameter is being passed over here and the value is John in this case. And also guys, it is very important to note that we also get the x and y attributes over here, which is the coordinates on which the user has clicked on this particular submit image over here. So guys, this is the very simple way in order to adjust the height and width of the image. You can set the height and width based on your requirements. So let's say we provide the width as 100 pixels over here, and for the height part, let us say we provide the height value as 60 pixels. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the image width and height is adjusted now based on the height and width that we have provided inside our code. So now we will see input attribute list in input field. So guys, basically the input list attribute refers to the data list element that contains the predefined options for an input element. So basically, in case you want to have the list of elements to be displayed with the help of the input element, then you can have the input along with the list attribute over here, and you can provide the ID of the data list element that you can define later on. So guys, basically this input tag will now have the list of drop down items from which the user can select one of the items. So guys, let us check this with the help of examples in VS Code over here. So previously we had defined the input tag with the type text over here, which was having the f name, that is the first name that the user wants to define, and also we had the submit button in the form of the image. So guys, what we will do is, after this first input tag, we will have another input tag over here. So this time we are not going to define any type over here, but instead of this we are going to have the list attribute. So guys, basically the input tag along with the list attribute will help us in order to have the drop down list in this case. So over here, let's say we provide the value as list1. So guys, basically this should be the ID of the data list tag that we are going to define now. So basically after this input tag, we can define the data list tag as well. So in this case, we define data list tag, and then inside this data list tag, we can have the ID in this case. So the ID must be equal to the value of this list attribute that we had defined. So I'll just simply copy this and paste this over here as the ID attribute of the data list tag. And then guys, we can have the list of items that we want to display. So currently if we check the web page, there will be no items that will be displayed. So let me just check this. I'll save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser. So as you can see, we have this input field being displayed over here. There are no values that is being displayed right now inside this input field. Guys, what we will do is we will replace this particular image with the submit button as well. So over here, after the data list, we will have couple of line breaks in this case. And then instead of having the input tag along with the type image over here, we will simply have the input tag along with the type submit in this case, so that a simple text value can be displayed with the help of the submit button. So over here we have the value as submit. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So now as you can see, we have the submit button. But the important thing is we need to have certain drop down values over here so that the user can select one of the values from this list. So guys, over here what we have to do is inside this data list tag we need to define our options with the help of the option tag. So over here simply we will have the option tag. In this case we can remove the ending tag over here, so I'll simply remove this, and then we can have different options inside the value attribute of the option tag. So let's say we have the label for this input tag as the mode of transport. So over here for the input part we will also have the ID as well, and then we will say transport in this case, and the same ID we can provide it as the value for the for attribute over here, and then we can say select your mode of transport. So guys, basically we are asking the user to select the mode of transport, and then we will have the list of options from which the user can select the mode of transport. So let's say we provide the first option as bike in this case, and some more couple of options over here. So we will say car, and the third option as bus in this case. So guys, we have three options over here, that is bike, car and bus. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So now as you can see, select your mode of transport label is being displayed, and if you see over here there is a drop down that is getting displayed right now inside this input field, and when we click on this drop down option, as you can see bike, car and bus options are getting displayed over here. So we can simply select one of the options. So let's say we select car in this case. So basically this particular option is getting selected, and then simply we can click on submit button over here so that the parameter gets submitted to the server. But guys, in this case we are only able to see F name over here. That's because for the input field we have not provided the name attribute, and it is very important that whenever you are passing any of the values from the HTML form, then you should have the name attribute as well. So in this case we will provide the name attribute as the value that is same as ID in this case. So let me just provide the transport value over here. Guys, what if we provide the ending tag for the option in this case? So let me just provide that as well to all the three options, and then we will also provide the value in between the option tags over here. So we will say bike, and then we have car, and then we have bus over here, as all the three options being displayed as text over here. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So now if we go and select the mode of transport over here in this case, so let's say we select car as the option and first name as John, and then let me just click on submit button. So as you can see, F name is getting displayed over here as John, which is getting passed as the part of URL. That's because we have provided the method as get request over here for the form tag, and then the second parameter that is transport is being displayed with the value of car that the user selected while submitting the form. So guys, in this way you can easily have the drop down options with the help of the input tag, and along with it you can provide the list attribute which will have the value of the ID of the data list element that you are going to define, just like how we have defined over here, that is the data list element. And inside the data list element you can have different options over here along with their values in this case, from which the user can select one of the values. So now we will see input attribute autocomplete in input field. So guys, basically the input autocomplete attribute specifies whether a form or the input field should have autocomplete on or off. So when we say autocomplete on, when the user starts typing, he or she will be provided the list of values that was already typed by him or her previously, and when the autocomplete is off, there will be no suggestions that will be provided by the HTML form or the input field. So basically the autocomplete allows the browser to predict the value, and when the user starts to type in a field, the browser should display the options to fill in the field based on the earlier typed values. So guys, basically whatever suggestions is being provided by the browser, it is the own user's value that was provided to the browser in the previous sessions, and there will be no new values that will be provided by the browser. So the autocomplete attribute works with the form and the following input types such as text, search, URL, telephone number, email, password, date pickers, range and color. So guys, let us check this with the help of examples in VS Code over here. So previously we had the first name as the input field. Now what we will do is, again we will have the last name as well. So we will simply copy these lines of code and paste it after the first name input field, and then over here we will say L name in this case, which will stand for last name over here. So we say last name, and then we will again copy the L name value to the name attribute and the ID attribute as well. So guys, basically we will ask the user to provide the first name and the last name as well, and we had also provided the drop down list item with the help of the input tag and the data list tag over here. So we will keep those options as it is. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser. So as you can see, we have the first name and last name over here. Apart from this, we also have the drop down list in this case. Now guys, by default the autocomplete will be on for this input type, that is text over here. So if we simply go to the first name input field over here and click on this text box, as you can see, John and programming, these were some of the values that I had provided previously to the text boxes. And for the last name as well, as you can see, we have beginners and do that was provided to the last name input field that we had seen in the previous examples. So guys, these are the autocomplete suggestions that we can see. Now guys, what if you don't want to see the autocomplete suggestions over here? So simply we can come to this last name, in this case the input field, and then after this we can have the autocomplete attribute. So as you can see, this is the attribute that we are going to use, and then this should be off in this case. So when we say autocomplete is off, then the browser will not provide any suggestions to the user for this particular input field. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. Now if we go and click on this last name over here, as you can see, there is no suggestions that is being provided in this case. And if we click on the first name input field, we can still see the suggestions. That's because by default the autocomplete is on over here. So again we can provide the autocomplete attribute and we can provide the value as off in order to turn off the suggestions. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So now if we go and click on this input field, there are no suggestions that is being displayed by the browser. So guys, this is the way that we can provide the autocomplete or the auto suggestion feature to the user, and based on the browser history of the user, the suggestions will be provided by the browser to the user. So now over here we have kept the autocomplete on for the first input field, that is F name over here. And let me just reload this page once again on the browser. So now if we come and click on this input field, so now we are able to see the values as the suggestions by the browser. So now we will see input attribute form in input field. So guys, basically the input form attribute specifies the form the input element belongs to. So we will check this with the help of examples as well in VS Code. So we have something called as form attribute that you can specify inside the input field when you have that input field outside the form tag. So guys, the value of this attribute must be equal to the ID attribute of the form element it belongs to. So guys, let us check this with the help of examples to make it more clear. So over here inside the VS Code, what we have is the first name label along with the input field, that is first name, and the last name as well. Apart from this, we also have the drop down list with the help of the input tag and the list attribute that we had seen previously with the help of the data list tag. So guys, over here for the simplicity purpose, we will remove these lines of code, that is displaying the drop down list of items in this case, and then we will also remove the line breaks over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have first name and last name over here, and when the user clicks on submit button, the first name and last name attributes will be submitted to the server. Now guys, what if we also want to include the email of the user who is trying to submit the form? So let's say if we have the email input field outside this form tag over here. So after this form tag, we will have the input field in this case with the type email. So as you can see, we have the input tag along with the type email over here, and the same value, that is email, we will provide it as the value of the name attribute and the ID attribute as well. And before this, we are also going to have the label, and for the for attribute we will say email over here, and we will provide the label as email. So as you can see, we have the label as email followed by colon, and then we have the input field in this case. Let me just provide a couple of line breaks over here after this input tag and also after the submit button, so that the next input field can be displayed on the next line. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, after the submit button, we have the email input field as well. But guys, if you remember, when we click on the submit button, only the elements of the form, that is the first name and the last name will be provided to the server. So let us check that. So if we provide John in this case, and let's say we provide the last name as Doe, and when we click on submit, so as you can see, F name is equal to John and L name is equal to Doe. These two parameters are getting submitted. But apart from this, let us say we want to also submit the email attribute over here. So when the user provides his or her email over here inside this input field and clicks on submit button, we want that particular email data as well to go to the server for further processing. So in this case, what we can do is, when we have the input field outside the form tag and we want that input field's data to go to the server with the help of the other form attributes, we can have the ID for this form. So basically we are going to define the ID in this case, and we can simply say form1 over here. And then guys, this same value of the ID, that is form1, we need to copy and paste it as the value to the form attribute for the input tag. So the data from this particular input tag, that is email, is what we want to be passed to the server. So we can simply come over here to the input tag and provide a form attribute in this case, and this value should be same as the ID of the form itself with which the input data should go to the server. So over here, let me just paste this value, that is form1 in this case. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. Guys, previously we had seen that only first name and last name were getting submitted to the server with the help of the URL. Now let us say we provide John in this case and Doe in this case, and let me just click on submit over here without providing any data to this email input field. So when we click on submit, as you can see, we have the F name and L name, but apart from that we also have the email attribute which was not being passed previously, since we had not linked this particular email input field with the form which is containing only these two elements over here. But now since we have linked the email input field with the form, that is form1, the parameter that is email is also getting passed over here. So when we provide John in this case, and let's say we provide some email ID in this case, so we provide test@gmail.com, and when we click on submit button over here, as you can see, John Doe and the email, that is test@gmail.com, is getting submitted to the server for further processing, and we can see this as part of URL. That's because the method value is get request over here for the form tag in this case. So guys, this is the way that we can link any particular input field which is present outside the form tag with the form, so that the data inside that input field can be passed with the help of the other data which is being passed with the help of the submission of the form. So now we will see input attribute form action in input field. So guys, basically the input form action attribute specifies the URL of the file that will process the input when the form is submitted. So basically the file must be present on the server side, for which we need to provide the URL to the form action attribute. So guys, if you remember, inside the form tag we have the action attribute which specifies the file on the server side. It can be any PHP file or any other file which is responsible to handle the request that is coming from the client side. Now guys, if you have some other file that will handle the request that is coming from the client side, like for example, if you want the request to be handled in a different way when it is coming from the admin, so we can have the form action attribute that is attached to the submit button, which is separately displayed for the admin over here. So it is important to note that this attribute overrides the action attribute of the form element. So even if we have the action attribute inside the form element, but the form action attribute that we are going to specify inside the input field is going to override the action attribute that is present inside the form element. So guys, the form action attribute works with the following input types, that is submit button and the image type as well, which acts as a submit button as we had seen previously. So guys, let us check this with the help of examples in VS Code over here. So previously we had written certain text boxes, that is first name and then last name, and then we also had submit button over here, and outside the form tag we also had the input type email in this case, which we tried to link to that particular form by providing the input tag outside the form. So guys, what we are going to do is, I'm going to remove these lines of code over here since we don't need input tag in this example, and we are also going to remove the ID attribute from the form tag. Now guys, over here the form tag is having the default action attribute, and let's say we have something called as action1.php. So guys, this is the file that is responsible in order to handle the request that is going from the client side, which is having the data that is the first name and the last name over here. Now guys, let us say we want some other file to handle the same data over here with the help of another submit button. So what we will do is we will have another submit button in this case. So we say input : submit, and then as you can see, this input tag is of the type submit, and then what we can do is the value we can set it as submit as admin over here. So guys, basically this normal submit button is for the normal user, and when the admin logs into the application, then admin must click on this particular submit button, which is having the value as submit as admin over here. So when the normal user clicks on this submit button, the server side file that is action1.php will be called along with the required data that will be passed to the server. Now guys, when the admin clicks on this particular submit button, we need some other file to handle this particular data that is going to the server. So what we can do is we can provide the form action attribute over here. So we say form action attribute inside this input tag that is of the type submit in this case. So we say form action, and then we need to provide the file name in this case that will handle the request that is going from the admin. So over here slash, and then let's say we say action_admin.php. So guys, basically when the user clicks on this particular submit button that is submit as admin, this particular file that is action_admin will be called, and not this file that is action1.php. And this is the main functionality of the form action attribute that allows us in order to override the name of the file on the server, which will be responsible in order to handle the request that is being passed by the client side. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have two buttons, that is submit and submit as admin over here. Guys, when the user provides any data in this case, so let's say we provide John and the last name as Doe over here, and when the user clicks on this submit as admin, the request will be passed to this file that is action_admin.php and not action1.php. And when the user clicks on this simple submit button, the request will be passed to the action1.php, which is being provided as the action attribute inside the form tag. So guys, this will be the main difference. So if we click on this submit as admin over here, it says your file couldn't be accessed. That's because it is trying to find that action_admin.php file. As you can see, this particular file is getting the values of the parameters that was set by the user. So you can see the values as well, that is f name is John and L name is Doe over here. Now guys, if we go back once again in this case and we provide the same data, that is John Doe, and when we click on this normal submit button now, so when we click on this, as you can see, action1.php file is being called on the server side, and this is the main functionality of the action attribute and the form action attribute that we have just seen. So in case you want some other server side file to be used in order to process the data that is being passed by the user, you can provide some other file with the help of the form action attribute that will be linked to the submit button inside the form. So now we will see input attribute form enc type in input field. So guys, basically the input form enc type attribute specifies how the form data should be encoded when submitted, and it is only applicable when the forms are with the method is equal to post value. So guys, basically over here enc stands for encoding, and what type of encoding is done when the data is being submitted by the form with the method post is defined by the form enc type over here. It is very important to note that this attribute overrides the enc type attribute of the form element. So by default we have certain value that is assigned to the enc type attribute, which will be overridden by this form enc type attribute, and this particular attribute works with the following input types, that is submit and image. So guys, basically the submit button or the image button that we have inside the form, in order to submit the form data, will have the attribute that is form enc type, for which we will have certain value. So guys, let us check this with the help of examples in VS Code over here. So basically I'll remove previous lines of code that we had written, and we will only keep the paragraph that is below content is in HTML form. So guys, now we will define the form with the post request over here. So we have the method with the post value, and then inside the form what we will do is we will have the field with the first name. So we will define the input with the type text over here, and then we will have the name attribute as fname in this case, and the same value we will paste it inside the id attribute as well. And before this we will also have the label, that is having the for attribute as fname, and then we will say first name in this case followed by colon. So guys, we have a single field over here, after which we are going to have couple of line breaks in this case. Now guys, simply we will have the submit button over here. So input colon submit in this case, and we will keep the value as submit so that this particular value is displayed on the submit button. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser. So as you can see, we have the first name label, and then simply we can provide the first name inside this input field. And since the method is of the post value over here inside the form, we won't be able to see the parameters being passed as the part of URL when we click on submit. So guys, when we click on submit in this case, there is no change in the URL that is happening, but the value is going to the server based on the post method over here. But guys, currently the encoding type of the data that is going to the server is the default value. What if we want the data to be encoded in a different way? So what we can do is inside the submit button, we can have the form enc type over here. So as you can see, this is the attribute that we can use in this case, and it has three values. So by default it is text / plain data that is being passed to the server, and we can also select multipart / form data over here. So if we select this, so basically this will be the encoding that will be done to this particular data that is being sent to the server. So guys, currently we won't be able to see any change, but when we are going to learn about the server side scripting and handling the data that is coming from the client side, over there we will be seeing the difference between the various values of the form enc type attribute over here. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So now if we provide some data over here, so let's say I provide the first name as John and click on submit button. So basically the data is getting encoded with the help of this particular value, and it is passed to the server. So guys, in this way you can easily provide the value to the form enc type, and based on your requirements you can select one of the values of this particular attribute and handle the data accordingly that is being passed to the server. So now we will see input attribute form method in input field. So guys, basically the input form method attribute defines the HTTP method for sending the form data to the action URL. So basically we have two types of HTTP method, one is get and another is post. So basically the get request helps us in order to send the data by enclosing the data within the URL itself, and the user can see what are the different values of the parameters that is being passed to the server. And the other HTTP method, that is post request, does not allow the parameters to be displayed inside the URL. And guys, these are the two types of HTTP methods that we can use while we are sending the form data to the server. So whenever you are sending certain sensitive data such as password or any other personal information, it is recommended that you use the post method of the HTTP request so that it is not being displayed inside the URL when the user clicks on the submit button. Now guys, it is very important to note that the attribute overrides the method attribute of the form element. So basically inside the form tag we have the attribute that is method attribute, which can be the get request or the post request. But explicitly if we provide the form method attribute inside the submit button inside the form, then that particular value will override the value that is being provided to the form tag over here. So basically the form method attribute works with the following input types, that is submit and image. So guys, let us check this with the help of examples in VS Code over here. So previously we had written certain lines of code. In this case we have a paragraph that is below content is in HTML form, and then we have a form tag over here inside which we have the method of the post request. So guys, in this case the values of the parameters, that is this input field having the name that is fname, will not be displayed inside the URL when the user clicks on submit button. So I'll just remove this attribute that is form enc type that we had seen previously. So basically we have the value of method as post request over here, so we should not be able to see the value of the first name inside the URL when the user clicks on submit button. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser. So as you can see, we have below content is in HTML form and we have the label that is first name over here. So let's say we provide the first name as John in this case, and when we click on submit, as you can see, we are not able to see the fname parameter inside the URL. That's because we have provided the post method over here. So guys, similarly we can also have the password input in this case. So let me just copy these lines of code and paste this over here after the first name, and in this case we will have the password as the input type, and the name attribute we will update it to password in this case, and the same value we will set it to the ID of the input tag as well, and for the for attribute of the label we will set it as password, and in this case we will change the label to password over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So now if we provide the first name as John and let's say we provide password as password in this case and click on submit, so basically the values are getting submitted to the server and it is also not getting displayed inside the URL, and that is how you should be using the post request in order to send certain sensitive data. In this case it is the password which is a sensitive data which should not be visible to other users. Now guys, how we can use the form method attribute inside the submit button. So currently as we have seen, the method type is post request, but can we override this method type? Yes, we can do so by using the form method attribute inside the submit button over here. So inside this particular input tag that is related to submit button, we can have the form method in this case, and for this form method attribute we can simply set it as get request. So guys, basically what we are telling the form to do is pass these values, that is the first name and the password, as the get request so that those values can be seen inside the URL. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So now if we try to provide the first name and password, let us see what happens. So when we provide John as the first name and password as the password value in this case, and when we click on submit button over here, as you can see fname is equal to John and password is equal to password is getting displayed over here inside the URL, and this is the functionality of the get request, which is the HTTP method inside the form. So guys, basically we were able to override this value of the method that is equal to post with the help of the form method over here, which we set it as get in this case inside this particular submit button. Let us now do the reverse of this. I'll remove this particular attribute that is the form method, and simply we will have the get request as the method attribute inside the form tag over here. So guys, basically by default we will be sending the labels as the part of URL now. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So now if we provide the first name, that is programming in this case, and password as pass in this case, and when we click on submit button, by default the first name and the password are getting passed as the part of the URL. That's because we have set the method type as get request over here. And what if we provide the form method over here once again? So we provide the form method with the value as post this time. That's because we don't want the password to be displayed as the part of the URL while sending the data to the server. So this time we are setting the form method attribute as post value. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. And now if we provide the first name, that is programming, and password as pass in this case, let me click on submit. So as you can see, the data is being submitted to the server and we are no longer able to see the data as part of the URL. That's because we have set the form method as post inside the submit button. So basically this particular attribute is overriding the value of the method attribute that we had set while defining the form tag in this case. So now we will see input attribute form target in input field. So guys, basically the input form target attribute specifies a name or a keyword that indicates where to display the response that is received after submitting the form. So in short, this form target attribute will be used in order to display the response that is coming from the server side in the same window or the new window. So guys, we will check this with the help of examples as well. It is important to note that this attribute overrides the target attribute of the form element. So guys, basically inside the form tag we have the target attribute as well. By default it is set to one particular value, and that value will be overridden by the form target attribute that we will define. So this form target attribute works with the following input types, that is submit and image. So we can mention the form target attribute inside the submit or the image buttons that are being used in order to submit the form data. So guys, let us check this with the help of examples in VS Code over here. So previously we had written some lines of code. It is having the paragraph with the help of p tag, and it says below content is an HTML form, and then guys we have the form with the method that is get request over here, and then the first label we are having as the first name for the first name, and then we have another label that is password along with the input type that is password in this case, in order to allow the user to provide the password. And then guys we have a submit button over here. I'll remove this particular attribute that is form method which we had seen previously. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser. So as you can see, we have first name and the password fields in this case. So if you provide certain data, that is programming in the first name, and let's say we provide password to the password field as well, and when we click on submit, as you can see, both these parameters, that is first name and password, are getting sent to the server with the help of URL. Now guys, this is not one of the best practices. In order to send some sensitive data to the server with the help of the get request, that's because anyone can see that data inside the URL over here. So whenever you are sending certain sensitive data, like in this case we are sending some password over here, we should be using the post method. But in order to understand this particular example, we are setting the method type as get request over here, so that we understand the form target attribute. So guys, basically by default we have a target attribute over here for which the value is already set to underscore self in this case. So guys, this is the default value that the form behaves while submitting any form over here. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. We will see how the submission of the form works in this case when we have provided the target attribute over here. So let me provide the first name as John, and let us say we provide pass as the password, and when we click on submit button, as you can see, we have the F name and the password parameters. Important point is over here, when the response will come from the server, it will be displayed on the same tab, that is the same window of this particular browser. What if we want the response to be displayed in the new window over here, that is the new tab? So guys, what we will do is, in such a case, instead of setting the target attribute over here, we will set the form target attribute inside the submit button. So in this case we will have the form target attribute, and in this case simply we can have underscore and the blank value. So guys, basically when we set the underscore blank value for the form target, the response will come to the new window, that is the new tab of the server, and it is going to override the current value of the target attribute as well that we have defined inside the form tag. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So now if we provide the first name, let us say we provide programming as the first name and password as password field, and when we click on submit button now, so as you can see, there is a new window that is opened right now, and using that new window we will be receiving the response from the server. So guys, basically this is the main difference. The first window or tab over here is still having the data, and the moment we click on this submit button, a new window will be opened and the server response will be displayed inside the new window. So let me just show you that once again over here. I'll close this window right now, and we are having just one tab opened on this browser, and when we click on submit in this case, so as you can see, the second tab is opened right now and the response will be displayed on this particular window. So guys, this is the main functionality of the form target attribute that we can use while submitting the form, and we can provide the value inside the submit button in this case. So now we will see form attribute novalidate in form tag. So guys, basically the novalidate attribute is a form attribute, and when it is present, the novalidate specifies that all of the form data should not be validated when submitted. So guys, previously we had seen the attribute that is required, which makes the user to provide certain value inside the input field. That's because that particular input field field is mandatory with the help of the required attribute. But guys, when we provide the novalidate attribute inside the form tag, then it overrides any of the input fields that is having the required attribute, and this is what we are going to see with the help of examples as well. So guys, let us move to the VS Code over here, and we have a very simple statement that is below content is in HTML form inside the paragraph tag. So what we will do is we will provide the form with the method type that is get request over here, and inside the form we will have two fields. The first field is the first name, so over here we will set it as input colon text, and for the name attribute we will set it as fname, and the same value we will copy to the id attribute as well. And then before this we will also have the label tag, and for the for attribute we will have the same value that is fname, and we will define the label as first name in this case followed by colon. So guys, basically we have the input field that is the first name over here, and then after this we are going to have couple of line breaks in this case. Now guys, similarly we will have the email address as well as the second input field. So we'll simply copy these lines of code and paste it over here, and instead of type text we will have email in this case, and for the name attribute we will copy the same value that is email, and for the id attribute as well we will keep the value as email over here. For the for attribute of the label tag we will keep the value as email, and instead of first name we will have the email label over here followed by colon. We are asking the user to provide the first name and the email address, and in this case we will make the email address input field mandatory. So what we have to do is inside this input tag that is of the type email we will provide the required input field. So guys, basically this attribute is responsible in order to make the user to provide some data before submitting the form. So guys, after these couple of line breaks over here we will again have the submit button in this case. So input colon submit, which is going to define the submit button, and for the value attribute we will have the submit value for this button. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser. So as you can see we have the below content is an HTML form paragraph being displayed over here, and then we have two fields that is first name and the email address over here. Now guys, if we simply try to submit this form, then as you can see we are getting the message that is please fill out this field. That's because we have kept this input field that is email address as mandatory with the help of the required attribute over here. So guys, only after we provide certain data to this email input we will be able to submit this form. So let me just provide some test data over here. So as you can see we have provided test@gmail.com. Now let me just click on submit button. So now as you can see the fname and the email parameters are being displayed inside the URL over here, which is being passed to the server. So guys, in this way the required field works. Now guys, what if we don't want any of the validations inside the form when the user wants to submit this form? So what we can do is we can use the novalidate attribute that can be used inside the form tag. So over here after the method that is get request we will simply provide novalidate in this case. So this is the attribute that is responsible in order to remove all the validations from the input fields that are present inside the form. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. Now if you notice, without providing any data we will be able to submit the form. That's because we have provided the novalidate attribute inside the form tag. So let me just click on submit button over here. So as you can see the fname and the email parameters are being passed to the server with the help of the URL over here, because we have kept the method type as get request. So if you notice we have not provided any data inside the email address even though we have kept the email address as required over here. That's because we have provided the novalidate attribute inside the form tag, and the moment we remove this novalidate attribute from the form tag, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So now if we try to submit without providing any data to the email address, it should throw the validation message over here. So when we click on submit button, as you can see it says please fill out this field. This is the way that novalidate works in order to remove all the validations from the form fields over here. We have set the novalidate attribute once again, and when we refresh this page once again over here and when we click on submit, as you can see now we are able to submit the data to the server without any validations. So now we will see input attribute form novalidate in input field. So guys, basically input form no validate attribute specifies that an input element should not be validated when submitted, and the form no validate attribute works with the following input types, that is submit button over here. So guys, let us check this with the help of examples in VS Code. So previously we had seen that inside the form tag we had two fields, that is the first name and the email address. Now for the email address we have kept the attribute that is required, which means that the email address is required right now, and previously we had also seen what is the functionality of the no validate. It will allow us to disable all the validations. So guys, I'll remove this no validate attribute over here, and simply we will have the form tag along with the method that is get request, so that all the parameters can be seen inside the URL. So we have the first name without the required attribute, and we have the email with the required attribute, which means the user should provide certain data inside the email field over here before submitting the form. So guys, after this we have the submit button in this case. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser. So as you can see, we have the first name and the email fields over here, and simply if we click on the submit button without providing any data, so as you can see we have the message that is please fill out this field. That's because we have provided the required attribute to this email input field. So guys, let me just provide certain data over here. So as you can see, we have provided test@gmail.com in this case. So let me click on submit once again this time. So as you can see, the form is getting submitted and we are not having any value for the first name. That's because we have not provided any data, and moreover it is not having the required attribute as well, which means the field is not mandatory before submitting the form, but the email data was provided, and the same can be seen over here. Email is equal to test@gmail.com. So guys, in this way the required attribute is working. But guys, let us say we want to disable the validations on all the input fields that are present inside the form tag. So simply we can come to the input field over here that is related to the submit button, and we can provide the form no validate attribute. So as you can see, we have this form no validate attribute in this case, which will help us in order to disable all the validations that are currently present for all the input fields inside the form tag over here. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have the first name and the email, and this time without providing any data, I will be clicking on the submit button and we will see what will happen. So when we click on the submit button, as you can see, the data is getting submitted to the server, and we can see F name and email are getting passed to the server over here without any values. That's because we have not provided any values to the input fields over here. But guys, the important thing in this case is, even though email address was marked as required field over here, still it is not throwing the validation. That's because we have provided the form no validate attribute inside the input button that is representing the submit button in this case for the form tag. So guys, in this way, based on your requirements, if you want to disable all the validations for the input fields that are present inside the form tag, you can either use the form no validate attribute that is linked to the submit button over here, or simply you can use the no validate attribute as well inside the form tag in this case. So now we will see canvas graphics using HTML canvas tag. So guys, basically the HTML canvas element is used to draw graphics on the fly with the help of the JavaScript. So guys, we are going to check this with the help of examples as well. The canvas element is only a container for the graphics, and inside the container we can draw different elements. We will be using the JavaScript to actually draw the graphics. So basically the HTML element is not sufficient in order to draw the graphics, but inside this particular container we need to use the JavaScript code in order to draw the different graphics, which can have several methods for drawing the paths, boxes, circles, text, and adding some images as well. So guys, we will check the examples for drawing a line in the canvas. So let us move to the VS Code over here in order to see how you can draw the canvas and draw a line inside the canvas. So guys, basically over here for the title of this document we will say HTML canvas in this case, and then after this inside the body we will have a p tag, that is the paragraph tag, and then we will say below is a HTML canvas element. So guys, basically we are just having a simple statement that is below is a HTML canvas element, and after this we are going to have the canvas tag over here. As you can see, this is the Emmet abbreviation that is provided by the VS Code. So we have the opening canvas tag and the closing canvas tag, and inside this we can have the height and width as well, and along with it is very important that we should also have the ID for this canvas. So basically, first of all, we are going to define the ID, and we are simply going to say it as my canvas over here, and we will define the width as 200 pixels in this case, and also the height parameter we are going to define it as 100 pixels. So guys, basically we have defined the canvas with the ID my canvas over here, so that we can use this ID inside the JavaScript code, and the width and the height are 200 and 100 pixels respectively. Now guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser. So as you can see, we have a paragraph that is below is a HTML canvas element, and we cannot see anything on this page after this. Guys, over here there is an invisible canvas element that is being displayed. So if you right click over here and click on the inspect element, as you can see, the blue area on the web page is the canvas that is being highlighted. Now guys, in order to see it normally without the inspect tool, what we can do is we can have the border for the canvas element. So we will move to the VS Code over here, and after this title tag we are also going to define the style tag in this case, and simply we are going to use the canvas tag in this case, and we are going to have the border property over here. We will set the border as 2 pixels, that is the width of the border, and then we are going to make the border style as solid and the color of the border as black in this case. So guys, basically we have the 2 pixels solid black border color. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So now as you can see, the canvas element is being displayed over here, and this is the width and the height of the canvas. Now guys, let us move to the first activity over here, how we can draw a line in the canvas. So basically we are going to draw the line from the top left section of the canvas, that is from this portion to the bottom right portion, that is over here. So we are going to draw a diagonal line in this case from top left to bottom right. So guys, over here the coordinates is 0 0, and this particular coordinate, since we know that the width is 200, so the x-axis is going from left to right. So if you have learned mathematics, we have the x-axis that goes from left to right, and the y-axis as well that goes from bottom to left, but in this case the positive area of the y-axis goes from top to bottom over here. So this particular point in this case will be at the x coordinates, which is equal to 200, and the y coordinate will be equal to 100. That's because the height is 100 pixels over here. So we have to come from 0 0 coordinates to 200 and 100 coordinates in this case. So guys, what we have to do is we need to add certain JavaScript code over here. So after this canvas element at the end of the body section, we are going to have the script tag as well, and inside the script tag we can use the ID of this document in order to identify the canvas element and draw the line inside that canvas. So guys, basically we are going to use the document dot get element by ID. So over here you can see there's a get element by ID method that we can use. So this is the method that we will be using, and inside the parenthesis, inside the double quotes, we are going to provide the my canvas ID, which we have set to the canvas element over here. So guys, this particular code is responsible in order to identify the HTML element that we have already defined, and we are going to assign it to a variable. So in this case we will have the variable that is C in this case, which stands for canvas over here, and then after the statement we are going to have the semicolon in order to end that statement. Now guys, we are going to use this C variable in order to get the context. So in which context we want to draw the line, we need to draw the line inside this canvas. So we say C followed by dot, and then we say get context over here. So basically this is the method that is being used in order to get the context, and we want the context in the 2-dimensional format. So we simply say 2D inside the double quotes, and then guys, this particular function will return a value which we will store it in the context variable. So over here simply we are going to define another variable that is ctx, which stands for context in this case. So we are using the short form that is ctx over here, and from now on we are going to use this variable that is ctx in order to draw the line from 0 0 coordinates up to 200 and 100 coordinates. So guys, what we have to do is after semicolon, simply we have to use this ctx, that is context, followed by dot, and then we have to say move to in this case, so that we can move to a point that is the coordinates 0 0. So guys, basically with the help of this move to method over here, we are getting the cursor to the 0 0 coordinates, and then we need to draw the line up to 200 and 100 coordinates over here, that is the bottom right. So what we have to do is we will use ctx variable once again, followed by dot, and then we have something called as line 2 in this case. So guys, basically line 2 method will be helping us in order to draw the line up to a particular coordinates which we are going to define. So over here we are going to define the x-axis as 200 and y-axis as 100 in this case. So this is the coordinates that we are pointing to, and then guys, after this simply we have to call the stroke method. So over here again we call ctx followed by dot, and then we have the stroke method followed by semicolon. So guys, these three lines of code is responsible in order to draw the line along these coordinates that we have defined, that is 0 0 up to 200 and 100. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, after reloading this page, the line has been drawn inside the canvas from 0 0 coordinates up to 200 and 100 coordinates in this case. So guys, this is the most basic example in order to draw the line inside the canvas. Now guys, similarly we can draw a circle in the canvas as well. In this case we will be using the method called as arc. So over here what we will be doing is, I'll simply remove these lines of code in this case, and then first of all we are going to call the begin path method. So ctx followed by dot, and then we have something called as begin path in this case, so that the context comes to know that we are going to draw a path that we are going to define with the help of the upcoming statements as well. So after this particular line of code we will say context, that is ctx followed by dot, and then we have something called as arc. Now guys, this particular arc method takes 5 arguments. The first argument is the x-axis. So over here what we will be doing is, we want to draw the circle at the center of the canvas over here. So the x-axis should be at the center of this particular entire width of the canvas. So guys, basically the first parameter should be in terms of x-axis, and it will be located at the center of the circle. So we are going to define the circle over here at the center, and what will be the center point of that circle? It will be the halfway of the width, which is 200 divided by 2, which gives us 100 pixels. So over here we will say 100 pixels in this case, followed by comma, and then we want the y-axis. So for the height part we have 100 pixels as the height, so we want it at the center, so it will be 50 pixels over here. So we say 50 in this case, which will be the y coordinates, and then guys it will take the radius of the circle that we want to draw. So let's say if we provide 40 in this case, and then after that it is going to take two angles, that is the starting angle and the ending angle. So guys, initially we want to start from the 0th angle and then draw it towards the 360th angle, which will be the complete circle. So in this case we will give 0 followed by comma and then 360. So this is the starting angle and this is the ending angle over here. So after this we need to provide semicolon, and then guys the last statement is going to be the context dot stroke method, which will help us in order to draw this particular arc. So over here we will say cdx followed by a dot, and then we have the stroke function in this case followed by semicolon. So guys, using these three lines of code we will be able to see how a circle can be drawn inside the canvas. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we are successfully able to draw the circle inside the canvas by using these parameters. Now guys, if we want the center of the circle to be at the extreme left, that is at the 0th x-axis, so what we can do is, instead of having this value that is 100 at the x-axis, we can simply provide 0, which means the center of this circle will be at this particular line for which x-axis will be 0. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, center is over here where x-axis is 0, and we are able to see a semicircle over here. Now similarly, let's say we want the y-axis to be at the 0th position, which means the center should be over here. So we will be able to see only the quarter of this circle. So let us try that as well. So instead of this y-axis which is 50, we will simply provide it as 0. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, center is over here and it is drawing a circle which is going outside of this canvas, but we are able to see only this particular arc which is just the quarter of the circle. So guys, in this way you can play around with these numbers and see where the circle is getting displayed inside the canvas. Now guys, apart from this, we can also write some text in the canvas as well. So how we can do that? I'll simply remove these lines of code that is required in order to draw a circle over here. Now guys, we are simply going to call the font property. So in this case, we will say context followed by dot, and then we have something called as font, and let's say we want the font size to be 26 pixels. So over here we say 26 pixels and the font family to be Arial in this case, followed by semicolon. So guys, first of all we need to define the font of the text that we want to write inside the canvas element, and then after that we are going to fill that text using the context followed by dot, and then we have something called as field text in this case, and then after this we are going to have a sample text. So let's say we say hello world in this case, followed by comma, and then we want to define the position as well. So let's say if we want to write this text at the coordinates 50 pixels which is at the x-axis and 50 pixels from the y-axis. So over here simply we will say 50 followed by comma and then 50. So guys, basically this is the text that we want to write, and these are the coordinates from where we want to start that particular text, and then after this we are going to have semicolon. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, hello world text is getting displayed inside the canvas, and it is starting from the coordinates that is 50 pixels from the x-axis and 50 pixels from the y-axis over here. So guys, these are certain operations that you can carry out inside the canvas element. You can achieve a lot with the help of the canvas element, and in the upcoming videos as well we are going to learn a lot about this canvas element and how we can make the elements animate inside this canvas element so that we can create some kind of games as well. And apart from that, we are also going to see how we can interact with the elements inside the canvas element. So guys, make sure that you subscribe to this YouTube channel that is Programming for Beginners, because we are going to learn a lot about canvas element in the upcoming videos as well. And apart from this, if you want to know more about the different functions that can be used inside the canvas element, we have this developer.mozilla.org website where you can know the different APIs that we can use in order to render the canvas. So as you can see, canvas rendering context 2D. So inside this page we are having multiple functions that can be used by you in order to achieve your requirements. So when we go to this particular page, as you can see, there are multiple properties and the functions that you can call in order to define your own designs inside the canvas element. And apart from this, it is also having the basic elements as well that you can try from your own side. So now we will see video tag in HTML to display a video. So guys, basically the HTML video element is used to show a video on a web page. So in case you want to display a video which is already hosted on a server on which your website is hosted, so you can easily use the video tag in order to display that particular video on your web page. Now guys, we are going to see the controls attribute that adds video controls such as how to play, pause and increase or decrease the volume of the video, and we are also going to see how we can use the muted and the autoplay attribute in order to let your video start playing automatically, but it will be muted. So guys, let us check this with the help of examples in VS Code over here. So I'll simply remove the previous lines of code that we had written in this case, and we will update the title to HTML video over here. So guys, the very first thing is we will have the paragraph that is below is a HTML video. So we'll update this content to video over here, and then after this paragraph simply we are going to have the video tag. So as you can see, inside the starting video tag we have something called as src element, for which we need to provide the name of the video that we want to include on our web page. So guys, over here I have kept a sample video inside this particular directory in which we are having the test.html web page that we are currently editing right now. So simply we can use the sample video.mp4, which is the extension of this video that we want to show on the web page. Now guys, if you have the video on some other directory, then you have to provide the entire directory path so that the video can be successfully displayed inside the web browser. So guys, after providing the value to this src attribute, which is the name of the video that we want to include, it is best practice to provide the width and the height attributes as well, so that the particular video that we want to display is properly displayed on the screen. So over here we will say width of 400 pixels in this case, and let's say we want the height of this particular video to be 250 pixels. So over here we say height is equal to 250 pixels. Now guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser. So as you can see, based on the width and height of the video element that we have defined inside our code, we are able to see the video that is being displayed over here. But guys, we don't have any controls over here, so when we take the cursor on this particular video, it is simply looking like an image, and we cannot click on this particular video as well in order to start this video. So what we have to do is we need to use the controls attribute inside this video tag in order to display the play, pause and the volume buttons over here. So guys, simply after this particular height attribute inside the starting video tag, we will say controls in this case. So as you can see, this is the attribute that is being suggested by the VS Code as well. So we are going to use this controls attribute. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So now as you can see, we have this play button. Along with it, we also have the duration of this video, and we also have the speaker which will handle the volume of the video, and we can also expand this video to the full screen. And apart from that, we have some more options as well. You can see playback speed can also be adjusted from here, and we can also select the picture in picture option in this case. So guys, let me just click on the play button over here so that we can play the video. Welcome to another video in which we are going to learn HTML tags that you can use in the HTML. So guys, so as you can see, the video was playing right now when we clicked on this play button. Below are some of the basic HTML tags that we have already seen in the previous video. We can also mute it by using this speaker icon over here, and it is still being played at the background in this case. So guys, this is one of the ways in which you can provide the video tag and provide certain video that is being hosted on your website server over here. Now guys, apart from this, we also have some other options. We can also use the muted attribute along with the autoplay attribute as well. So let's say when the user comes on this web page, you want this particular video to be autoplayed. So what we can do is simply we have to come over here. After the controls option, we can provide autoplay attribute as well. And apart from this, we also have to provide the muted attribute. That's because some of the web browsers do not allow autoplay without the muted attribute. So if we provide the autoplay, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the autoplay is not working right now. The video is not getting autoplayed. That's because we have not provided the muted attribute. So both the attributes needs to be provided in order to successfully autoplay the video. So over here, let me just provide the muted attribute as well. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the video has already started playing itself, but it is in mute right now. That's because the autoplay feature will only work with the muted attribute. So guys, this is one of the ways in which you can provide a video on your web page and also provide the different controls in order to pause or play the video or make this video full screen over here. As you can see, we have expanded the size of this video so that the user experiences better in this case. So now we will see how we can display the YouTube video in HTML. So guys, the easiest way to play videos in HTML is to use YouTube, and in this case the video will be hosted by the YouTube, but you will be able to display it on your web page by using the iframe tag. So over here, the logic in order to use the YouTube video is to make use of the video ID to display the video on the HTML web page. So guys, over here I have the shareable link of a particular video from the YouTube. So as you can see, this is the video that we want to display, and out of this link we only want this particular ID of the video that we want to display on the web page. So we need to have a prefix, that is HTTPS followed by colon and then 2 times forward slashes, and then we are going to have youtube.com followed by / and then embed, and then after this forward slash we are going to have any ID of the video that you want to display. So guys, basically this is the prefix that we are going to use. So guys, let us check this with the help of example in VS Code over here. So I'll simply remove the previous lines of code that we had written, and we will have the paragraph that will display below is a HTML video from YouTube. So guys, we have a very simple statement inside the paragraph over here, and then we will use iframe tag over here, and this iframe starting tag will have the src attribute inside which we need to have the value of the YouTube video that we want to display. So guys, over here simply we are going to copy this particular link, that is the embedded link in this case, and paste it inside the src, that is the source attribute. And then guys, it is very important that we should also have the width and the height of this particular iframe. So simply we are going to have the width, that is 400 pixels in this case, and height as well, that we are going to define with 250 pixels in this case. So guys, basically this is the width and the height of the video that we want to display on the web page. And always remember that we should have this particular prefix before providing the ID of the video that we want to display on the web page. Now guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, below is a HTML video from YouTube, and this particular iframe is successfully able to display the video from the YouTube in this case. So based on the ID of the video that we provide, the video will be displayed over here on the web page, and simply we need to click on this particular icon, that is YouTube, in order to play the video. So when we click on this, welcome to another video in which we are going to learn about the basic HTML tags. As you can see, it has started playing the video, and it is also showing the different controls from the YouTube in this case. So we have the closed captions as well, and then we have the more settings icon as well. So guys, the advantage in order to host the video on YouTube and link that particular YouTube video ID to your web page is that you don't have to store these long videos, which is going to take more memory on your web server, but simply you can link the YouTube video to your web page and display it to your audiences. And apart from this, it is also going to have the controls from the YouTube as well, which your users can use in order to have the better user experience. And in case if you want to change this particular YouTube video, simply you have to come to the source code in this case, and inside the src attribute you simply have to change the video ID over here so that the video is updated on the web browser. So we have come to the conclusion of this HTML tutorial video. Hopefully you have got enough knowledge about HTML and how you can use different tags in the HTML in order to make different websites based on your requirements. Comment in the comment section below if you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to this channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. I'll see you in the next video. Till then, stay tuned.